Chapter 871. Back then, there was a problem when Dark Shadow Venerable summoned the Spirit of the Almighty. He used the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower to make up for it and let the altar absorb the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower. Who would have thought that not only was the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower not absorbed, but it was also integrated into the Spirit of the Almighty. When Dark Shadow Venerable integrated with the Spirit of the Almighty, the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower also quietly entered Dark Shadow Venerable's mind and tried to take over his body. Fortunately, Dark Shadow Venerable was unusually strong and the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower did not succeed. However, it was also because of this that the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower hid in Dark Shadow Venerable's soul and was looking for an opportunity to take over his body. Dark Shadow Venerable could not do anything about the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower's actions. Although Dark Shadow Venerable's strength was much stronger after integrating with the Spirit of the Almighty, he could not do anything to the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower. In the end, both of them reached an agreement to live together. At this moment, Dark Shadow Venerable was in a life-and-death situation and the fairy could not care less. Impossible! Dark Shadow Venerable immediately rejected the fairy's words. Unless it was a last resort, he would never let the fairy control his body. Once that happened, there would be unforeseen event. He would let the fairy completely take over his soul and body. His Dark Shadow Venerable's body was trembling non-stop. The jade moon pearl in his clothes was emitting an extremely cold aura. As long as one was not a Mystic King Realm expert, no one could resist this cold aura. Damn the jade moon pearl! Dark Shadow Venerable roared furiously. At the same time, Luo Hong and Luo Yong, who were hiding in the lake, came out from another direction. They saw Dark Shadow Venerable being wrapped in the cold aura and letting out a miserable cry. On the other hand, Fang Chun was controlling the cold aura to corrode Dark Shadow Venerable. This cold aura is too domineering. Luo Yong could not help but say. Luo Hong was shocked when he saw this. Jade Moon Cold Pond. This lake was just an ordinary pond previously. Why did it turn into the Jade Moon Cold Pond now? What was going on? Could it be because of Brother Fang? Luo Hong did not know that Fang Chun had the Jade Moon Pearl. 1 minute later, Dark Shadow Venerable finally couldn't hold on any longer. As a quasi-king expert, he was actually forced into such a state by a LV5 true martial realm cultivator. His heart was filled with anger. I can't accept this. Dark Shadow Venerable roared furiously. At this moment, Dark Shadow Venerable made a decision. That was to give up control of his body and let the fairy resolve the current crisis. Crash! After the fairy entered Dark Shadow Sovereign's mind, Dark Shadow Sovereign's body instantly turned red. Then, 9 demonic flowers wrapped around Dark Shadow Sovereign's body. Crack! The appearance of the 9 flowers directly blocked the aura of the extreme frost. However, the cold air in the Jade Moon Pearl was too overbearing. The 9 demonic flowers were unable to withstand it. The fairy tore apart Venerable Dark Shadow's clothes, and the Jade Moon Pearl instantly separated from his body. Then, the 9 flowers on Dark Shadow Venerable's body instantly shattered. At this moment, the fairy controlled the Dark Shadow Venerable's body to break through the surface of the lake and soar into the sky. Originally, Dark Shadow Venerable was already unable to resist, but something unexpected happened. This scene made Fang Chun extremely solemn. Fang Chun wanted to take advantage of the situation to pursue, but controlling the Jade Moon Pearl consumed too much of his energy. As a result, he was now powerless. He quietly put away the Jade Moon Pearl and came out of the lake. Brother Fang, how was it? Luo Hong asked anxiously. Dark Shadow Venerable escaped at the critical moment, Fang Chun said softly. Escaped? Luo Yong was a little anxious. There seems to be the shadow of the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower in Dark Shadow Venerable's body. Although he escaped, he was seriously injured and won't be able to recover in a short period of time, Fang Chun said. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Luo Hong and Luo Yong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The 1-month deadline was approaching. Once they left the Five Elements Mystery Realm, they wouldn't have to be afraid of Dark Shadow Venerable. At this moment, Dark Shadow Venerable was seriously injured and wouldn't be able to appear in a short period of time. Obviously, they were completely safe. It's all thanks to Brother Fong this time, Luo Hong said with a smile and cupped his hands together. Although Luo Hong was full of doubts, he didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets, and Fong Chen was no exception. There's a Tao-level formation here. The three of us will wait here for the Five Elements Mystery Realm to close, Fong Chen said. With the protection of the Tao-level formation, the three of them wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. The Five Elements Mystery Realm was a small mystery realm. In less than a month, some of the treasures inside had been plundered. Of course, Fong Chen also gained a lot during this period of time. After Dark Shadow Venerable was seriously injured, he didn't appear again. Time passed bit by bit. When the 1-month deadline came, a deafening sound suddenly resounded in the entire Five Elements Mystery Realm. At the same time, a huge vortex appeared in the sky above the Five Elements Mystery Realm. In the middle of the vortex, there was a void stone door. Creak. The void stone door opened. When Fong Chen and the other two saw it, they were overjoyed and immediately entered the void stone door. At this moment, in the outside world, the people of Five Elements Palace and Destruction Shrine were waiting for the younger generation of their respective camp. Crash. The void stone door opened and Fong Chen and the other two appeared instantly. Luo Hong. Seeing the three of them, Five Elements Palace Master was overjoyed. Luo Hong and Luo Yong were the top disciples of Five Elements Palace. It was good that they were fine. After Luo Hong and the other two came out of the void stone door, they looked in the direction of Destruction Shrine and then walked straight to Five Elements Palace Master. Palace Master, let's go back first, Luo Hong said softly. Five Elements Palace Master saw this and his eyes flickered. He then waved his hand and left with Luo Hong and the others. The people of Destruction Shrine stayed behind and waited. In the blink of an eye, they returned to Five Elements Palace. What happened? Where are the others? Five Elements Palace Master asked immediately. Luo Hong smiled bitterly and said, after the people of Destruction Shrine and Blood Moon Assassin Organization entered the Five Elements Secret Realm, they have been killing the disciples of Five Elements Palace. Other than the three of us, the other four have all died. As expected, Five Elements Palace Master said in a deep voice. What about the Blood Jade Array? It's a long story. When Luo Hong heard this, he said slowly. It took him 15 minutes to explain what had happened in the Five Elements Secret Realm. After hearing Luo Hong's story, the upper echelons of Five Elements Palace were overjoyed. I didn't expect you to injure Dark Shadow Venerable and kill the others, Five Elements Palace Master said excitedly. The top geniuses of Destruction Shrine have all died. Their losses are too great. Not only the geniuses of Destruction Shrine, but even the people of Blood Moon Assassin Organization have died. This is great. Everyone knew that other than Dark Shadow Venerable, the other 12 had all died. This included Yu Junchang, Li Ba, and the other geniuses of Destruction Shrine. The elite assassins of Blood Moon Assassin Organization had all died. Of course, the most important thing was that Dark Shadow Venerable was severely injured. Little friend Fong, it's all thanks to you this time. Five Elements Palace Master cupped his hands and thanked him. He didn't misjudge Fong Chen. If it wasn't for the latter's space-related true meaning, Luo Hong and the others would have died. Palace Master, you're too polite. Fong Chen smiled. Little friend Fong, you've helped Five Elements Palace so much. If you need anything, just tell me, Five Elements Palace Master said. Fong Chen thought for a moment and said, Palace Master, I do have a request. Oh, what is it? Tell me. I want to challenge the Five Elements Bell, Fong Chen said. Five Elements Palace Master had heard that Fong Chen wanted to challenge the Five Elements Bell and obtain the Five Elements Sword technique. Okay, no problem. The 5 Elements bell will open in 3 days. I'll bring you there personally, 5 Elements Palace Master said. Seeing this, Fong Chen was very happy. After understanding the situation in the 5 Elements Mystery Realm, 5 Elements Palace Master let Fong Chen rest first, leaving Luo Hong and Luo Yong behind. Palace Master, once God Destroyer Palace knows that all their disciples have died, they'll be furious. Luo Hong was a little worried. You don't have to worry about this. Before you entered the 5 Elements Mystery Realm, I went to look for my old friend and asked him to help me. 5 Elements Palace Master said, with him around, God Destroyer Palace won't dare to attack 5 Elements Palace easily. The most important thing for a force was the younger generation. Once the younger generation died, it would be impossible for them to rise again in the future. Now that the younger generation of God Destroyer Palace had died, the younger generation of 5 Elements Palace had become stronger. This was an opportunity. Outside 5 Elements Sword City, the entrance to the 5 Elements Mystery Realm gradually disappeared. With a thud, the 5 Elements Mystery Realm completely disappeared from this space. At this moment, God Destroyer Palace Master's face was completely gloomy. All the disciples of God Destroyer Palace have died, God Destroyer Palace Master muttered to himself. At this moment, beside God Destroyer Palace Master was a man in a blood-red robe. He wore a bamboo hat and no one could see his face. Beside him, Dark Shadow Venerable looked pale and was supported by 2 assassins from Blood Moon Assassin Organization. Humph, Blood Moon Assassin Organization has been screwed over by God Destroyer Palace this time, the man in the blood-red robe said coldly. Hearing this, God Destroyer Palace Master turned around and looked at the man in the blood-red robe angrily. He said coldly, he, Dark Shadow Venerable, a quasi-king expert, was injured to such an extent by trash at LV6 True Martial Realm. God Destroyer Palace has been screwed over by Blood Moon Assassin Organization. This time, Blood Moon Assassin Organization has suffered great losses. God Destroyer Palace has to pay the price, the man in the blood-red robe said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left with the severely injured Dark Shadow Venerable. I'll report this to the President. The President will talk to you personally. God Destroyer Palace Master's face was filled with anger when he saw the Blood Moon Assassin Organization leave. Chapter 872. Within the 5 Elements Sword City, although the God Destruction Hall was furious, the situation had become complicated because of the trip to the 5 Elements Mystery Realm. Originally, the Godly Destruction Temple and the Blood Moon Assassin Organization had teamed up to destroy the younger generation of the 5 Elements Palace and completely damage the 5 Elements Palace's vitality. However, they had not expected Fong Chen to be an anomaly. In the 5 Elements Mystery Realm, not only did they fail to kill the disciples of the 5 Elements Palace, but they had also lost so many of their younger generation. Moreover, the quasi-king Dark Shadow Venerable had been severely injured. The Blood Moon Assassin Organization was furious and retreated from the 5 Elements Sword City. In an instant, the atmosphere in the 5 Elements Sword City was oppressive. However, the God Destruction Hall did not dare to attack the 5 Elements Palace. This was because the 5 Elements Palace Master had invited a good friend and temporarily intimidated the God Destruction Hall Master. The trip to the 5 Elements Mystery Realm was both happy and sad. The sad ones were the God Destruction Hall and the Blood Moon Assassin Organization, while the happy ones were the 5 Elements Palace. Although 4 disciples had died, Luo Hong and Luo Yong had both stepped into the LV7 True Martial Realm. This made the 5 Elements Palace Master very happy. The 5 Elements Palace Master approved of Fong Chen even more. They thought that Fong Chen was a genius that only appeared once in 100 years and wanted to befriend him. In the beginning, the 5 Elements Palace Master only wanted to use Fong Chen's space-type true meaning to help Luo Hong and the rest. However, after hearing about the situation in the Five Elements Mystery Realm from Luo Hong, his opinion of Fong Chen changed greatly. Hearing that Fong Chen wanted to challenge the Five Elements Bell, the Five Elements Palace Master immediately agreed. There are still 3 days before the Five Elements Bell opens. At that time, I will personally bring you there, the Five Elements Palace Master said. Hearing this, Fong Chen grinned and laughed. After that, Fong Chen went to rest, while the Five Elements Palace Master asked Luo Hong and Luo Yong to understand the situation in detail. The entire Five Elements Sword City was extremely oppressive. Although the God Destruction Hall was furious, they did not make any moves, which was puzzling. As for Fong Chen, this was not within his scope of consideration. His purpose in coming to the Five Elements Sword City was to challenge the Five Elements Bell and obtain the Five Elements Sword Technique outline. After he obtained the general outline of the Five Elements Sword Technique, he would leave the Five Elements Sword City. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, the Five Elements Palace Master personally brought Fong Chen to a mountain peak. At the peak of this mountain, there was a magnificent bell with the same aura as the ancient golden bell. As expected, Fong Chen thought to himself, other than the color, it was exactly the same as the ancient golden bell. Fong Chen, this is the Five Elements Bell. Once it's activated, you can enter by yourself, said the Five Elements Palace Master. Not long after, the Five-Element Bell opened and Fong Chen entered it. This child's potential is even greater than Luo Hong's. I wonder how many times the Five-Element Bell will ring. The Five-Element Palace Master stared at the Five-Element Bell. Inside the Five-Element Bell, Fong Chen entered the space inside the bell and found the futon. It's exactly the same as the space inside the ancient golden bell, Fong Chen said. Then, he sat down on the cattail hassock with ease. Suddenly, a vast aura surged into his mind. In the next moment, Fong Chen's Five Elements Sword Technique erupted. Whoosh! In Fong Chen's mind, a little golden man appeared. This little golden man held a long sword and was rapidly performing the Five Elements Sword Technique. Fong Chen could feel that every sword move this little golden man performed could stir up endless wind and clouds. Hiss! Hiss! In his mind, the sword soul was operating rapidly. The golden heart in his body was also beating rapidly. In order to gain the recognition of the Five-Element Bell, one had to be a martial artist with heaven-defying talent in sword principle. As for Fong Chen, that was precisely the case. Therefore, after sitting cross-legged for an hour, Fong Chen finally gained the recognition of the Five-Element Bell. Dong! In the outside world, the Five Elements Palace Master was standing quietly on the mountain peak, waiting. Suddenly, a vast voice entered his ears. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and he looked at the Five-Element Bell with burning eyes. The bell is ringing. Just as the Five Elements Palace Master was deep in thought, the second bell chime suddenly sounded. Dong 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 then, 3 consecutive bell chimes resounded throughout the entire Five Elements Sword City. At this moment, the Five Elements Sword City instantly became lively. Someone is challenging the Five-Element Bell and has caused 5 bell chimes. Who is it that has caused 5 chimes? I heard that it's a disciple of the Five Elements Palace. On the street, countless martial artists stopped in their tracks and discussed with each other. Dong dong when the 6th bell chime sounded, the Five Elements Sword City was completely stirred. In the headquarters of the God Extermination Hall, the atmosphere was very solemn. 6 bell chimes. It must be that kid, an elder in the hall said coldly. I heard that this kid is an outsider and has a good relationship with Luo Hong. To be able to cause 6 bell chimes, this kid is very talented. A few elders discussed with each other. Just as the God Extermination Hall Master was about to speak, the 7th bell chime suddenly sounded. 7 chimes. The God Extermination Hall Master's eyes flickered with killing intent. The younger generation of his God Extermination Hall had all died, but the younger generation of the Five Elements Palace was still alive. However, before he could react, another 2 bell chimes resounded in the sky. Dong dong. When the 9th bell chime sounded, the Five Elements Sword City was extremely stirred. Martial artists swarmed towards the mountain peak, wanting to see who could cause the Five Elements bell to ring 9 times. In the God Extermination Hall, the atmosphere became even more solemn. "No matter who this kid is, he must be killed," an elder said coldly. 9 bell chimes. Such talent is definitely the best in the history of the Five Elements Sword City. That's right. In the past 100 years, there hasn't been anyone who could cause 8 chimes. However, this kid actually caused 9 chimes. The God Extermination Hall Master looked around and said, "Go and contact the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. The person who caused 9 chimes is the one who severely injured the Dark Shadow Reverend." "Yes, Hall Master." The foot of the mountain peak was filled with martial artists. There were also many martial artists on the mountainside. As for the top of the mountain, there was only the Five Elements Palace Master. Because of his presence, none of the martial artists who had broken through to the martial realm dared to climb the mountain peak. At this moment, the Five Elements Palace Master's face was filled with shock. He had completely gone crazy. His heart was in turmoil. 9 chimes. He actually caused 9 chimes. The Five Elements Palace Master cried out. The commotion in the Five Elements Sword City was not any weaker than the commotion in the Golden Sword City. Everyone in the outside world was extremely shocked. However, this was nothing to Fang Chen. When he was challenging the ancient Golden Bell, he had already caused 9 chimes. Crash! At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His face was full of smiles. There was some information in his mind. The Five Elements Sword Technique's general outline. The Five Elements Sword Technique is indeed worthy of being the Five Elements Sword City's unique skill. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The original Five Elements Sword Technique was only a 7th grade sword technique. After integrating the general outline, it became an 8th grade sword technique. An 8th grade sword technique was already as famous as the ancient golden Immortal sword technique. After obtaining the Five Elements sword technique, Fang Chen simply started to cultivate in the Five Elements bell. The general outline of the Five Elements sword technique was constantly rotating in Fang Chen's mind. At that moment, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by 5 different types of wills, which instantly exploded. The Five Elements sword technique was displayed one by one. Finally, the Five Elements sword technique was displayed. Then, Fang Chen stood up inexplicably. The general outline of the Five Elements sword technique was instantly integrated into the depths of his mind. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. The hidden star sword in his hand was constantly waving. Every sword light that appeared contained a vast aura of the Five Elements. Buzz. When Fang Chen displayed the Five Elements sword technique, the Five Elements bell shook slightly. However, Fang Chen did not notice it at all. A faintly discernible aura drilled into Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, the sword technique that Fang Chen displayed became more powerful and fierce. Is this the Five Elements sword technique? The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand swung out at an incredible angle. Suddenly, it turned into a sword blade in the sky and then slashed on the Five Elements bell. Suddenly, sparks flew everywhere. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and could not help but sigh. Is it because I have practiced the Five Elements sword technique before? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Why did he not encounter any bottlenecks when he cultivated the Five Elemental sword technique general outline? How did he succeed so easily? Now, the Five Elements sword technique had completely become an 8th grade sword technique. It had become a true Five Elements sword technique. As long as he could cultivate to the transcendent state, he could go to the burial sword city. It's time to go out, Fang Chen said. When Fang Chen walked out of the Five Elements bell, The Five Elements Palace Master grabbed Fong Chen and instantly disappeared from the mountain peak. When they returned to the Five Elements Palace, the Five Elements Palace Master's face was gloomy. He directly brought Fong Chen to the study. "Palace Master, what's wrong?" Fong Chen asked. "Fong Chen, your potential is very monstrous. You caused the Five Elements bell to ring 9 times. The God Extermination Palace has their eyes on you," said the Five Elements Palace Master. "The God Extermination Palace?" Fong Chen asked in surprise. Although the situation in the Five Elements Sword City has stabilized for now, the fact that you caused the Five Elements bell to ring 9 times is too shocking. Furthermore, you have a pretty good relationship with my Five Elements Palace. The Godly Destruction Palace will definitely not allow such a monstrous character to continue growing. The Five Elements Palace Master said. "It won't be that easy for the God Extermination Palace to kill me," said Fong Chen. He was about to leave the Five Elements Sword City. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of the God Extermination Palace. The God Extermination Palace is in a confrontation with my Five Elements Palace. If they want to make a move on you, they will need to put in some effort. "I'm worried about the Blood Moon Assassin Organization," said the Five Elements Palace Master. Fong Chen fell silent. The Blood Moon Assassin Organization would definitely not let the Dark Shadow Venerable go. "During this time, you should cultivate in my Five Elements Palace. Don't go out just in case," said the Five Elements Palace Master. Fong Chen nodded and cupped his hands at the Five Elements Palace Master before turning to leave. With his understanding of the Five Elements sword art, he was confident that he could cultivate it to the transcendent state within a month. After that, he could leave the Five Elements Sword City. "I need to be careful of the God Extermination Palace, but the Blood Moon Assassin Organization is even more important." On the way back, Fong Chen thought to himself. Chapter 873. The headquarters of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization was gloomy and surrounded by dangerous formations. The headquarters was like an iron bucket. Because the assassins of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization often took on some killing missions, they had offended many forces. However, it was not without reason that the Blood Moon Assassin Organization could survive until now. In the meeting hall of the headquarters, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. A man in a black robe sat on the throne at the top. He was wrapped in a black aura and no one could see his face clearly. On both sides of the hall below, there were more than 10 elders. They were all the founding members of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. Suddenly, an elder said in a deep voice, "Leader, this man is too powerful. He must be eliminated." "Yes, according to the report of the spies, he is the one who caused the Five Elements bell to ring 9 times, another founding member said. Causing the Five Elements bell to ring 9 times is a heaven-defying power. It is said that Dark Shadow Venerable was killed by him. Several founding members on both sides of the hall below spoke one after another. Their meaning was very clear. They wanted to kill Fong Chen. Fong Chen's potential was too great. Once he grew up, he would definitely threaten the Blood Moon Assassin Organization in the future. Suddenly, the black-robed man on the throne asked in a deep voice, "Have you found out the details of this man?" As soon as the black-robed man spoke, the founding members on both sides of the hall felt oppressed. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization was a very mysterious expert. It was said that no one knew his identity until now. Hearing this, one of the founding members said, "This man has many secrets. We haven't found out yet. Leader, should we kill him or not?" Another founding member asked. After thinking for a moment, the black-robed man said, "Inform Dark Shadow Venerable about this." After that, the leader disappeared. The founding members looked at each other in dismay. In the end, this matter reached Dark Shadow Venerable's ears. Fong Chen caused the Five Elements bell to ring 9 times. At this time, Dark Shadow Venerable had already recovered from his injuries and his strength had improved a lot. However, even the leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization did not find out. The current Dark Shadow Venerable was no longer the Dark Shadow Venerable of the past. Back then, under the attack of the Jade Moon Pearl, Dark Shadow Venerable suffered an unprecedented crisis. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise and relinquish control of his body to the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower's fairy. It was also because of this action that the flower spirit was able to take advantage of. It directly took over the Dark Shadow Reverend's body. Even the Dark Shadow Reverend's wounded soul was devoured. After the fairy took over Dark Shadow Venerable's body, it allowed the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower to completely fuse with his body. He only needed an opportunity to step into the Mystic King realm. The fairy didn't expose its identity, at least not before it had enough strength. The fairy wanted to get rid of all the clues and clues. Fang Chun was one of the targets. This kid's potential is heaven-defying. He must be killed, Dark Shadow Venerable said coldly. Within the Five Elements Palace, Fang Chun was quietly cultivating in the courtyard. Fang Chen's talent in swordsmanship was heaven-defying. With the help of the Golden Heart and the Sword Soul, Fang Chun cultivated the Five Elements sword technique very quickly. In just half a month, Fang Chun cultivated the new Five Elements sword technique to the imperceptible realm. At this time, Fang Chen's cultivation had also reached the peak of LV5 true martial realm. Now, he was very confident that he could easily fight against a LV7 true martial realm martial artist. If he used the true meaning of void, he could even fight against a LV8 true martial realm martial artist. Fang Chun gained a lot in the 1-month trip to the Five Elements mystery realm. In the next half a month, Fang Chun continued to cultivate the Five Elements sword technique. However, it was obvious that it was useless to continue cultivating. In the end, Fang Chun took out the Jade Moon Pearl again and used the effect of the Jade Moon Cold Pool to stimulate his body. Fang Chun found an ordinary pool in the Five Elements Palace, put the Jade Moon Pearl in, and entered to cultivate. Finally, after soaking in the Jade Moon Cold Pool countless times, Fang Chen's Five Elements sword technique reached the perfection of martial realm. Buzz. At this time, the sword soul in Fang Chen's mind made a strange sound. Then, Fang Chun found that his sword true meaning instantly spread out. Third grade true meaning? Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. After cultivating for such a long time, his sword true meaning had finally reached the 3rd grade. This also meant that Fang Chun could cultivate the ancient golden invincible swordsmanship. After all, the ancient golden invincible swordsmanship was the secret technique of the city. It was very powerful, and one more technique meant one more guarantee. However, Fang Chun was not in a hurry to cultivate the ancient golden invincible swordsmanship. After cultivating the Five Elements sword technique to the perfection of martial realm, it was time to leave. One day, Fang Chun found the Five Elements Palace Master and explained the purpose of his visit. When the Five Elements Palace Master learned that Fang Chun was leaving, he was very regretful. However, he also knew that Fang Chen's stage was in the wider buried Sword City and not the Five Elements Sword City. Fang Chun, if you need anything in the future, feel free to come to the Five Elements Sword City to find me, the Five Elements Palace Master said immediately. Fang Chun cupped his hands and thanked him. Thank you for your kindness, Palace Master. The Five Elements Palace was very good to Fang Chun. Fang Chun knew how to be grateful, and this kindness was deeply engraved in his heart. After bidding farewell to the Five Elements Palace Master, Fang Chun left the Five Elements Palace's headquarters. Luo Hong and Luo Yong were in seclusion and did not know that Fang Chun was leaving. At this time, in the dark, no one knew that someone was following Fang Chun. After walking for a while in the Five Elements Sword City, Fang Chun left the area of the Five Elements Palace. At this time, Dark Shadow Venerable, who was in the dark, could not help but take action. Kid, today is the day you die. The fairy yelled out in a low voice. Its body appeared behind Fang Chun in a ghostly manner. It reached out with its huge hand, and a vast aura instantly shrouded Fang Chen. Not good. Fang Chen could feel a strong aura behind him. He cursed in his heart and instantly executed his true intent of void. Although the true meaning of void was displayed in time, it still could not completely avoid the fairy's attack. The fairy was a quasi-king expert with 1 foot in the mysterious king realm. It was not something that Fang Chen, a LV5 true martial realm martial artist, could compare with. Pu Fang Chen's arm was injured and his body was exposed from the void. At this time, the fairy's attack came at him again. Dark Shadow Venerable. Fang Chen's face darkened and he roared angrily. At the same time, he immediately displayed the 5 elements sword technique. When Fang Chen displayed the 5 elements sword technique, the 5 elements aura spread out from his body and merged with the heaven and earth. No one saw that the 5 elements bell, which stood on a mountain peak in the 5 elements sword city, trembled quietly. Then, the sound of the bell rang through the sky. Dong. When the 5 elements bell was closed, the sound of the bell never rang. And at this time, the sound of the bell rang through the sky. Why? In the 5 elements sword city, all the martial artists were alarmed by the sound of the bell. What is going on? Why is the 5 elements bell ringing? The bell is ringing continuously. Such a thing has never happened before. Could it be that the legend is true? What legend is it? On the street, many martial artists looked at the mountain peak where the 5 elements bell was located in shock. At the same time, in the headquarters of the God Destruction Palace, several powerful auras soared into the sky and hovered above the 5 elements sword city. In the headquarters of the 5 elements palace, with the 5 elements palace master as the leader, many elders were also hovering in the sky. Palace master, what is going on? That's right. Why is the bell ringing continuously? A few elders did not know what was going on and asked doubtfully. The 5 elements palace master stood with his hands behind his back. A trace of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, he looked at the God Destruction Palace master, who was not far away. The 2 authorities exchanged glances with each other. In the end, the 5 elements palace master took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, when the 5 elements bell was closed, the bell rang continuously. There is only one possibility. What is it? An elder asked hurriedly. Do you still remember the legend? The 5 elements palace master asked. When everyone heard the legend, they were instantly stunned. Then, the faces of a few older elders changed drastically. Their breathing became a little hurried. Palace master, could the legend be true? Everyone looked at the 5 elements palace master in shock. The 5 elements sword city did indeed have a long legend. It was said that every time the city lord of the 5 elements sword city appeared, the 5 elements bell would ring continuously. Ever since the previous city lord mysteriously disappeared, the 5 elements bell had not rung like this for a long time. Many people thought that the legend was fake. However, an almighty like the 5 elements palace master knew that the legend was true. It was just that the city lord had not appeared yet. While everyone was still in shock, a resplendent 5-colored light suddenly shot out from the 5-element bell. This 5-colored light turned into a 5-colored sword blade in the sky. It tore through the void and instantly appeared on a street in the 5 elements sword city. At this moment there was a great battle going on here. The battle between Fang Chen and the fairy. In fact, it was not a great battle. This was because Fang Chen was no match for the fairy at all. He had been suppressed by the fairy. If it was not for the true meaning of the void, Fang Chen would have died long ago. Bang! Fang Chen's body appeared from the void again. He was covered in blood and his face was very pale. It was obvious that he was injured. Kid, your space-type true meaning is not bad, the fairy said eerily. You are not the Dark Shadow Venerable. Fang Chen cried out when he heard that. Could it be that you are the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower? Hee hee, now that you know my identity, you can't live anymore. The fairy walked towards Fang Chen step by step, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen kept retreating. He was very anxious. The battle between the two of them had caused a huge commotion. Logically speaking, the people of the Five Elements Palace should have been alerted. Why hadn't the reinforcements appeared yet? Chapter 874. The five-colored sword blade that was shot out from the Five Elements bell alarmed all the warriors in the Five Elements Sword City. In the sky, the people from the two forces were facing each other. Their eyes were all focused on the five-colored sword blade. The legend is true. It's really the five-colored sword blade, the Five Elements Palace Master said excitedly. On the opposite side, the God Destruction Palace Master's face was a little gloomy. Whoosh! The two giants moved at the same time. Their figures disappeared instantly as they chased after the five-colored sword blade. In an instant, the two giants appeared at the place where Fang Chen and the fairy were fighting. At this moment, the two giants saw the five-colored sword blade suddenly appear through the void and enter Fang Chen's body. Could it be him? The Five Elements Palace Master was shocked as he looked at Fang Chen in shock. The God Destruction Palace Master was also a little dazed. However, the Five Elements Palace Master's reaction was fast enough. Stop! The Five Elements Palace Master roared and waved his hand. Suddenly, a huge handprint pressed down on the fairy. Oh no! The fairy yelled and used its shadow-type true meaning to escape instantly. Poochie! With a loud sound, the Five Elements Palace Master's handprint pressed down on the fairy's body. The fairy escaped from the Five Elements Sword City at the cost of losing an arm. The Five Elements Palace Master did not chase after the fairy. Instead, he landed in front of Fang Chen. Thank you for saving me, Palace Master. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked the Five Elements Palace Master. The Five Elements Palace Master did not say a word as he stared at Fang Chen. Palace Master. Fang Chen reminded him softly. At this moment, the Five Elements Palace Master finally reacted. A bright smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after so many years, our Five Elements Sword City finally has a city lord. The Five Elements Palatial Master's words puzzled Fang Chen. At this moment, the God Destruction Palace Master landed. Five Elements Palace Master. The Five Elements Palace Master looked at the God Destruction Palace Master and knew what he was thinking. God Extermination Palace Master, have you forgotten the rules of our Five Elements Sword City? The Five Elements Palace Master asked solemnly. Of course I remember the rules. However, my Divine Destruction Palace is unwilling to accept this person as the city lord of our Five Elements Sword City, said the Divine Destruction Palace Master. When the five-colored sword blade entered Fang Chen's body, it meant that Fang Chen had obtained the approval of the Five-Element Bell and became the new city lord of the Five-Element Sword City. This was the rule of the Five Elements Sword City. Both the Godly Destruction Palace Master and the Five Elements Palace Master knew about it. Excited cries could be heard coming from the Five Elemental Bell, as if it was overjoyed. The Five Elements Palace Master's eyes lit up and became even more resolute. Although this person is weak, his potential is extraordinary. He caused the Five Elemental Bell to ring 9 times and obtained the approval of the Five Elemental Bell. He is the new city lord of our Five Elemental Sword City, the Five Elemental Palace Master said in a deep voice. Humph, a LV5 true martial realm martial artist wants to be the city lord of my Five Elements Sword City? Impossible. The Divine Destruction Palace Master said. Moreover, who knows if this person used some method to absorb the five-colored sword blade. The previous city lords of the Five Elements Sword City would absorb a five-colored sword blade. In a way, the five-colored sword blade was the symbol of the city lord of the Five Elements Sword City. Tampering with the five-colored sword blade? Only the Divine Destruction Palace Master could think of such a thing. The Five Elements Palace Master sneered and said disdainfully. Seeing the two giants arguing, Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He immediately said, "Palace Master, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word?" Hearing this, the Five Elements Palace Master walked in front of Fong Chen and cupped his hands at Fong Chen. "There is a legend and a rule in my Five Elements Sword City. If someone can obtain the approval of the Five Elements Bell and make it ring continuously, releasing the five-colored sword blade and absorbing it, then he will be the new city lord of the Five Elements Sword City." Hearing the Five Elements Palace Master's words, Fong Chen's heart was filled with great astonishment. He vaguely remembered that when the five-colored sword blade had appeared, the Five Elements sword chi around him had automatically been released. After absorbing the five-colored blade, he felt an inexplicable surge of information in his mind. "You're saying that I'm now the city lord of the Five Elements Sword City?" Fong Chen found it a little hard to believe. The two profound kings had fought for this position for so many years, but neither of them had obtained it. Yet, he had somehow obtained it. "That's right. You're now the city lord of the Five Elements Sword City," said the Five Elements Palace Master. "Five Elements Palace Master, do you want to act arbitrarily? This child isn't qualified to be the city lord of the Five Elements Sword City," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master coldly. He had coveted the position of city lord for a long time. How could he let a weak cultivator take it away? "Divine Destruction Palace Master, what do you want?" asked the Five Elements Palace Master coldly. "If he wants my approval, then he'll have to merge with the Five Elements Bell," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master. The Five Elements Palace Master was infuriated. The Five Elements Bell was a supreme treasure formed from Sovereign Zongjin's body when he had died. Even now, no one had been able to break it. It was enough to see how strong its defenses were. Even the Palace Master of the Immortal Palace probably wouldn't be able to break it. How was it possible to merge with such a supreme treasure? The Five Elements Palace Master believed that the Divine Destruction Palace Master had deliberately set such harsh conditions to prevent Fong Chen from becoming the city lord. In truth, Fong Chen didn't care about the position of city lord at all. However, old Ancestor Bronze's voice rang out in his mind. "Brat, this is an opportunity," said the Bronze Ancestor excitedly. "Ancestor, I don't understand what you mean," said Fong Chen. "How can you be so stupid? You're in the Sword Burial Province, and your power is weak. You can't fight against the other major powers. If you become the city lord, you'll be able to reorganize the Five Elements Sword City. At that time, you'll be a powerful ruler. Who would dare attack you? Besides, don't you want to kill your way back to the ancient Sword Continent? Without any power, how will you kill your way back?" After hearing old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fong Chen's interest in the position of city lord was piqued. However, there was nothing he could do about the Divine Destruction Palace Master's interference. "Divine Destruction Palace Master, what do you mean? I'm afraid no one in the Sword Burial Province can merge with the Five Elements Bell. You're deliberately making things difficult for him," rebuked the Five Elements Palace Master. "Five Elements Palace Master, don't think that others can't do what you can't do," the Divine Destruction Palace Master sneered. "If this person can merge with the Five Elements Bell, I'll lead the Divine Destruction Palace to obey the City Lord's orders. Otherwise, he's not qualified to be the City Lord." "You." The Five Elements Palace Master was furious. He glanced at Fong Chen with flickering eyes. Dong. Just as the Godly Destruction Hall's Master and the Five Elements Palace's Master were arguing, a deafening ringing of a bell suddenly resounded through the sky. The entire Five Elements Sword City trembled. "What's going on?" In an instant, the numerous cultivators in the Five Elements Sword City were all extremely shocked. Even the two profound kings looked at the source of the trembling in surprise. "The Five Elements Bell is acting strangely," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master. Dong. The Five Elements Bell trembled faster and faster. In the end, the Five Elements Bell left the mountain and floated in the sky. The entire Five Elements Sword City was in an uproar. The Five Elements Bell had been on the mountain since the Sword Burial Province existed. It had never left the mountain for so many years. But now, it had left the mountain and made a strange sound. What's going on? Even the Divine Destruction Palace Master was a little impatient. He glanced at the Five Elements Palace Master and released his aura. He was ready to attack at any time. The people of the Five Elements Palace also stared at the Five Elements Bell in the sky. Fong Chen, who was ignored by everyone, sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His body flickered with five-colored light. Dong! The Five Elements Bell rose from the ground and floated in the sky, shaking the entire Five Elements Sword City. The experts of the Divine Destruction Palace and the Five Elements Palace entered a state of battle. Everyone stared curiously at the Five Elements Bell. What's going on? Why is the Five Elements Bell acting strangely? Asked the Divine Destruction Palace Master. Under everyone's gaze, the Five Element Bell slowly moved forward in the sky. The Five Elements Bell is moving. Everyone cried out loudly. The Five Elements Bell was actually moving? What was going on? Was the Five Elements Sword City about to be destroyed? Everyone was incomparably shocked. The Five Elements Palace Master and the Divine Destruction Palace Master, the two profound kings, soared into the sky, preparing to stop the Five Elements Bell from leaving. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the Five Elements Bell arrived in front of the two giants. The two giants sensed the terrifying aura released by the Five Elements Bell, and their expressions changed. Just as the two giants were about to join forces to stop the Five Elements Bell from leaving, the Five Elements Bell suddenly fell rapidly. Not good. The Five Elements Bell is going to destroy the Five Elements Sword City. Someone shouted. Immediately, all the cultivators retreated, afraid of being hit by the Five Elements Bell. Only Fong Chen sat quietly on the ground. The Five Elements Bell fell at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Not good. Seeing that Fong Chen happened to be below the Five Elements Bell, the Five Elements Palace Master shouted. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The Five Elements Palace Master's face was extremely gloomy. In the depths of the Divine Destruction Palace Master's eyes, there was a flash of joy. If he is hit by the Five Elements Bell, he will definitely die. The Divine Destruction Palace Master thought that this person was too weak and was not qualified to be the City Lord. The Five Elements Bell wanted to kill this person. Rumble. When the Five Elements Bell fell on top of Fong Chen's head, the five-colored aura around the latter immediately drilled into the Five Elements Bell. Then, the Five Elements Bell kept shrinking. In the end, while the two giants were still in shock, the Five Elements Bell turned into the size of a thumb and shot into Fong Chen's body. Dong! The Five Elements Bell disappeared, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out from Fong Chen's body. The entire Five Elements Sword City was in shock. What's going on? After the shock, the Five Elements Sword City instantly returned to normal. All the martial artists looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what had just happened. Only the two giants in the sky looked at Fong Chen in shock. How is this possible? The Five Elements Palace Master's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chen in disbelief and cried out. Beside him, the Divine Destruction Palace Master kept shaking his head. He could not accept the fact in front of him. The Five Elements Bell drilled into his body. Buzz. At this moment, a faintly discernible sword chi was emitted from Fong Chen's body, quietly enveloping the entire Five Elements Sword City. An oppressive aura filled the entire Five Elements Sword City. However, until now, ordinary martial artists still did not know what kind of major event had happened. In Fong Chen's body, the Five Elements Bell turned into the size of a thumb and drilled into the golden heart. At this moment, Fong Chen's comprehension of the Five Elements sword technique had reached an unbelievable level. At the same time, Fong Chen felt that his body seemed to have merged with the Five Elements Sword City. Chapter 875. Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the entire Five Elements Sword City fell silent. Fang Chen felt that the Five Elements Sword City was filled with a familiar aura. What a comfortable feeling, Fang Chen muttered to himself. He just stood there quietly. However, the two big shots in the sky were horrified. Fusing with the Five Elements spell, the God Extermination Palace Master finally revealed a shocked expression as he cried out involuntarily. No one knew better than the God Extermination Hall Master how terrifying the Five Elements spell was. Now, the Five Elements spell was actually fused with this person's body. This completely overturned his thoughts. The young and frivolous God Extermination Hall Master had not reached the Mystic King realm yet. At that time, he was known as the rising star of the Burial Sword State. He was extremely bright. His potential was shocking. He was born out of nowhere, and with absolute strength, he successfully stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm. When he was at the Quasi-King realm, the God Extermination Hall Master came to the Five Elements Sword City. He challenged the Five Elements Bell and obtained the Five Elements Sword technique. At that time, he was young and frivolous. When he heard that the Five Elements Bell was a treasure of heaven and earth, he wanted to take it for himself. In the end, his frivolity almost caused him to die. He tried to take the Five Elements Bell but was sent flying by the bell. If not for the fact that the Five Elements Bell had no killing intent, he would have died. At that time, the God Extermination Hall Master's heart trembled and his soul trembled. From then on, he cultivated wholeheartedly and finally reached the Mystic King realm. After reaching the Mystic King realm, his understanding of heaven and earth became deeper. At that time, the God Extermination Hall Master's strength became even stronger. Once again, he came before the Five-Element Bell, wanting to subdue it. However, once again, he returned without any success. Moreover, as the God Extermination Hall Master became stronger, his vision became even more sinister. He knew how terrifying the Five Elements Bell was. Subsequently, the God Extermination Hall Master established the God Extermination Hall to compete with the Five Elements Palace. He wanted to become the City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City and possess the Five Elements Bell. However, at this moment, the Five Elements Bell was actually fused with a guy at the 5th level of the true martial realm. His thoughts were in complete chaos. Could it be that this person is truly the new city master recognized by the Five-Element Bell? The Godly Extermination Hall's Hall Master thought to himself. Beside him, the Five Elements Palace Master laughed after recovering from his shock. He looked at the Divine Destruction Palace Master and laughed. Divine Destruction Palace Master, if I remember correctly, you just said that if this kid fused with the Five-Element Bell, you would lead the Divine Destruction Palace to submit. Is that true? The eyes of the God-destroying Palace Master flickered as he landed on the ground. The Five Elements Palace Master followed closely behind and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Congratulations, City Lord, for becoming the first person in the history of the Five Elements Sword City. The Five Elements Palace Master cupped his hands and congratulated. The Five Elements Palace Master was not lying. Just by fusing with the Five Elements Bell, he could be called the first person in the history of the Five Elements Sword City. No one would have any objections. After all, he had fused with the Five Elements Bell, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. After fusing with the Five Elements Bell, Fang Chen also understood the legend of the Five Elements Sword City. The Divine Destruction Palace Master's eyes flickered. Finally, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. The Divine Destruction Palace Master could not accept that a brat was the city master of the Five Elements Sword City. However, he did not dare to openly refute the rules of the Five Elements Sword City, so he could only remain silent. On this day, the Five Elements Sword City was in an uproar. The Five Elements Palace Master announced to the public that the Five Elements Sword City had a new city master. At first, everyone was puzzled and doubtful. However, after learning that Fong Chen had been recognized by the Five Elements Bell and had fused with the five-colored sword blade, no one doubted it anymore. A young man at LV5 True Martial Realm had become the city master of the Five Elements Sword City. This news was like a whirlwind that quickly swept through the entire Burial Sword Province. The Five Elements Sword City was extremely lively. When the people of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization learned of this, their hearts were extremely gloomy. Their plan was to assassinate this brat. Now, this brat had actually become the city master of the Five Elements Sword City. This made it even harder for the Blood Moon Assassin Organization to act. However, after a discussion, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization still decided to kill this brat. However, because this brat had always been in the Five Elements Palace, the leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization personally took action this time. No one had seen the leader take action for many years. With the leader taking action this time, Fong Chen would definitely die. On this day, the leader came to the Five Elements Sword City with a shocking aura. Immediately, the Divine Destruction Palace Master and the Five Elements Palace Master were alerted. Crash! The two profound kings instantly soared into the air and floated in the air. The Five Elements Palace Master stared at the man shrouded in black fog and asked coldly, "Who are you?" His intuition told him that this person's strength was extremely terrifying. Even he was a little afraid. "My goal this time is Fong Chen. Hand over Fong Chen and I'll leave. Otherwise, the Five Elements Sword City will be bathed in blood," the leader said in a hoarse voice. His voice contained a soul attack that instantly spread out. Bang! The Five Elements Palace Master's expression changed. His wrist shook and countless explosions rang out in front of him. "Fong Chen is the city lord of my Five Elements Sword City. How can I hand him over to you?" A smile flashed across the eyes of the Godly Extermination Palace Master, who was standing not far away. He already knew the background of this person. Other than the mysterious leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization, who else would dare to brazenly ask for someone from the Five Elements Palace and even specifically ask for Fong Chen? It's said that this person's strength is heaven-defying. Perhaps even the Five Elements Palace Master isn't his match. Him coming here has saved me quite a bit of trouble, thought the Divine Destruction Palace Master as he watched the show from the side. Crash! The mysterious leader's aura immediately spread out. The entire sky above the Five Elements Sword City was covered in black fog. The atmosphere was incomparably heavy. "Just who are you?" asked the Five Elements Palace Master. "Blood Moon." The mysterious leader only said two words, but the Five Elements Palace Master's expression completely changed. His pupils instantly shrank. The mysterious leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. The Five Elements Palace Master said word by word. He was incomparably shocked. He didn't expect the mysterious leader to actually come here. The Blood Moon Assassin Organization was a very mysterious force. Although on the surface it couldn't be compared to any other city. However, no one dared to provoke the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. This time, the leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization had personally come for Fong Chen. His intention was clear. He wanted to kill Lin Fan. "Hand over Fong Chen. I don't want to repeat myself." The Blood Moon leader was very domineering. He didn't give the Five Elements Palace Master any room for negotiation. "Blood Moon leader, you should know that Fong Chen is the new city lord of my Five Elements Sword City. If you want me to hand over the city lord, no one in the city will agree," said the Five Elements Palace Master coldly. "It seems that there's nothing to say," sneered the Blood Moon leader. In the next moment, the Blood Moon leader appeared in front of the Five Elements Palace Master. Bang! It was just a light palm strike, but it made the Five Elements Palace Master's body retreat continuously. Then, the Blood Moon Leader's gaze fixed on a courtyard in the Five Elements Palace's base camp. The Blood Moon Leader reached out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chen. However, just as Fang Chen's hand was about to touch Fang Chen, a vicissitude voice suddenly came from the void. Then, a phantom appeared. When the phantom appeared, the sky and earth changed color. The Blood Moon Leader's phantom hand was instantly shattered. The Blood Moon Leader's face changed drastically as he looked at the sky. This sudden change shocked the Five Elements Palace Master and the Godly Destruction Hall Master. Fang Chen has obtained the recognition of the Five Elements Bell and merged with the Five-Colored Sword Blade. He has become the new City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City. You are not to offend him, the Phantom said in a deep voice. The Blood Moon Leader's eyes fixed on the sword-shaped palace symbol on the Phantom's sleeve, and his eyes narrowed. That symbol was too frightening. The person who had that symbol was from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace. His words represented the Sword Burial Celestial Palace. Even the people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace are alarmed? The Five Elements Palace Master was shocked, but he soon understood. The Sword Burial Celestial Palace overlooked the entire Sword Burial Prefecture, so they must be very aware of the Five Elements Bell's actions. Moreover, all the major cities in the Sword Burial Prefecture were under the control of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace. In a way, the city lord of each city was also a part of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace. This time, the people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace had come just after Fang Chen had obtained the recognition of the Five Elements Bell. The significance of this was self-evident. Senior, this lad. Even the Blood Moon Leader was wary of this person. He was about to speak when the Phantom spoke again. Since Fang Chen is the City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City, he has the protection of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace. If any mystic monarch martialists disregard their status and attack him, they will bear the consequences. After saying that, the Phantom disappeared. The Blood Moon Leader's expression kept changing. The Phantom's words made him feel helpless. He originally thought that he could kill Fang Chen, but unexpectedly, there were twists and turns. The appearance of the people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace meant that he couldn't kill Fang Chen. The people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace said that Mystic Monarch Realm martialists can't attack, but they didn't say that true Martial Realm martialists can't attack. Could it be? The Blood Moon Leader's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. However, he still left in the end. The crisis regarding Fang Chen disappeared just like that. After this incident, the Destruction Divine Palace didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Fang Chen had been recognized by the Sword Burial Celestial Palace and had the highest status in the Five Elements Sword City. The Five Elements Palace Master was the happiest. The appearance of the people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace, especially to protect Fang Chen, made him feel relieved. Since the people from the Sword Burial Celestial Palace have spoken, the Blood Moon Leader won't dare to act rashly. He just needs to be wary of the true Martial Realm martialists, the Five Elements Palace Master muttered to himself. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the Five Elements Palace. He had witnessed everything with his own eyes. At this moment, he clenched his fists and his face was extremely gloomy. Chapter 876. In the Sword Burial State, there was a vast palace on top of a mountain shrouded in mist. Normally, no one would be able to get close to the mountain. The palace on top of the mountain was the Sword Burial Palace. It was the most mysterious faction in the Sword Burial State and the one with the most real power. Inside the palace, an old man sat casually by the side of a pond. His expression was gentle, and he didn't emit any aura. He took off his shoes and dipped his feet into the water. It was strange. There wasn't a single fish in the pond at first. But when the old man dipped his feet into the water, a mysterious power seemed to be injected into the water. Fish continued to gather around the old man's feet. They were jumping around happily. If there was an almighty here, they would be shocked. The water in the pond in front of the old man was not ordinary water at all. It was the Jade Moon divine water that made people tremble in fear. What was Jade Moon's sacred water? Everyone knew about the Jade Moon frost water. The Jade Moon pearl contained an extremely cold aura that could turn an ordinary pond into a Jade Moon frost pond. The Jade Moon frost water's effects were well known and everyone yearned for it. However, very few people knew about the Jade Moon holy water. The Jade Moon pearl that made people's hearts palpitate was produced from the Jade Moon holy water. Strictly speaking, the Jade Moon sacred water was an upgraded version of the Jade Moon frost water. If the Jade Moon frost water was a child, then the Jade Moon sacred water was an adult. The Jade Moon sacred water was 10,000 times stronger than the Jade Moon frost water. Even the souls of some mystic kings would be instantly frozen if they touched the Jade Moon divine water. After the baptism of time, the Jade Moon frost water would produce a large number of Jade Moon pearls. At a closer look, there were countless pearls scattered in the pond before the old man. These pearls were the Jade Moon pearls. The fact that the old man could play with the fish so easily in the Jade Moon sacred water was enough to show his strength. Other than the Jade Moon sacred water, there were also the fishes that could live freely in the water. They were the legendary divine Chi gathering fish. The divine Chi gathering fish could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and they lived in the Jade Moon sacred water. It was said that if a cultivator had a divine Chi gathering fish, their cultivation could reach 10,000 feet in a day. It was very shocking. Countless cultivators couldn't see one in their entire lives. However, there were countless of them before his eyes. While the old man was playing with the divine Chi gathering fish, an old man suddenly rushed in. "Palace Lord, the matter has been settled," the old man said softly. The old man nodded and said, "How is he?" "Palace Master, you're right. His 5 elements sword art has already reached the perfection stage. It won't be long before he arrives at the burial sword city," the old man said. "All right, you may leave." The palace lord waved his hand. 5 elements sword city. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chun finally made a decision. He wanted to leave the 5 elements sword city. Although he was the city lord, he was too weak to protect himself. Although the expert from the sword-bearing Immortal Palace had forced the Blood Moon leader to retreat, he couldn't protect him forever. Although he had said that profound kings couldn't make a move against him, Lin Yun didn't dare to do anything to him. However, there were plenty of genuine martial realm experts. The Blood Moon Assassin Organization had several experts in the true martial realm, enough to kill Fang Chen. Therefore, in order to protect himself, Fang Chen was prepared to leave the 5 elements sword city. "City Lord, you're leaving?" asked the 5 elements palace lord. Fang Chen nodded and said, "It's a bit dangerous for me to stay in the 5 elements sword city. It's better to go to the burial sword city." "But you're the city lord of the 5 elements sword city. The city hasn't been unified yet." Fang Chen also understood the 5 elements palace lord's meaning. "I'm leaving this time to increase my strength. One day, I'll arrive at the 5 elements sword city with absolute strength. At that time, I'll unify the 5 elements sword city. I'll personally kill anyone who wants to kill me. If anyone refuses to submit, I'll use my fist to make them submit." Fang Chen said in a deep voice. "That's true. If the city lord continues to stay in the 5 elements sword city, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization will definitely not let you go," said the 5 elements palace lord after pondering for a moment. After speaking to the 5 elements palace lord, Fang Chen issued his first order as the city lord of the 5 elements sword city. From today onwards, the 5 elements palace lord would temporarily take over his duties as the city lord. When this news spread, the 5 elements sword city was in an uproar. All the cultivators were discussing Fang Chen. As for the Blood Moon Assassin Organization, they were also secretly making preparations. As for the Divine Destruction Palace, after this incident, they didn't dare to act rashly. The sword burial Immortal Palace recognized Fong Chen. Many cultivators in the Five Elements Sword City also supported Fong Chen incomparably. Since he issued an order as the city lord, there were naturally countless people supporting him. After issuing this order, Fong Chen quietly left the Five Elements Sword City. I'm looking forward to the day you grow up. The Five Elements Palace Lord vaguely felt that this city lord wasn't ordinary. The birth of a new city lord in the Five Elements Sword City shocked the entire Burial Sword province. Many cities were inquiring about the background of this new city lord. However, in the end, they found nothing. After Fong Chen left the Five Elements Sword City, he used the true meaning of void to quickly travel through the void. However, he was still targeted by the assassins of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. Whoosh, whoosh. Fong Chen's speed was extremely fast. Every time he appeared, he would instantly hide in the void again. After coming to the Burial Sword province, Fong Chen's frequency of using the true meaning of void had obviously increased. The reason was that he was weak. Of course, the increase in frequency of using the true meaning of void also allowed Fong Chen to have a deeper understanding of the true meaning of void. Currently, his true meaning of void had already reached the peak of the first grade. However, he didn't dare to step into the second grade. This was because without the guidance of an almighty, the true meaning of void would easily go down the wrong path. Back then, the Heavenly Void King had gone down the wrong path because he didn't have the guidance of an almighty. It had fallen from a supreme true meaning to a high-grade true meaning. Therefore, Fong Chen had been suppressing it all this time. After an hour, Fong Chen had already left the Five Elements Sword City and arrived at the entrance of a mountain range. It was also at this time that the Blood Moon Assassin Organization couldn't help but make a move. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tyrannical attack appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Fong Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the mountain range. "Kid, you're dead!" A furious roar was heard. Fong Chen instantly realized that the person chasing after him was the dark shadow Venerable. No, to be exact, it should be the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower's spirit. Damn it! Fong Chen was forced to reveal his true form by the fairy. He instantly felt an oppressive force. Swoosh! Suddenly, a blood-red aura surged out. The fairy activated all of its power and merged with the dark shadow Venerable to release its strongest power. A beautiful red flower appeared in the fairy's palm. This was the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower's true form. Just as Fong Chen was about to hide in the void, the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower in the fairy's palm suddenly turned into a blood-red stream of light and shot directly towards Fong Chen. Bang! Xiao Qin executed the Five-Element Sword technique at full power, and a five-colored sword appeared. Bang! It blocked the scarlet light with great difficulty. As for Fong Chen's body, he was instantly sent flying. Run! Fong Chen didn't say anything else. He activated the true meaning of the void and escaped. Trying to escape? The fairy sneered and stretched out its hand. The power of a quasi-king expert instantly erupted. Countless blood-red branches appeared around its body and wrapped around Fong Chen's body in the blink of an eye. Not good! Fong Chen shouted in his heart. He was extremely anxious. Let's see who can save you this time. The fairy sneered. In its eyes, Fong Chen was definitely going to die. I can't die. Fong Chen's eyes flashed with determination as he said in a deep voice. He originally thought that with the true meaning of the void, he could easily leave the Five Elements Sword City. But now it seemed that he was too naive. This damn fairy. If he didn't die, he would definitely kill it in the future. Just as the blood-red branches wrapped around Fong Chen, the latter's body emitted a vast void aura. Breakthrough. Fong Chen's eyes were filled with a scarlet color. He was breaking through his true meaning of the void. A crazy void aura emerged from his body. At this moment, the true meaning of the void was activated to the extreme. Now, he couldn't care less. Only by breaking through the true meaning of the void could he have a chance of survival. Seeing this scene, the fairy was a little surprised. Immediately, it felt a sense of oppression. The true meaning of the void in Fang Chen's body was extremely crazy. Originally, the true meaning of the void had reached the limit of a breakthrough and had been suppressed by Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen gave up on suppressing it. The true meaning of the void naturally broke through to the second-grade realm. Buzz. Chapter 877. The Dark Shadow Venerable was originally a quasi-king expert who had been searching for a way to step into the Mystic King realm. However, he was unable to step into the Mystic King realm. After fusing with the Yin soul of an Almighty, his strength skyrocketed, and he almost stepped into the Mystic King realm. However, due to the obstruction of the Blood Jade Bodhi Flower, he was stuck at the Quasi-King realm. And now, the aura emitted from Fang Chen's body made an expert like the fairy feel danger. What's going on? The fairy squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. At the same time, his hands were constantly unleashing his most powerful attacks. In front of absolute strength, everything was meaningless. As long as he could kill Fang Chen, everything would be over. Whoosh! The fairy's attacks bombarded Fang Chen's body crazily. However, he was surprised to find that Fang Chen's body, which was originally entangled by the blood-red branches, was gradually fading and finally disappearing into the void. Space-type true meaning. The fairy's eyes flickered and he felt uneasy. There was a faint, oppressive feeling in the air. He did not know if it was because of Fang Chen. The fairy attacked the surrounding void crazily, trying to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, in the void, a majestic aura of the void exploded around Fang Chen's body. His aura was skyrocketing crazily. Supreme true meaning. Without any guidance from an almighty, it forcefully broke through to the second grade. Fang Chen did not care about the risk of the true meaning of the void evolving into other true meanings. At this moment, his only goal was to escape from this place. Buzz. A ripple appeared in the void. It raised the true meaning of the void in his body to the extreme. Then, Fang Chen pushed the true meaning of the void to the extreme. His body flashed and he quickly left. Trying to escape? In the process of Fang Chen's escape, the ripple in the void was discovered by the fairy. The latter roared and chased after him. However, after chasing for a while, the fairy stopped in its tracks. His face was ashen and he was furious. He was a quasi-king level expert, yet a mere LV5 true martial realm martial artist had managed to escape from under his nose. After an unknown period of time, a ripple appeared in a certain part of the void. Then, Fang Chen's figure appeared in an instant. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his clothes were completely soaked. Clearly, it was caused by overuse of the true will of the void. Fang Chen panted as he sat down on the ground. He looked around and found that there was no danger, so he started to rest. While resting, Fang Chen secretly observed his own true meaning of void. He discovered that after the true intent of the void had reached the second grade, its power had increased tremendously. The effect of concealing the void had become even more obvious. The true meaning of void hasn't changed. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Without the guidance of an almighty, it was very easy for a transcendental true meaning to change during a breakthrough. After Fang Chen checked, he found that the true meaning of void hadn't changed, and a smile appeared on his face. Lucky, Fang Chen thought to himself. After a short rest, Fang Chen continued on his way. He secretly swore that when he returned to the Five Elements Sword City, it would be the day he killed the fairy. However, Fang Chen didn't notice that when he was flying, the true meaning of void in his body had quietly changed. In the dense void aura, there was some inexplicable aura. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know all of this. Even if he observed carefully, he wouldn't be able to discover it. After being ambushed by the fairy, Fang Chen had successfully escaped. After that, Fang Chen had been hurrying on with his journey. Not long after, he once again arrived at the edge of the buried Sword City. Buried Sword City. Looking at the ground in front of him, Fong Chen was extremely excited. Last time, he had met the people of the Buried Sword Immortal Palace at the edge of the Buried Sword City. Moreover, he had learned some secrets about the Buried Sword State. I must get the recognition of the Buried Sword Emperor as soon as possible, Fong Chen thought to himself. Star and Moon's corpse had been sealed by Fong Chen with a special method, so it wouldn't rot for the time being. However, no one knew what would happen after a long time. Therefore, Fong Chen had to get the recognition of the Buried Sword Emperor as soon as possible, and then ask the Buried Sword Emperor to help revive Star and Moon. Fong Chen quickly came to the edge of the Buried Sword City, and then prepared to pass through the seal. Suddenly, the 5 elements aura around him burst out, enveloping Fong Chen and directly entering the Buried Sword City. After passing through the seal, Fong Chen found a very magnificent city. This city was extremely spacious. Compared to the 5 elements Sword City, it was many times larger. There was a golden plaque hanging above the city gate, and there were 3 words written on it: Buried Sword City. As expected of the Buried Sword City. When Fong Chen saw the 3 words Buried Sword City, his heart trembled. These 3 words contained a very powerful sword intent. A slightly weaker martialist would definitely not be able to withstand this kind of mental shock. Fong Chen pondered for a moment before arriving outside the Buried Sword City. Finally, he entered the city. After arriving at the Buried Sword City, Fong Chen realized why this was the central core city of the Buried Sword State. Looking at the streets, every martialist was at least at the 6th level of the true martial realm. Fong Chen's strength could be considered the weakest. Although there were very few martialists in the Buried Sword City, the quality was very high. While Fong Chen was still in shock, someone suddenly patted Fong Chen's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Brother, you must have just arrived in the Buried Sword City, right?" When Fong Chen heard this, he turned his head and saw a scholarly man wearing white robes. He had a simple and honest smile on his face. "How did you know?" asked Fong Chen in response. "I saw that brother had just entered the city and had been watching the entire time, so I took the liberty to ask." The scholarly man gently waved the fan in his hand with a slight smile. Fong Chen nodded. "That's right. This is my first time in the Buried Sword City. Could it be that you are also here?" The scholarly man nodded. "I am from Sword Calligraphy City. This is my first time in the Buried Sword City." Fong Chen. Fong Chen said his name. He felt that this person was a bit interesting. "Brother Fong, this is both our first time in the Buried Sword City. How about we travel together?" asked the scholarly man. The Buried Sword City was very large, and there were many powerful martialists. Newcomers were the weakest, so they urgently needed to find a backer. As for the scholarly man, he felt that Fong Chen wasn't ordinary, so he wanted to befriend him. "All right," said Fong Chen. It just so happened that he didn't know anything about the Buried Sword City. It's said that every newcomer has to go to the registration area to register their status. "Let's go over right now," said the scholarly man. Fong Chen nodded. "I still don't know your name." "Everyone calls me a scholar." The 2 of them walked down the wide street toward the registration area. Within the Buried Sword City, all martial artists had to register. If a martial artist didn't register at the registration area and was discovered by the city lord's mansion, the consequences would be severe. A moment later, Fong Chen and the scholar arrived at the registration area. This place was very quiet. There were only a few people here and there. Why are there so few people here? Fong Chen was a bit puzzled. "Brother Fong, this is the registration area. Only newcomers need to register, so there are naturally very few martial artists here," said the scholar. Fong Chen came to a realization and entered the registration area. "Are the 2 of you here to register your status?" asked a staff member as soon as they entered the registration area. "Yes, we're here to register," said the scholar. "Please come over here." The staff member led Fong Chen and the scholar to a table. Name, a warrior on the stool asked mechanically. Book maniac. Cultivation base. 7th stage of the true martial realm. Where are you from? Sword City. After the staff member finished asking the scholar, he recorded a bit of information and then injected it into a token. Finally, he handed the token to the scholar. This is your status token. Keep it safe. If you lose it, remember to come here to replace it. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. After speaking, the staff member looked at Fong Chen. Chapter 878. Before the staff member could ask, Fong Chen told him his information. Originally, the staff member was a little impatient and wanted to quickly register and go to rest. However, when he heard the 2 words Fong Chen, his expression changed slightly. When the words 5 Elements Sword City came out of Fong Chen's mouth, the staff member's expression finally changed greatly. He looked at Fong Chen with a hint of fear in his eyes. Then he said with a smile, "So it's Brother Fong. This is your identity token." The staff member's attitude towards Fong Chen was completely different from before, which made Fong Chen stunned. After the 2 of them received their identity tokens, they turned and left. "Brother Fong, I didn't expect you to be the city lord of the 5 Elements Sword City." The scholar looked at Fong Chen with burning eyes. Previously, the Sword Burial Immortal Palace announced that Fong Chen was the city lord of the 5 Elements Sword City. This piece of news was known to everyone. And now, the scholar was actually with the city lord of the 5 Elements Sword City. Although he was surprised by Fong Chen's cultivation, Fong Chen's cultivation had surprised him. However, the identity of the city lord of the 5 Elements Sword City was enough to let Fong Chen walk sideways in the Sword Burial City. "I really couldn't tell." The scholar grinned. Fong Chen was also stunned, and then he shook his head helplessly. His identity had actually spread to the Sword Burial City. However, Fong Chen didn't care. Anyway, this was the Sword Burial City, and he didn't have to be afraid of anyone. However, just as Fong Chen was chatting with the scholar, several figures appeared one after another at the registration office, preparing to register as a martial artist. When Fong Chen saw this, a smile appeared on his face. The current Fong Chen wasn't wearing a mask, so these people couldn't recognize him. "If Brother Gujian is here, we can register together," Fatty Li said regretfully when he passed by Fong Chen. Beside him were He Xuelin, Wu Li, and Luo Byron. Their cultivation bases had improved significantly, and their ancient golden indestructible sword techniques had reached the level of manifestation. Soon, they were in Buried Sword City. Fong Chen did not reveal his identity. Now was not the time. In the blink of an eye, Fatty Li and the other 3 finished registering. At this moment, Fong Chen and the scholar were also preparing to leave. However, right at that moment, a sinister voice entered everyone's ears. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the trash from Golden Sword City." As soon as this voice fell, several figures appeared. Fong Chen stopped and looked over. He discovered that these people were from Azura Sword City. The person who spoke was Azura Sword Sect Shiming, the person who had been defeated by Wu Li. "A defeated opponent dares to boast so shamelessly," Wu Li said coldly. "The people of Golden Sword City are all trash." Gu Yuming also spoke up. The people from Golden Sword City, led by Luo Byron, were all livid. "Trash like you dares to come to Burial Sword City and make a fool of yourselves?" The people from the Azura Sword Sect were extremely arrogant. Not far away, Fong Chen and the scholar stood quietly. "These people are a bit sinister. They're deliberately provoking those people so they can attack first," said the scholar. "Why is that?" Fong Chen didn't understand. "The rules of Burial Sword City are strict. Fighting is forbidden in public. If you do, the guards will immediately arrive. When the time comes, those people from Golden Sword City will definitely be punished. If it's light, they'll have to work in the mines for 100 years. If it's heavy, they'll have their cultivation crippled on the spot, said the scholar. Fang Chen's face was ashen. He was a bit angry. He had cultivated in Golden Sword City before, and the sword arena had given him a lot of resources. Fatty Li and the others also had a good relationship with him. How could he just watch as they were framed? While Fang Chen was speaking to the scholar, the people from Golden Sword City were completely infuriated. Fatty Li and the others didn't understand the rules and were about to attack. Could it be that the Azura Sword Sex people only know how to talk? Fatty Li glared at Lu Tianzi. You people from Golden Sword City don't have the qualifications to make me attack, said Lu Tianzi arrogantly. Boom. Luo Byron's explosive temper was completely infuriated. He immediately erupted with a majestic aura, preparing to attack the Azura Sword Sex people. However, at this moment, Fang Chen stopped Luo Byron's impulsiveness. Brother, what's the point of bickering with a few dogs? Fang Chen said with a chuckle as he walked towards Luo Byron and the others. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Fatty Li, He Xuelin, and the others all burst into laughter. Even Luo Byron, who was about to attack, stopped. He grinned and said, You're right. It's not worth it to fight with a few dogs. Who are you? How dare you meddle in our Azura Sword Sex matters? Seeing that Fang Chen had appeared and ruined their plans, Lu Tianzi and the others immediately asked coldly with ashen faces. You don't have the qualifications to know my name, said Fang Chen softly. The scholar was a bit puzzled. Why would Fang Chen help them out? However, he still quietly walked over to Fang Chen and whispered a few words into Fang Chen's ear. After hearing the scholar's words, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Everyone, I don't like these dogs. Can you let me teach them a lesson? Said Fang Chen to Luo Byron and the others. Luo Byron and the others were flabbergasted. They didn't know this person, so why would he attack them? Luo Byron and the others exchanged glances. As for Lu Tianzi and the others, their expressions completely sank. Brat, are you courting death? Asked Lu Tianzi icily. Your grandpa is standing right here. Do you dare attack me? Sneered Fang Chen. Lu Tianzi and the others were even more infuriated, but they didn't have any intention of attacking. As expected, the Azura Sword Sex people are all hypocrites. They intentionally infuriated Golden Sword City's people so that they could attack you. Then the guards would cripple your cultivation bases. You really are vicious, said Fang Chen. What does that have to do with you? Roared Gu Yuming. His plan had almost succeeded, but this brat had ruined it. He was furious. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Luo Byron and the others' expressions changed slightly. They felt a bit of lingering fear. Then they furiously glared at Lu Tianzi and the others. Brat, just who are you? Asked Lu Tianzi icily as he stared at Fang Chen. How did I ruin your plan? Were you trying to find out who I was so you could find a chance to retaliate against me in the future? Sneered Fang Chen. I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, then come attack me. Fang Chen's expression was extremely exaggerated. Lu Tianzi and the others had an urge to directly cut off his head. However, they also knew Burial Sword City's rules, so they didn't dare act on their own. Brat, I'll remember you. I'll definitely make you pay back 100 times over for what happened today. Lu Tianzi prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's figure drifted to the side of Lu Tianzi and the others. They were caught off guard and were instantly slapped in the face. Ah! Lu Tianzi and the others had never been humiliated like this before. They were infuriated. You're courting death. Courting death? Trash like you aren't qualified for me to attack, said Fang Chen disdainfully. He was intentionally humiliating Lu Tianzi and the others, but these people were actually quite calm. They were afraid of violating the rules, so they hadn't attacked. However, did that mean Fang Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to them if they didn't attack? Fang Chen turned his head to give the scholar a strange look. Then he swaggered over to Lu Tianzi. Bang! Fang Chen circulated his spiritual qi and gathered it in his fist. Then he punched Lu Tianzi. Lu Tianzi's body was sent flying by Fang Chen. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to actually dare attack him. "Brat, you're dead. The guards will be here soon." Lu Tianzi crawled up from the ground, a crazed smile on his face. As for Luo Byron and the others, they were worried for Fang Chen. "Brother, thank you for saving us. However, because of us, you ended up being punished." "We are truly apologetic," Luo Byron said. Fang Chen waved his hand, stopping Luo Byron from speaking. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Lu Tianzi. In his eyes, Lu Tianzi was very stupid. The scholar narrowed his eyes. He wasn't worried at all that Fang Chen would be punished by the guards. Not long after, a group of guards covered the sky and covered the earth. Chapter 879. The guards' auras were incomparably powerful. Their faces were filled with displeasure. To dare attack someone in Burial Sword City, these people were simply tired of living. Seeing the arrival of the guards, Lu Tianzi shouted loudly, wanting the guards to cripple Fang Chen's cultivation. The guards walked over and looked at the two of them. "What's going on?" "Sir, I'm here to register my identity, but this person attacked me for no reason," Lu Tianzi said before anyone else could. "Take out your identity medallion," said the guard expressionlessly. Fang Chen handed over his identity medallion. There was no fear on his face. After checking Fang Chen's identity medallion, the guard's expression changed slightly. He handed it back to Fang Chen. "Guards, this person has no respect for the law. He must be severely punished for committing such a crime here." The guard's expression was incomparably solemn. Lu Tianzi was inwardly delighted. If this person violated Burial Sword City's rules, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. However, to everyone's surprise, as soon as Lu Tianzi finished speaking, the guard at the front said coldly, "Scram." At the same time, Lu Tianzi's body was sent flying and he heavily crashed into the ground. Lu Tianzi looked at the guard in disbelief. "Guards, he was the one in the wrong first. Why did you attack me instead of indulging him?" asked Lu Tianzi. "Do you know who he is?" asked the guard expressionlessly. "His name is Fang Chen. He is the city lord of 5 Elements Sword City." The guard's aura was extremely terrifying, and it directly pressed down on Lu Tianzi and the others. "What?" Hearing this, Lu Tianzi's face was filled with shock and fear. "He is the city lord of 5 Elements Sword City." Lu Tianzi's heart was filled with raging waves. How could such a young martial artist be the city lord of 5 Elements Sword City? Although he couldn't accept this fact, the guard's words were unquestionable. Lu Tianzi glared at Fang Chen and turned to leave. Seeing Lu Tianzi and the others leave, the guard cupped his hands towards Fang Chen and smiled. "City Lord, sorry for disturbing you." "I'm fine." Fang Chen nodded slightly. Actually, Fang Chen had just learned from the scholar that every city lord had certain privileges within the Burial Sword City. He was the city lord of the 5 Elements Sword City, and his identity had long been recorded by Buried Sword City. The guard leader checked his identity token and knew who he was. Therefore, no matter what the cause of the incident was, the guards would not do anything to Fang Chen. At this moment, the scholar at the side had a wide smile on his face. As for He Xuelin and the others, they were a little shocked. 5 Elements Sword City's city lord. The 4 of them were shocked. This person was so young, but he was actually the lord of a city. It was too shocking. "City Lord, this must be your first time in Sword Burial City. Please come with us," the guard leader said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Can I bring a friend?" "Of course." Hearing this, he turned to look at the scholar. The latter was also grinning from ear to ear. In the end, Fang Chen and the scholar left with the guards. The 4 geniuses of Golden Sword City looked at each other in dismay. This person is actually the city lord of the 5 Elements Sword City. How shocking! The 5 Elements Sword City hasn't had a city lord for a long time. I didn't expect this person to be so young. I'm a little puzzled. Why would the City Lord of the 5 Elements, Sword City, save us? Hearing the 3 of them, Fatty Lee's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "Did you notice that he looks like someone?" "Who?" The 3 of them looked at Fatty Lee and asked in unison. Gu Jian. Fang Chun and the scholar arrived at the City Lord's mansion. Sword Burial City was different from other cities. The City Lord's mansion was directly under the jurisdiction of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, and the City Lord was also an important figure in the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. This time, the guard leader was bringing Fang Chen to see the City Lord of the Sword Burial City. Before long, the guard leader brought Fang Chen and the scholar to a luxurious courtyard. "Young master, you can rest here," said the guard leader to the scholar. Then he turned to Fang Chen and said, "City Lord, I'll take you to see our City Lord." The scholar exchanged a glance with Fang Chen and then entered the luxurious courtyard. As for Fang Chen, he went to see the legendary Sword Burial City's City Lord. City Lord's mansion, study. The 2 old men were full of smiles. "If that kid sees the 2 of us, what kind of expression will he have?" asked the short old man with a mischievous smile. "I bet he'll definitely be surprised," said the tall old man confidently. "Do you dare bet?" The short old man clearly didn't agree with the tall old man. "Then let's bet. What do you want to bet?" The tall old man was very confident in his guess. "Didn't you obtain an immortal burial jade before? If you lose, give it to me," said the short old man with a smile. The tall old man's expression changed, and he immediately refused. "Humph, you want my immortal burial jade? Impossible," said the tall old man. "Aren't you very confident? You don't even dare to bet with the immortal burial jade." The short old man deliberately provoked the tall old man. "Impossible. Regardless of whether I'm confident or not, I definitely won't bet with the immortal burial jade." The tall old man shook his head with a firm attitude. Seeing this, the short old man was a little helpless and then said, "Well, if you lose, just give me a soul destruction pill." Hearing this, the tall old man agreed. While the 2 were talking, Fang Chen also came to the study. "City Lord, the City Lord of the 5 Elements, Sword City, has been brought. Let him in." A voice came from the study. The guard leader cupped his hands to Fang Chen and then turned to leave. Without the City Lord's permission, the guards were not allowed to enter the study. This was the rule of the Sword Burial City, and no one dared to break it. Fang Chen gently pushed open the door and entered the study. In an instant, Fang Chen saw 2 old men with wretched smiles on their faces. "You wouldn't be the City Lords of the Sword Burial City, right?" Fang Chen was a bit surprised, but his expression was still very calm. "Kid, we meet again." "Yes, the 2 of us are the City Lords of the Sword Burial City." The short old man smiled. Seeing Fang Chen's calm expression, the tall old man was a bit speechless. "Kid, aren't you shocked to see the 2 of us?" asked the tall old man. Fang Chen spread his hands. "What's there to be shocked about? I've seen you before and know that you're important figures in the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. It's normal for you to be the City Lords of the Sword Burial City." Hearing this, the short old man laughed heartily. As for the tall old man, he was filled with helplessness. In the end, he took out a soul destruction pill and threw it to the short old man. Seeing this, Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. While Fang Chen was lost in thought, the 2 old men looked at Fang Chen. "Kid, you're really something. Not only did you obtain the 5-element sword, but you also fused with the 5-element bell to become the City Lord of the 5-element Sword City," said the tall old man. When they had learned of this from the palace master, they had also been shocked. But in the end, they felt relieved. If he could draw out the 12th heaven tribulation, then what was the point of fusing with the 5-element bell? Furthermore, the palace master had said that this child had the highest chance of obtaining the Sword Burial Emperor's approval. Fusing with the 5-element bell proved the palace master's words. If it was an ordinary city lord, The two old men wouldn't even bother to meet him. But Fang Chen was different. The two of them had high hopes for Fang Chen, and the palace master also favored him. "It was just a fluke," said Fang Chen. "You're the first person in the history of the Sword Burial City to fuse with the 5-element bell. If that counts as a fluke, then how can we still have the face to continue living?" Hearing this, Fang Chen was no longer modest. The two of them already knew Fang Chen's background. "We called you here to tell you a few things about the Sword Burial City," said the tall old man. "What is it?" Fang Chen's eyes flickered. "Every genius that comes to the Sword Burial Prefecture will go to the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall," said the short old man. "Sword Burial Heavenly Wall? What's that?" Fang Chen was a bit confused. Just what was this Sword Burial Heavenly Wall? Chapter 880. The Sword Burial Heavenly Wall was the most famous place in the Sword Burial Province. It was also the place where the geniuses of the Sword Burial Province gathered. Sword Burial City was different from other cities. Here, the City Lord Mansion was the strongest overlord and governed the entire Sword Burial City. Within the Sword Burial City there were many powerful sects. These sects had always been paying attention to the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. As long as they discovered someone with heaven-defying potential, they would do everything they could to rope them into their sect. The Sword Burial Heavenly Wall was naturally born. The more sword scars a martial artist left behind on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall, the stronger their talent in the Sword Dao. Fang Chen finally understood after listening to the two old men's explanation. The Sword Burial Heavenly Wall was also a method to obtain the Sword Burial Heavenly Emperor's approval. With your heaven-defying potential, you should go to the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall to give it a try. The short old man smiled. "That's right. Although your cultivation is ordinary, you were able to trigger a 12th level tribulation. Your monstrous potential is simply unimaginable." As the two old men spoke, Fang Chen felt a little curious about the legendary Sword Burial Sky Wall. "Where is it?" asked Fang Chen. He wanted to give it a try. The Sword Burial Heavenly Wall recorded the most monstrous martial artists of the Sword Burial Province's younger generation. Fang Chen also wanted to see just how strong these monstrous martial artists were. After chatting with the two city lords for a long time, Fang Chen directly settled down in the City Lord Mansion. The next day, he followed the scholar to the legendary Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. "Brother Fang, you're very powerful. Even the City Lord Mansion treats you like this." The scholar kept praising Fang Chen along the way. Fang Chen remained silent. In his mind, he kept thinking about the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. The Sword Burial Heavenly Wall was located on the Sword Burial Peak. This peak was very unique. It was filled with dense sword chi. No martial artist could fly to the Sword Burial Peak. They could only walk. While climbing the mountain, Fang Chen heard many discussions about the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. "Have you guys heard? Sidu Hong came out of seclusion yesterday. It is said that he will come to the Burial Sword Heavenly Wall to test his talent today," a martial artist said. "With Sidu Hong's potential, he will definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall." "That's right. Sidu Hong's potential is too heaven-defying." While this group of people was discussing Sidu Hong, on the other side there were clearly some martial artists who were dissatisfied. Sidu Hong is nothing. Even Duguyun is here today. In front of Duguyun, even Situ Hong is inferior." "That's right, Duguyun has the potential to become number 1. Situ Hong is no threat to Duguyun." Along the way, many martial artists were discussing some outstanding geniuses. When Fang Chen heard this, he didn't have any reaction because he didn't know these geniuses at all. On the other hand, the scholar at the side was extremely shocked. "I didn't expect that even Duguyun and Situ Hong would come. It seems like the Sword Burial Heaven Wall is very lively today." The scholar sighed. "Do you know Duguyun and Situ Hong?" Fang Chen asked casually. Not only have I heard of them, but in the entire sword burial city, you're probably the only one who doesn't know of them, said the scholar. When he mentioned Duguyun and Situ Hong, his eyes were filled with awe and respect. Situ Hong is the peak genius of the Situ family in Sword Burial City. His potential is so great that even profound kings are shocked. The scholar said, when Situ Hong was in the spiritual whirlpool realm, he was able to kill a warrior in the true martial realm. Now, he has reached LV6 of the true martial realm in less than a year. It is said that his real combat ability can easily defeat a warrior in LV9 of the true martial realm. If he's that powerful, could it be that he has triggered a 12th level tribulation? Asked Fong Chun softly. A 12th level tribulation? Are you crazy? Even Lu Jingyun, who is ranked number 1 in the heavenly wall, wasn't able to trigger a 12th level tribulation, said the scholar. What kind of joke was that? A 12th level tribulation was the strongest lightning tribulation of the true martial realm. It was a lightning tribulation that only existed in legends. Such a lightning tribulation was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Not to mention Duguyun and Situ Hong, even Lu Jingyun, who was ranked number 1 in the sword burial heavenly wall, wasn't able to trigger a 12th level tribulation when he entered the true martial realm. In fact, being able to trigger a 9-9 lightning tribulation was already very heaven-defying. Fong Chun curled his lips when he heard that, but he didn't say anything. He had triggered a 12th level tribulation, which was why he casually asked. Unknowingly, the two of them had already reached the top of the sword burial peak. There was a jade wall at the top of the sword burial peak. There were countless sword scars on the jade wall. Each sword mark contained a vast aura of sword principle. On the flat ground in front of the jade disc, there were many cultivators sitting cross-legged, quietly cultivating. Fong Chun could clearly feel that there was a unique aura at the top of the sword burial peak. This unique aura could increase the cultivation speed of sword cultivators. "Is this the sword burial heavenly wall?" said Fong Chun as he stared at the jade wall. His heart was shaken. The sword burial heavenly wall was too magical. Thump! The golden heart rapidly throbbed at this moment, as if it had sensed the aura of the sword burial heavenly wall. "It's indeed unusual," said Fong Chun inwardly. However, there was a commotion in front of the jade wall at this moment. Shortly after, a white-clothed figure appeared. Shortly after, the crowd's shouts could be heard. "It's Situ Hong. He really appeared. Situ Hong has been in seclusion for so long. Did he really make a breakthrough? Last time, Situ Hong left behind 70 sword scars on the sword burial heavenly wall. I wonder if he can improve this time." Many whispers could be heard. Fong Chun also stared at Situ Hong with interest. Situ Hong had a gentle smile on his face, and his entire body was emitting a powerful sword aura. Just as everyone was discussing, Situ Hong walked to the front of the jade wall. The jade disc was 10 meters tall, and Situ Hong's figure was small and skinny in front of it. However, this couldn't cover up Situ Hong's brilliance. On the side of the jade wall was a stone tablet. This was a ranking list. There were many small words on the list. As long as you could leave behind a sword scar on the sword burial heavenly wall, you could enter the list. Fong Chun could clearly see that Situ Hong's name was on the 10th place. "Only by leaving behind 70 sword scars can you be ranked 10th, muttered Fong Chun to himself. "Brother Fong, there's something you don't know, but the sword burial heavenly wall is extremely hard. Wanting to leave a sword scar on it is too difficult," explained the scholar. "Even Lu Jingyun, who is ranked first, only left behind 93 sword scars." Just as the scholar was speaking, Situ Hong attacked. Boundless sword chi surged out of Situ Hong's body, and then a long sword appeared in his hand. Then, Situ Hong's wrist shook, and the long sword in his hand constantly changed. Seeing this, Fong Chun's expression changed slightly. As expected of a genius sword cultivator from the sword burial city. "He's actually able to use his sword to such a level," said Fong Chun inwardly. According to the Sword Dao Quintessence's primary scroll, Situ Hong was comparable to someone at the 5th step of the Sword Dao. At this time, Fang Chen finally understood why the Sword Burial Prefecture's sword cultivators were so powerful. Whoosh! The longsword in Situ Hong's hand constantly changed. In the end, a sword light that couldn't be seen with the naked eye shot toward the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. Buzz! A peculiar sound came from the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. Then, a vast amount of sword chi spread out. Then, Situ Hong put away his sword and looked at the Sword Burial Sky Wall with a smile on his face. At this time, the sword chi on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall gradually disappeared. Everyone looked over and saw that the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall was now covered in sword scars. How many sword scars? This was the question everyone was most concerned about. In the blink of an eye, everyone knew. There were 80 sword scars. There were 10 more sword scars than last time. The entire Sword Burial Peak was in an uproar. Countless cultivators looked at Situ Hong in shock. He's too powerful. He actually created 80 sword scars. If I had half of his potential, I wouldn't have any regrets even if I died. Situ Hong's ranking is already in the top 5. Many cultivators said one after another. Situ Hong was quite satisfied with his result. 5th. Chapter 881. Before Situ Hong there were 4 other names. It won't be long before I surpass you, said Situ Hong softly. At this moment, a hearty laugh rang out. Situ Hong, I didn't expect you to come so early. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-robed man arrived at the Burial Sword Peak. Dugu Yun had arrived. Dugu Yun and Situ Hong were both rising stars. Their potential was publicly recognized as monstrous. Dugu Yun was different from Situ Hong. He came from a large sect and had received the full support of the sect. Last time, Dugu Yun had created 75 sword scars on the Burial Sword Heavenly Wall, ranking 7. But this time, he had made a comeback. He was determined to break his own record. Dugu Yun. Experts were lonely. To be able to step on the path to the peak, having a few opponents was something to be gratified about. Although Situ Hong and Dugu Yun were competitors, the two of them were very close to each other. Situ Hong, you've improved quite a bit during this time, said Dugu Yun with a grin. You're not bad either, said Situ Hong. As expected, Dugu Yun didn't waste any words. He directly stepped forward and began to display his sword arts. His exquisite sword arts made Fang Chen sigh with emotion. In the end, when Dugu Yun put away his sword, 84 sword scars had appeared on the Burial Sword Heavenly Wall. 84 sword scars ranked 4th. This was Dugu Yun's result. The entire Burial Sword Peak was in an uproar once more. Situ Hong was very calm about this. It seemed he had already expected this result. Only 84 sword scars. Dugu Yun looked at the sword scars on the Burial Sword Heavenly Wall and said helplessly. The entire Burial Sword City was overshadowed by Dugu Yun and Situ Hong's radiance. All the other martial artists were overshadowed. Not long after, Dugu Yun and Situ Hong left together. In their eyes, the other martial artists weren't worthy of their attention. After the two of them left, there were still a few martial artists who tried to break through the Burial Sword Heavenly Wall. But their results weren't very good. Brother Fang, go try it, whispered the scholar as he glanced at Fang Chen. Aren't you going? Fang Chen asked. The scholar chuckled and arrived in front of the Sword Burial Sky Wall ahead of Fang Chen. Seeing an unfamiliar face, the surrounding cultivators all revealed looks of disdain. Another new warrior. Someone in the crowd said. It was abnormally difficult for new martial artists to leave behind sword scars on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. However, the scholar ignored the crowd and brandished the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a vast amount of sword chi surged out. Swoosh! An exquisite and peerless sword technique was displayed. The long sword in his hand directly bombarded the Sword Burial Sky Wall. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of metal clashing. After the sword chi dissipated, Some sword marks shockingly appeared on the sword burial heavenly wall. What? A newcomer managed to leave behind a sword mark on the burial sword heavenly wall? Quick, count how many sword scars there are. Many martial artists scanned the sword burial sky wall with their souls and instantly discovered the sword mark left behind by the scholar. Soon after, their eyes were filled with shock. Heavens, a newcomer who came to the sword burial sky wall for the first time actually managed to leave behind 50 sword scars. Is he the next Lu Jingyun? Cried out a martial artist. 50 sword scars was considered a high level in the sword burial prefecture. On the ranking list, the scholar was ranked 60th. There were countless sword cultivators in the sword burial prefecture. To be able to enter the top 100 was enough to see the scholar's talent in the sword Dao. Those martial artists who had originally ridiculed the scholar all changed their attitude. This was the first time he had left behind 50 sword scars on the sword burial sky wall. His potential was shocking. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could compare to Situ Hong and Duguyun. At this time, many martial artists came to befriend the scholar. As for the scholar, he ignored them and walked in front of Fong Qin. He grinned. "Brother Fong, it's your turn." Fong Qin smiled and walked in front of the sword burial sky wall. Seeing that it was yet another newcomer, everyone was flabbergasted. Just what was going on today? Situ Hong and Duguyun had come before, but now even a newcomer was so stunning. "There seems to be a vast amount of sword qi within the sword burial sky wall," muttered Fong Qin. The closer he got to the sword burial sky wall, the faster Fong Qin discovered that the golden heart was beating. Furthermore, the golden heart was absorbing the sword qi within the sword burial sky wall. This, Fong Qin was a bit puzzled, but he still took out the hidden star sword. Boom! Sword intent erupted. Fong Qin used the 5 elements sword art. A 5-colored sword blade instantly appeared and smashed into the sword burial sky wall. Dong! When the 5-colored sword blade smashed into the sword burial sky wall, the entire sword burial peak trembled. The sword burial sky wall was filled with sword qi. Countless sword scars appeared on the sword burial sky wall. At the same time, a strange aura was emitted from the golden heart. It drilled into the 5-colored sword blade, causing the power of the 5-colored sword blade to become incomparably powerful. At this moment, Fong Qin seemed to have entered an ethereal state. His mind was filled with the aura of sword Dao. As for himself, it was as if he was in a vast sea of sword Dao. The sword Dao is broad and profound. In an instant, Fong Qin's comprehension of sword Dao became deeper and deeper. It was also at this moment that the sword burial sky wall emitted a thumping sound, shaking the entire sword burial province. Inside the sword burial Immortal palace, the tall and short old man was reporting to the palace master about Fong Qin. "Palace master, Fong Qin is really surprising. He actually became the city lord of the 5 elements sword city in such a short time," said the short old man with a smile. "This child's potential is the best I have ever seen. I have already sent him to the sword burial sky wall. Perhaps he can surpass Lu Jingyun in one fell swoop," said the tall old man. The palace master nodded slightly. His gaze pierced through the clouds as if he could see the scene of the sword burial sky wall. "He is currently attacking the sword burial sky wall," said the palace master. However, as soon as the palace master finished speaking, the entire sword burial prefecture began to tremble. That was especially true of the sword burial peak. Countless cultivators were shocked. Just what had happened? Why had the sword burial peak suddenly begun to tremble? "Palace master, what is it?" asked the tall old man hastily. The palace master jumped to his feet. His face was filled with an excited smile. 99 sword scars, muttered the palace master to himself. In the next moment, he vanished. The 2 old men carefully digested the palace master's words. Their expressions immediately changed. The palace master said 99 sword scars. Could it be that he's talking about Fang Chen? To be able to shake the entire sword burial province, could it be that Fang Chen really managed to create 99 sword scars? As they spoke, the two old men also vanished. At this moment, on the burial sword peak, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword. His body was surrounded by wild sword qi. After their shock, many cultivators looked at the sword burial sky wall. What they saw became the deepest memory in their hearts. 99 sword scars. Wasn't this something that only existed in legends? It had actually appeared. The sword burial sky wall had existed since ancient times. The more sword scars one left on the sword burial sky wall, the more tyrannical one's talent in the sword Tao would be. It was rumored that anyone who could leave behind 99 sword scars would be able to enter the legendary sword burial Immortal Palace in the future. The last person who had managed to create 99 sword scars was the current palace master of the Immortal Palace. Now, 99 sword scars had appeared once more. Finally, after a moment of deathly silence, a cultivator cried out, 99 sword scars? Am I seeing things? Heavens, who is he? How can he create 99 sword scars? His potential is comparable to the palace master of the Immortal Palace. He's too monstrous. Even Lu Jingyun isn't worth mentioning in front of him. The palace master of the Immortal Palace stood calmly above the clouds, flanked by two old men. Palace master, this child's potential is so heaven-defying. Can he compare to you back then? Asked the short old man. Back then, Palace Master, you also created 99 sword scars, shocking the entire sword burial province. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would be someone from the younger generation who could reach such a level. It's too incredible. The tall man sighed. The Palace Master of the Immortal Palace looked calm, but his eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. Chapter 882. Back then, he had only managed to create 99 sword scars. But now, although Fang Chen had also created 99 sword scars, he had done it much more easily than back then. Most importantly, he had discovered some small cracks on the sword burial heavenly wall. He had created 99 sword scars with one sword strike and had almost caused a crack to appear in the sword burial heavenly wall. That kind of potential was much greater than his own back then. A 12th level tribulation cultivator truly lives up to his reputation, said the Palace Master after a long time. Then he prepared to leave. Palace Master, Fang Chen's actions will definitely cause dissatisfaction among some cultivators, said the short old man. The Palace Lord's figure disappeared, leaving behind a sentence. Let him deal with it himself. The Palace Master's actions were meant to temper Fang Chen. After everyone on the burial sword peak recovered from their shock, the news spread like a whirlwind through the entire burial sword city. Martialists started to emerge one after another in some parts of the burial sword city. What? Someone managed to create 99 sword scars? Just who is it that has surpassed Lu Jingyun? 99 sword scars. For a time, countless cultivators at the top of the rankings began to appear. One figure after another began to climb up the sword burial peak. The first to arrive was the 10th ranked expert. But because of Situ Hong and Fang Chen, his name had dropped to 12th. Who created 99 sword scars? Asked the 10th ranked expert. When the crowd heard this, they quickly opened up a path. The 10th strongest person looked at Fang Chen. You created 99 sword scars? Fang Chen nodded in response. That person stared at Fang Chen, his heart trembling slightly. Not long after, the top 10 cultivators on the rankings began to appear. Even Situ Hong and Duguyun, who had just left, appeared once more. This brat managed to create 99 sword scars. Situ Hong and Duguyun were both shocked. Just at this moment, two figures appeared, causing a commotion. Third-ranked Tuoba Yulong and second-ranked Lu Wudao. The appearance of these two people caused a commotion. Someone surpassed Lu Jingyun and became the #1 expert on the buried sword peak, said Tuoba Yulong as soon as he reached the top. I didn't expect that someone could surpass Lu Jingyun. I want to see who this person is. As they spoke, the two of them turned to look at Fang Chen. For a time, the entire sword burial sky wall was filled with wind and cloud. Countless martialists were looking at Fang Chen. Fang Chen suddenly became the center of attention. However, as the crowd glanced at Fang Chen, a soaring aura instantly filled the place. Lu Wudao and Tuoba Yulong glanced at each other, then looked into the distance. Lu Jingyun, the #1 expert on the list, had appeared. Who was it that created 99 sword scars? Asked Lu Jingyun from atop the burial sword peak. Lu Jingyun's aura was extremely dense. Even Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao didn't dare to fight him. Lu Jingyun, you've become even stronger, Lu Wudao said. Your cultivation base broke through? Asked Tuoba Yulong. The other experts also looked at Lu Jingyun. Lu Jingyun was the #1 genius of Buried Sword City. He wasn't very old, but his cultivation base had reached the heaven-defying 8th level of the true martial realm. Now that he had appeared, did that mean his cultivation base had reached the 9th level of the true martial realm? As expected, Lu Jingyun didn't hide anything. He directly said, I was just lucky to break through. Crash. The entire buried sword peak was in an uproar. Countless martialists were shocked. Lu Jingyun's cultivation base had actually reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. He was simply too monstrous. Lu Jingyun ignored the crowd's discussion and turned to Fang Chen. You were the one who created 99 sword scars? Fang Chen nodded. He could feel the pressure coming from Lu Jingyun. Too weak, said Lu Jingyun. Fang Chen's 99 sword scars only represented his heaven-defying potential, but his strength was incomparably weak. Your potential is heaven-defying. You created 99 sword scars, but your strength is very weak, said Lu Jingyun. Fang Chen stared at Lu Jingyun and said, You have cultivated longer than me and have more resources than me. If we were at the same level, I wouldn't be afraid of you. Hearing this, the crowd secretly admired Fang Chen's courage. He was the first person who dared to speak to Lu Jingyun like this. If we were at the same level, you wouldn't be afraid of me. Hearing this, Lu Jingyun smiled. Back then, he had relied on a pair of iron fists and a long sword to establish his current status. Lu Jingyun was invincible in the same level. Potential doesn't represent cultivation base. Lu Jingyun emphasized again. After saying this, Lu Jingyun thought for a moment and said, I'll give you 3 years. After 3 years, I hope you can fight with me. In an instant, Fang Chen's mind was filled with an invincible belief. He clenched his fists and stared at Lu Jingyun. He said word by word, I don't need 3 years. In 1 year, I have the confidence to defeat you. Fang Chen's words were too arrogant for the crowd. Even Lu Jingyun stopped in his tracks and carefully sized up Fang Chen. Are you sure you can fight with me in a year? Asked Lu Jingyun. Fang Chen nodded heavily. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly, giving Fang Chen great confidence. All right, in a year, no matter what your cultivation base is, I will fight with you. After saying this, Lu Jingyun left the burial sword peak. He had come this time to see the genius who could create 99 sword scars. However, after seeing it, he was a little disappointed. This person relied on his heaven-defying potential and was incomparably arrogant. It was ridiculous to think that he could defeat him in a year. In the eyes of Tuoba Yulong and the others, Fang Chen's words were incomparably laughable. They simply didn't take it seriously. After seeing a cultivator with 99 sword scars, they all began to challenge each other. Lu Wudao, in a year, Lu Jingyun will fight here. I also formally challenge you to a battle. 1 year from today, we will fight on the Burial Sword Peak. Among the younger generation of Burial Sword City, the only ones who could firmly suppress Tuoba Yulong were Lu Wudao and Lu Jingyun. There was no need to say anything about Lu Jingyun. Tuoba Yulong didn't even have the courage to challenge him. However, he was very confident in facing Lu Wudao. "All right, we will fight here in a year." Lu Wudao laughed heartily. "Duguyun, in a year, you and I will also fight here," said Siduhong. Duguyun nodded and floated away. Countless warriors on the Burial Sword Peak were extremely excited about the battle between these few people. Normally, it wasn't easy to see these geniuses, but in a year they would all fight here. Just thinking about such a grand occasion made them incomparably excited. The next few battles were also very important, but they weren't as shocking as Tuoba Yulong and the others. As for the battle between Lu Jingyun and Fang Chen, everyone only treated it as a joke. What kind of joke was that? No one believed that Lu Jingyun could defeat Lu Jingyun in a year. No, to be exact, there was only one person who believed it, and that was the palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. The entire Burial Sword City was crazily spreading the news of Fang Chen's 99 sword scars and his battle with Lu Jingyun. However, the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was incomparably quiet. After hearing the news, the palace master's face had a trace of a smile. "Palace master, Fang Chen is a little reckless. 1 year isn't enough for him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Jingyun," said the tall old man. "Yeah, Lu Jingyun has already reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. In a year, he might even enter the profound king realm," said the short old man. The two of them weren't optimistic about Fang Chen either. Although Fang Chen was a genius who hadn't matured was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Jingyun had already matured. Lu Jingyun's potential is very good. At such a young age, his cultivation has already reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. If he can really reach the profound king realm in a year, he will be the youngest profound king realm martial artist in the Sword Burial Prefecture, said the palace master. However, Fang Chen's potential is far more heaven-defying than you can imagine. The palace master recalled the situation of the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall and was incomparably excited. Perhaps Fang Chen can create a miracle. He triggered the 12th level tribulation, comprehended the true intent of the void, and created 99 sword scars in the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. Chapter 883. Fang Chen had only just arrived in Sword Burial City, but he had already caused such a huge commotion. Of course, other than the palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace and the 2 city lords of Sword Burial City, no one knew that Fang Chen was the one who had triggered the 12th layer tribulation. The Sword Burial Immortal Palace greatly valued Fang Chen. In a certain courtyard of the city lord's mansion, the scholar was looking at Fang Chen in shock. Although it had already been several days, his shock still hadn't dissipated. Brother Fang Yu, the scholar was shocked, but he couldn't say anything. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He was flipping through a booklet about Sword Burial City. This booklet had a very detailed description. Suddenly, Fang Chen's gaze locked onto a certain page of the booklet. Sword Art Competition? Fang Chen looked at this page and felt a little puzzled. The title of this page was called Sword Art Competition. Seeing Fang Chen's puzzlement, the scholar looked over and said, "Brother Fang, you wouldn't be thinking of going here, right? You know about sword art competition?" "Of course I do. There's probably no one in Sword Burial City who doesn't know about it." The scholar felt a bit helpless. Could it be that this fellow only had cultivation in his head? Then the scholar began to explain the sword art competition to Fang Chen. This so-called sword art competition was actually just a way to sharpen one's sword art. There was a sword art plaza in Sword Burial City. There was a martial stage in this plaza. Martial artists who wanted to sharpen their sword arts could go on the stage. On the martial stage, they would only use their sword arts to fight. There was a very powerful seal on the martial stage. As long as you stood on the martial stage, your spiritual chi would be sealed, and you wouldn't be able to use it. It was a pure sword art competition. After Fang Chen finished listening, His interest was piqued. Let's go take a look. Fang Chen raised his head. All right. The scholar immediately agreed. The two of them soon arrived at the Sword Art Plaza. Fang Chen was now a famous person in Sword Burial City. As soon as he arrived, he was recognized. Isn't this person Fang Chen? Who is Fang Chen? You don't even know Fang Chen? The martial artist who blasted out 99 sword scars in the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. There was a commotion in the swordsmanship square. All the cultivators' gazes landed on Fang Chen. Fang Chen and the scholar arrived at the swordsmanship square. Bang on the martial arts practice platform, two warriors were exchanging swordsmanship. Just as Fang Chen arrived, one warrior was suddenly sent flying by the other. The warrior standing on the martial arts practice platform happened to see Fang Chen. Isn't this our Burial Sword City's genius? How about it? Do you want to give it a try? The burly man grinned as he held a sword in his hand. Fang Chen nodded and stepped onto the stage. Fang Chen, although you blasted out 99 sword scars in the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall, you may not be able to win this swordsmanship duel. The burly man grinned. Fang Chen took out the star-hidden sword and found that the spirit chi was sealed. Take this. The burly man growled as he waved the long sword in his hand. His swordsmanship was very exquisite. However, Fang Chen stood motionless. When the long sword in the burly man's hand was about to touch him, he suddenly moved. The star-hidden sword stabbed at the burly man in a strange posture, directly forcing the burly man to retreat. At the same time, Fang Chen displayed the 5 elements sword technique. Although he did not have the support of spirit chi, with Fang Chen's current strength, the power unleashed was abnormally strong. Bang bang bang! In one exchange, the burly man was sent flying by Fang Chen. Seeing this, all the martial artists in the Sword Arts Plaza exclaimed in surprise. Worthy of being the #1 powerhouse on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list. This exquisite swordsmanship is really powerful. A martial artist cried out. In the following time, Fang Chen had been using his swordsmanship to fight other powerhouses. Unknowingly, it was already getting late. After Fang Chen defeated the last martial artist, he returned to the City Lord Mansion with the scholar. Today's battle made Fang Chen's reputation soar again. He defeated 18 martial artists in a row, and it was with pure swordsmanship. Only at this time did everyone know that Fang Chen not only had heaven-defying potential, but his swordsmanship was also so superb. When he returned that night, Fang Chen entered a state of epiphany. After waking up, his sword soul strengthened a lot. Fang Chen was very happy. If it continued like this, sword soul would definitely evolve into sword heart. In the next few days, Fang Chen would go to the Sword Arts Plaza every day. However, very few people wanted to challenge him. Gradually, the number of martial artists who challenged Fang Chen became fewer and fewer. Until 5 days later, Fang Chen stood on the martial arts stage, but no martial artist came to challenge him. This made Fang Chen very speechless. No one. Fang Chen said to himself. On the Sword Arts Plaza, many martial artists shook their heads. Fang Chen's swordsmanship was very magical, and fierce and overbearing. They were not Fang Chen's opponents. However, just as Fang Chen was waiting for a challenger, suddenly there was a noise on the Sword Arts Plaza. Fang Chen raised his head and looked over. He recognized the person at a glance. It was the original 10th powerhouse on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list. Fang Chen, let me fight you. This person was very jealous of Fang Chen's potential. He heard that Fang Chen was honing his swordsmanship at the Sword Arts Plaza and specially came to challenge Fang Chen. Fang Chen, your potential is heaven-defying, but in terms of swordsmanship, I am the strongest. After speaking, the 10th powerhouse instantly displayed his swordsmanship. Crash! Countless streaks of sword chi turned into raindrops in the sky. These raindrops contained a vast amount of sword chi. What swordsmanship is this? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. It was the first time he had seen this swordsmanship. Many cultivators below also exclaimed in surprise. Drizzle swordsmanship. The 10th powerhouse had once obtained an ancient sword Dao inheritance in an ancient relic and then cultivated the drizzle swordsmanship. Therefore, his strength also skyrocketed. When the drizzle swordsmanship was displayed, it was as if the sky was full of raindrops. It was very frightening. When the 10th powerhouse displayed the drizzle swordsmanship, Fang Chun clearly felt that the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly, absorbing the aura of the drizzle swordsmanship around him. After discovering this scene, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. In an instant the two of them fought. The battle between the two of them was very intense. This Fang Chen's swordsmanship is so exquisite. After fighting for a quarter of an hour, the 10th powerhouse secretly thought to himself. At this time, Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. The golden heart had been fully absorbed, so the battle could be over. Let's end this. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, countless sword lights burst out from the hidden star sword in his hand, stabbing at the 10th powerhouse from tricky angles. Bang! Bang! Although the 10th powerhouse desperately tried to resist, he was still blasted away. At this time, the 10th powerhouse realized that Fang Chen had been hiding his strength. The 10th powerhouse's face kept changing. Finally, he cupped his hands to Fang Chen and said in a deep voice, "I accept my defeat." After the 10th powerhouse left, there was an uproar in the swordsmanship square. Even the 10th powerhouse was defeated? Was Fang Chen's swordsmanship that strong? After the 10th powerhouse left, Sidu Hong appeared not long after. He was in the top 10 of the Buried Sword Sky Wall list. After hearing that the 10th powerhouse had been defeated, Sidu Hong wanted to see Fang Chen's swordsmanship. After a quarter of an hour, Sidu Hong's defeat caused a great uproar. Looking at Sidu Hong's back, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of a smile. If he could use spiritual qi, he might not be Sidu Hong's opponent. But with just his swordsmanship, he was not afraid of Sidu Hong. The reason why the fierce battle lasted for a quarter of an hour was because the golden heart was absorbing Sidu Hong's sword qi. Dugu Yun will fight you. After Sidu Hong left, Dugu Yun came. After a quarter of an hour, Dugu Yun was also defeated. After defeating Dugu Yun and Sidu Hong, Fang Chen's reputation soared. The entire Buried Sword City was talking about Fang Chen's name. After Dugu Yun left, Fang Chen waited for a while. When no one came again, he returned to the city lord's mansion. The news about Fang Chen's swordsmanship spread throughout the Buried Sword City. At a certain moment, Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao said that they wanted to challenge Fang Chen's swordsmanship. This news also caused a great uproar. After Fang Chen heard it, he immediately responded that he was ready to fight at any time. In the Buried Sword Immortal Palace, the palace master smiled when he heard the two old men's report. This kid was born to cultivate the way of the sword. After a long time, the palace master of the Immortal Palace grinned. Fang Chen's talent in the sword Dao was too amazing. The more he heard about Fang Chen's deeds, the more the palace master was sure that Fang Chen was the most likely genius to be recognized by the Buried Sword Emperor in the history of the Buried Sword City. Therefore, no matter what, he had to fully support Fang Chen. Even Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao can't help it. "This kid's swordsmanship is really high," said the short old man. "Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao will fight tomorrow. I wonder if they can defeat this kid," said the tall old man. "The two of them shouldn't be a match for Fang Chen," said the palace master slowly. Only he knew that Fang Chen's swordsmanship had already reached the Divine Connection realm. The Divine Connection realm was the highest level of swordsmanship. Whether a cultivator could cultivate their swordsmanship to the Divine Connection realm required great talent and all kinds of opportunities. It had to be said that Fang Chen's appearance had shocked the palace master of the Buried Sword Immortal Palace. "Palace master, why are you so sure?" asked the two old men. "The Divine Connection realm. When the palace master of the sword-bearing Immortal Palace said those words, the expressions of the two old men changed drastically. The buried sword Immortal Palace stood aloof in the buried sword city, but they were always paying attention to Fang Chen's every move. The entire buried sword province had become restless because of Fang Chen's arrival. Chapter 884. The next day, Fang Chen arrived at the swordsmanship plaza as promised. His swordsmanship was constantly improving through the duels. Most importantly, the Golden Heart was undergoing a transformation. Every time the Golden Heart transformed, it would bring great benefits to Fang Chen. Fang Chen was looking forward to this transformation. The swordsmanship plaza was already packed with people. Even some of the older generation true martial experts had come out of seclusion to watch the battle between Fang Chen, Lu Wudao, and Tuoba Yulong. Although Fang Chen's swordsmanship was exquisite beyond compare, many cultivators still believed that Lu Wudao and Tuoba Yulong would be able to end Fang Chen's legend. When Fang Chen arrived, the entire swordsmanship plaza was in an uproar. Countless gazes looked at Fang Chen. He's Fang Chen, the genius who blasted out 99 sword scars on the sword burial sky rampart. The youngest city lord in the history of the Five Elements Sword City. This kid's bearing is extraordinary. No wonder his swordsmanship is so powerful. Although Fang Chen might not be able to defeat Lu Wudao and Tuoba Yulong in the upcoming duels, no one was stingy with their praise for Fang Chen. All the cultivators were praising Fang Chen. It was truly extraordinary for such a young cultivator to have such high achievements. Most importantly, this person's identity was extraordinary. He was the current city lord of the Five Elements Sword City. Just this identity alone was enough to make countless cultivators revere him. Fang Chen stood on the stage, waiting for Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao to arrive. Before long, Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao arrived together. Fang Chen, you're early. Tuoba Yulong grinned. Lu Wudao looked at Fang Chen expressionlessly. Which one of you will go first? Asked Fang Chen with a nod. Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao were both surprised when they heard this. Soon after, Tuoba Yulong roared with laughter. It doesn't matter which of us goes first. We'll end your victory. Tuoba Yulong's meaning was obvious. Either of them could defeat Fang Chen with pure sword skills. Fang Chen didn't say anything. Anything he said now would be superfluous. He would only know after the battle. Indeed, when Tuoba Yulong saw this, he leaped up and stood on the martial arts stage. Fang Chen, I'm very impressed by your potential, but swordsmanship isn't determined by potential alone. Tuoba Yulong looked at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice. The next moment, a sword appeared in Tuoba Yulong's hand. Then, Tuoba Yulong unleashed an exquisite swordsmanship. His wrist trembled slightly and the body of the sword vibrated continuously. Sword shadows instantly appeared and hovered in front of Tuoba Yulong. At the same time, Tuoba Yulong roared and controlled the sword shadows to attack Fang Chen. Five Elemental Swordsmanship. Fang Chen's attainments in swordsmanship were extraordinary. He wasn't at a disadvantage in the battle against Tuoba Yulong. The battle between the two instantly entered a white-hot stage. 3 minutes later, Lu Wudao, who was below the martial arts practice stage, revealed an astonished expression within his eyes. How can this kid's swordsmanship be so strong? Originally, Lu Wudao had thought that Tuoba Yulong would be able to defeat him without him making a move. He knew very well that Tuoba Yulong's swordsmanship was only a step away from reaching the divine realm. Among the younger generation of the sword burial prefecture, apart from Lu Wudao and Lu Jingyun, no one was his match. But now, Tuoba Yulong's swordsmanship was actually unable to suppress Fang Chen. After observing for a long time, Lu Wudao shook his head slightly. He had underestimated Fang Chen's swordsmanship. Lu Wudao really couldn't imagine how exactly Fang Chen had cultivated. A martialist who wasn't even 30 years old had at most cultivated for a dozen years. There was only one explanation for being able to cultivate to such a level. His potential was too heaven-defying. He was born to be a sword cultivator. On the martial arts stage, the more intense the battle became, the more astonished Tuoba Yulong became. His opponent was using the 5 elemental swordsmanship, while his was clearly a little stronger than the 5 elemental swordsmanship. However, despite having the advantage in terms of swordsmanship, he was actually unable to suppress Fang Chen. The two of them fought intensely for a quarter of an hour. Fang Chen was still able to withstand Tuoba Yulong's swordsmanship with ease. This made the latter feel very speechless. Ha! At a certain moment, Tuoba Yulong shouted loudly. Suddenly, the number of sword silhouettes around him increased to 108. Then, those sword silhouettes fused together to form an enormous sword silhouette. This huge sword shadow contained Tuoba Yulong's highest understanding of swordsmanship. It was also his most powerful sword. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he finally stopped hiding. It's time to end this. Originally, Fang Chen had wanted to stall for time and let the Golden Heart continue to absorb the aura of Tuoba Yulong's swordsmanship. However, it seemed like the battle would have to end prematurely. Swoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly drew a strange trajectory. In the next moment, a majestic aura surged from his sword. This scene made all the martialists on the martial arts stage turn pale with fright. Heavens! What kind of swordsmanship is this? Even Lu Wudao, who was standing in front of the martial arts practice stage, trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Divine swordsmanship! Lu Wudao finally discovered that Fang Chen's swordsmanship had actually reached the divine level. It was no wonder that Tuoba Yulong couldn't suppress him. It turned out that Luo Yunyang had been hiding his strength all this time and had only erupted with his full strength now. Thinking of this, Lu Wudao looked at Fang Chen and sighed. Tuoba Yulong was going to lose. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Wudao's voice fell, a loud sound rang out. Immediately after, Tuoba Yulong's body was sent flying. The sword art stage was dead silent. All the martialists stared blankly at Fang Chen on the martial arts stage. Was he a god? Why was he so powerful? Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked at Lu Wudao as if he was hinting that it was his turn. Lu Wudao took a step forward and stared at Fang Chen. I really didn't expect that there would be someone among the younger generation who could cultivate swordsmanship to the divine level. This Lu admires you. Among the younger generation, there was almost no one besides Lu Jingyun who could earn his admiration. Now there was one more person, and that was Fang Chen. The divine level of swordsmanship. Everyone in the square was shocked when they heard this. Even the true martial realm experts of the older generation exclaimed in surprise. The divine level of swordsmanship was the highest level of swordsmanship. Only those monstrous geniuses could cultivate their swordsmanship to the divine level. At this moment, all the martialists were looking at Fang Chen with eyes full of respect. Hearing Lu Wudao's words, Fang Chen felt a little regretful. It seemed like the Golden Heart couldn't continue absorbing the sword aura. Lu Wudao had said that his swordsmanship had reached the divine level. Perhaps no one would dare to challenge him anymore. However, just as Fang Chen was about to give up, Lu Wudao spoke again. This Lu has studied the sword Dao for so many years, and I have always wanted to cultivate my swordsmanship to the divine level. Unfortunately, I am only one step away. Lu Wudao said slowly, I hope that Brother Fang can fight with me with all his strength and let me experience the wonders of the divine level of swordsmanship. Sure. Fang Chen grinned and agreed immediately. Lu Wudao stood on the martial arts stage, and the square was silent. Crash! Lu Wudao knew that he was no match for Fang Chen in a duel of swordsmanship, so he made the first move. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, a colorful battle broke out on the martial arts stage. Both of their swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle level, and the duel was exceptionally exciting. Fang Chen was shocked as he fought. Although Lu Wudao's swordsmanship hadn't reached the divine level, it was very close. It would be difficult to defeat Lu Wudao. However, Lu Wudao became braver as he fought. Feeling the aura of the divine level of swordsmanship, his heart was filled with joy. At the same time, a door seemed to have opened in his mind, and he seemed to have touched the threshold of the divine level of swordsmanship. In the clouds and the void, the tall and short old men were quietly watching the scene. The divine level of swordsmanship. It's too heaven-defying for someone of the younger generation to have such achievements, the tall old man said. The short old man nodded slightly. Back in the ancient sword continent, this kid wasn't so outstanding. Chapter 885. The battle in the Sword Arts Square had finally come to an end. Fang Chen defeated Lu Wudao with his sword technique at the Divinity Realm. Lu Wudao, who had been defeated, was not angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. Brother Fang, this battle with you has allowed me to deeply feel the wonders of the godlike swordsmanship. I believe that it won't be long before I can also step into the godlike swordsmanship realm. Lu Wudao grinned and laughed. Fang Chen also nodded lightly at Lu Wudao. The Golden Heart had absorbed a large amount of sword qi during the battle with Lu Wudao, and seemed to have begun to transform. Brother Fang, I'll go back first. Come find me if you need anything. Lu Wudao turned and left after saying that. Fang Chen also quickly returned to the City Lord Mansion. As soon as he returned to the City Lord Mansion, Fang Chen quickly returned to the courtyard and sat down cross-legged. At this time, the golden heart in his body had undergone a huge change, as if it was transforming. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a golden aura. The sword soul in his mind was also constantly revolving. The golden giant sword of the Dharma idol instantly floated above his head. The entire courtyard was filled with a vast aura. Suddenly, an image appeared in Fang Chen's mind. He was walking when the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and a thunderstorm. When he raised his head to look at the sky, a golden giant sword suddenly tore through the void and rushed toward him. Then, he lost his intuition. When he woke up, his heart had turned golden. All of this was like a dream. However, Fang Chen knew that this was something that he had experienced personally. Moreover, that golden giant sword was the most fundamental reason why Fang Chen had transmigrated to the ancient sword continent. Fang Chen also did not know why such an image appeared in his mind. Could it be related to the transformation of the golden heart? Dong dong dong, the golden heart was beating rapidly. It was as if it wanted to leave Fang Chen's body. He could not control it. At a certain moment, an ancient sigh seemed to have crossed the river of time and appeared in Fang Chen's ears. What is this? Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. When this sigh was heard, the speed of the golden heart's heartbeat became even more intense. At this moment, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the golden giant sword had been swallowed by the golden heart. The sword spirit had been swallowed by the heart. Even the spiritual spiral in his sea of qi had been devoured by the golden heart. Fang Chen's mind began to blur, and in the end, he lost his intuition. However, before he lost his intuition, Fang Chen felt that the golden heart was devouring his body. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen suddenly woke up. No! Fang Chen roared loudly, his forehead full of sweat. After he finished shouting, he was shocked to discover that his body was completely unharmed. What happened? Fang Chen was puzzled. Before he lost his intuition, he clearly felt that the golden heart was devouring everything, so why was his body fine now? This made Fang Chen very puzzled. He even thought that it was a dream. Immediately, Fang Chen released his Dharma power. Suddenly, the golden giant sword floated above his head, emitting a dazzling golden light. Then, Fang Chen checked his mind and found that his soul was intact. The only thing that had disappeared was the sword spirit. The sword spirit disappeared, so the golden heart really did devour everything. Fang Chen was even more puzzled. Fang Chen tried hard to calm his excitement and looked at the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart was already different from before. There was a sword in the golden heart. When Fang Chen saw the sword, he instantly realized that it was the sword heart. The fifth step of the sword principle. At this moment, Fang Chen finally knew why the sword spirit had disappeared. It turned out that he had unknowingly reached the fifth step of the sword principle and condensed the sword heart. The sword-shaped heart was in the shape of a sword. It had merged with the golden heart and became stronger. I condensed the sword heart. Fang Chen grinned. Then, Fang Chen checked the golden heart. He found that the golden heart had undergone a great change. First of all, the change in its aura. Previously, the golden heart was very gentle and calm. But now, the aura emitted by the golden heart was domineering and fierce. The golden heart has undergone a transformation. What benefits has it brought me? Fang Chen was very curious. At this moment, Fang Chen found that there was more information in his mind. Fang Chen looked carefully. The information recorded turned out to be a sword move. A sword move. Fang Chen muttered to himself. After reading all this information, Fang Chen's heart trembled even more. The information introduced that this sword move was created by the owner of the Golden Giant Sword when he was in the condensing reality realm. This move was created when I was condensing my Dharma power. This was the introduction of this sword move. This sword move was called the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. Just who is the owner of the Golden Sword? A long time ago, Fang Chen had guessed that the owner of the Golden Sword was definitely an almighty expert. Now it seemed that this person was definitely an almighty expert from another realm, and a peerless expert at that. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen no longer pondered over it. He began to ponder over the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. Fang Chen stood up. Holding the hidden star sword, he began to cultivate according to the chant of the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. Swish. However, just as Fang Chen was cultivating, a terrifying golden light shot out of the hidden star sword. It shot into the monastery's pavilion, instantly destroying it. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. He hadn't even started cultivating, but he had already learned it. I know. It must be because of the golden heart. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The Golden Light Dragon Slaying was just a simple move, but it contained the truth of the sword Tao. The golden heart gave Fang Chen an increasingly mystical feeling. Thinking of the mysteries of the golden heart, Fang Chen was no longer shocked. Then Fang Chen continued using the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. Golden light soared into the sky, filling the air with a majestic aura. Fang Chen's heart shook. This Golden Light Dragon Slaying was a very simple sword move, but it contained a profound philosophy. Power. Use absolute power to blow apart everything. That was Fang Chen's understanding of the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. The Golden Light Dragon Slaying had caused Fang Chen's strength to soar. At this time, the tall elder arrived in front of Fang Chen's monastery. The two old men looked at each other in dismay. Fang Chen, are you cultivating? Asked the short elder. Fang Chen awkwardly said, I didn't control my power well. Did your cultivation base break through? Asked the tall elder. Fang Chen shook his head. His cultivation base hadn't broken through, but his power had increased. The two elders chatted with Fang Chen for a while, and then told Fang Chen something very important. The God-burying sword prison was about to open. This time, the sword burial Immortal Palace was prepared to let Fang Chen enter the God-burying sword prison to temper himself. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of the God-burying sword prison. The God-burying sword prison is a danger zone in the sword burial prefecture. Normally, no one can enter it unless the palace master personally opens it, said the tall elder. The God-burying sword prison has a total of 18 layers. There are extremely dangerous life forms inside, as well as the corpses of experts who died 10,000 years ago, said the short elder. Fang Chen was startled. Could it be that the god-bearing sword prison was where those experts who had invaded the sword burial prefecture were buried? As expected, Fang Chen was even more convinced after hearing the two elders' words. The god-bearing sword prison was a place where those experts were buried. Although the god-bearing sword prison is incomparably dangerous, it also has great opportunities. Those experts who invaded the sword burial prefecture all left behind inheritances after their death. Anyone who obtains them will benefit greatly. The reason why our sword burial prefecture has so many sword experts is because of the god-bearing sword prison. The tall elder continued. Every now and then, the palace master will open the god-bearing sword prison and select some true martial realm experts with the greatest potential to reach the profound king realm to temper themselves. Any cultivator who comes out of the god-bearing sword prison will have their strength soar. Of course, there are also many geniuses who have died inside, said the short elder. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Back then, the sword burial prefecture had been filled with experts, but they had all died in the end, and their corpses were all inside the god-bearing sword prison. This was the terrifying part of the god-bearing sword prison. Chapter 886. The god-bearing sword prison was actually a prison for the sword burial state. It was a prison for imprisoning the dead. There were countless skeletons in the prison. As time passed, some terrifying creatures were born in the dark prison. The skeletons that could not disperse with resentment made the god-bearing sword prison extremely dangerous. However, the entire god-bearing sword prison was extremely sturdy. Unless the palace master of the Immortal Palace opened it, even the most powerful experts could not break it open. Supposedly, the further one went in the god-bearing sword prison, the greater one's fortuitous encounters would be. Some people were even able to soar into the sky and directly step into the legendary mysterious king realm. Of course, this was only a small number of martial artists. Every time the god-bearing sword prison opened, the sword-bearing Immortal Palace would personally select people. Not everyone was qualified to enter the god-bearing sword prison. Only those who were recognized by the sword-bearing Immortal Palace could enter. Under normal circumstances, they were the best in the genuine martial realm. The martial artists who entered the god-bearing sword prison were not restricted by age. As long as their cultivation was in the genuine martial realm, they could enter. However, most of the martial artists who were selected to enter the god-bearing sword prison were at the peak of the genuine martial realm. A small number of them were the best in the younger generation. This time, the decision to let Fang Chen enter was made after a long discussion. At first, the palace master was not willing to let Fang Chen take the risk. With Fang Chen's potential, it would not take long for him to grow. At that time, he would have a greater chance of entering the god-bearing sword prison. However, after careful consideration, the palace master still made such a decision. The palace master of the sword-bearing Immortal Palace would personally open the god-bearing sword prison in a month. During this month, he had to cultivate well. After the tall and short city lords left, Fang Chen's heart trembled. The thought of the god-bearing sword prison made him excited. A month later? Now, he was not sure how many martial artists would enter the god-bearing sword prison. However, Fang Chen also realized that his strength was not considered strong. He still needed to increase his strength. Only a few experts knew about the god-bearing sword prison. Other martial artists did not know about it. Even some mysterious king realm experts did not know about it. After Fang Chen learned of this, he did not make a big deal out of it. Instead, he continued to work hard on his cultivation. The atmosphere in the entire Burial Sword City was very solemn, as if it was the eve of a storm. In the headquarters of a certain sect in Burial Sword City, a man in a green robe was sitting on a stone bench and drinking tea in a luxurious courtyard. In front of him, there were two young warriors. "Brother Dugu, your cultivation has increased again." The two martialists cupped their hands at Dugu Yun. A year later, I want to reach the top of the sword burial heavenly wall. Duguyun's ambition was huge, as he spoke with confidence. The two martial artists chuckled and raised their cups to drink tea. Just as Duguyun finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled. Then, his complexion turned ashen. There was a hint of displeasure between his brows. "Brother Dugu, what's wrong?" the two cultivators hurriedly asked. "Someone killed my spirit pet," Duguyun said coldly. His voice was filled with rage. The two martial artists were shocked. Just who had dared to kill Duguyun's spirit pet? Although the two of them weren't very strong, they had a good relationship because they came from the same place as Duguyun. The Qingyun realm had 3 continents: the ancient Sword Continent, the Cloud Pool Continent, and the Shengxian Continent. The 3 of them had come from the Shengxian Continent. Back on the Shengxian Continent, the 3 of them had already entered the true martial realm. They had become well-known figures of the Shengxian Continent's younger generation. Even in the face of experts from the older generation, they had no fear. As a result, the 3 of them had been brought to the Burial Sword Prefecture by the emissary. After arriving, they were directly cut off from the Shengxian Continent. However, the 3 of them liked the cultivation environment very much. They dreamed that one day, their strength would reach a certain level, and they would be able to return to the Shengxian Continent. "Brother Dugu, who killed your spirit pet?" asked the tall and thin martial artist. "Who would dare to touch your spirit pet in the Shengxian Continent?" asked the tall and sturdy martial artist. Duguyun's sect was the Shengxian Continent's #1 sect. It was so powerful that countless other sects had to bow their heads to it. Before coming to the Burial Sword Prefecture, Duguyun's spirit pet had been left behind in the Shengxian Continent. "Visitors from the outside," said Duguyun solemnly. His spirit pet was connected to his spirit pet. Before it had died, it had sent him a message. The visitors from the outside had directly suppressed his sect. His spirit pet had only been able to resist for a moment before it had been killed. Damn it! Duguyun was infuriated. His entire body was filled with a vicious aura. He had an urge to rush back and kill those visitors. Visitors from the outside? How did they come to our Shengxian Continent? The two martial artists were puzzled. Duguyun shook his head. He also didn't know. Visitors from the outside? "Will our Shengxian Continent be destroyed?" asked the two martial artists worriedly. Crash! Duguyun suddenly stood and walked out of the courtyard. In just a moment, he arrived at the city master's mansion. Just as Duguyun arrived, another martialist arrived as well. He was Siduhong. "Duguyun, what are you doing here?" Siduhong looked at Duguyun and asked. "I've come to find the city master," said Duguyun with an unkind expression. "Coincidentally, I've also come to find the city master," said Siduhong. The guards of the city master's mansion helped the two of them report their arrival. They quickly received a reply that the city master had summoned them. Within the garden, the two city masters were sitting in a pavilion, playing chess. Duguyun and Siduhong came to the garden. "Greetings, city master," said the two of them together. Even the city masters were still playing chess. The tall old man was holding a shirako. With a light tap of his finger, he placed it on the chessboard. "Old Gao, you're too dishonest." The short old man was a bit speechless. He directly put down the black piece in his hand. "Your chess skills are really too bad," the tall old man said. Duguyun and Siduhong had been waiting for the two city masters the entire time. When the two city masters finished playing chess, they turned around to look at the two of them. "Why have the two of you come to the city master's mansion?" asked the tall old man. "City master, I wish to enter the god-burying sword prison," said Duguyun in a low voice. Hearing that, the two old men looked at each other. Then, they looked at Siduhong and asked, "What about you?" "I also wish to enter the god-burying sword prison," said Siduhong. Hearing that, Duguyun was a bit surprised. Siduhong's goal was actually the same as his. "Give us a reason," asked the short old man. City Master, my hometown, the Shengxian continent, is in imminent danger. I wish to enter the god-bearing sword prison to find an opportunity to break through to the profound king realm and return to the Shengxian continent, said Duguyun. Surprisingly, Situ Hong's reason was actually the same as Duguyun's. However, Situ Hong's hometown was the Yunza continent. After Situ Hong finished speaking, Duguyun glanced at him. Foreign visitors. The two old men's eyes flickered when they heard this. Then, the tall old man said, "Both of you can return for now." Hearing that, Situ Hong and Duguyun had no choice but to return. A day later, a piece of news that made everyone excited spread throughout the sword-bearing city. A month later, the top 10 geniuses on the sword-bearing heavenly wall would be able to enter a secret realm. Although the Immortal Palace did not say what the secret realm was, some of the geniuses had already guessed it. The god-bearing sword prison was about to open. Hearing that, the happiest people were Duguyun and Situ Hong. The two of them immediately went into seclusion to prepare to enter the god-bearing sword prison. In a courtyard of the city master's mansion, Fang Chen was observing the little mouse. Since coming to the sword-bearing state, the little mouse's strength had increased too rapidly. Fang Chen's cultivation had only reached LV5 true martial realm, but the little mouse's cultivation had already reached LV8 true martial realm. Could it be that the little mouse is related to the sword-bearing emperor? A bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. He was also shocked by his own idea. Chapter 887. The little mouse's body glowed with a purple light. It blinked its eyes at Fang Chen as it swallowed the purple crystals in its mouth. As its strength increased, the little mouse's teeth became harder. It could swallow anything. This caused Fang Chen to be very surprised. "Boss, I'm going to prepare," the little mouse said. Fang Chen nodded and the little mouse entered the special interspatial ring. A month later, the little mouse would enter the god-bearing sword prison with Fang Chen, so it had to prepare in advance. Fang Chen's days in the city lord's mansion were more leisurely. Even the scholar was basking in his limelight. If it was an ordinary cultivator, it would be very difficult for them to enter the sword burial city. However, Fang Chen was the city lord of the 5 elements sword city, so he didn't need to worry about that. One day, Fang Chen was shopping with the scholar. All of a sudden, he was stopped by 3 people. Azura sword sects Lu Tianzi, Gu Yiming, and Shi Ming glared angrily at Fang Chen. "Kid, I finally met you," Shi Ming said coldly. "It's time to settle the grudge we had at the registration office," Gu Yiming said coldly. Lu Tianzi's eyes flickered with killing intent. "Kid, do you dare to enter the sacred battle stage with us?" The sacred battle stage was the only place in the sword burial city that the city lord's mansion allowed disciples to exchange pointers. The city lord's mansion wouldn't interfere even if those who stepped on the sacred battle stage died. Lu Tianzi and the other 2 wanted to harm Luo Byron and the other 3, but their plan was foiled by Fang Chen. Lu Tianzi himself was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. He thought the guards would cripple Fang Chen's cultivation. However, the guards didn't punish Fang Chen. Instead, they told Lu Tianzi and the other 2 to scram. Lu Tianzi couldn't forget this humiliation. Recently, Lu Tianzi had been cultivating in seclusion. His cultivation had finally reached LV8 of the true martial realm. Even Gu Yiming and Shi Ming had reached LV7 of the true martial realm. The 3's strength had increased greatly, so they naturally wanted to take revenge. However, he had never been able to find Fang Chen. Now that he had found him, how could he let him go? "Get on the sacred battle stage," Fang Chen asked as he looked at the 3 of them as if they were idiots. "That's right. If you have the guts, follow us to the sacred battle platform. If not, the 3 of us will continue to harass you," Shi Ming threatened. The scholar at the side could not hold it in any longer. "I say, you 3 idiots, how dare you challenge Fang Chen?" The scholar laughed loudly. "Who are you? You have no right to speak here," berated Gu Yiming. The scholar shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with mockery as he continued to ask, "The three of you challenged Fang Chen. Do you want to go to the Sword Burial Sky Wall to take a look?" Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. The three of them were puzzled. Why did they have to go to the Sword Burial Sky Wall? "The person you want to challenge is the #1 expert on the Sword Burial Sky Wall. I really admire your courage," the scholar sneered. In the scholar's view, the three of them challenging Fang Chen was no different from courting death. You really don't know how to brag. Although the three of us have never been to the Sword Burial Sky Wall, when did the #1 spot ever fall to this trash?" Shi Ming disdainfully said. "That's right. The #1 expert has always been the Sword Burial Prefecture's heavenly genius, Lu Jingyun. How laughable. If you don't dare to agree, then you don't dare to agree. You actually came up with such an inferior excuse," sneered Lu Tianzi. The three of them had been in seclusion this entire time and had only just come out. They had no idea what had happened recently. There was no need to even mention the Sword Burial Sky Wall. The scholar still wanted to say something, but Fang Chen stopped him. "Since the three of you want to die, then let's meet on the sacred battle platform." After saying that, Fang Chen swaggered off. Seeing Fang Chen's arrogant back, the three of them sneered. "Let's go to the sacred battle platform." The sacred battle platform was located at the center of Sword Burial City. It wasn't too far from the plaza. Normally, there wouldn't be anyone on the sacred battle platform. When Fang Chen arrived on the sacred battle platform, there was still a sea of people on the other side of the plaza. Not long after, Lu Tianzi and the other two also arrived. Lu Tianzi leaped up onto the sacred battle platform with a long sword in his hand. He coldly stared at Fang Chen as he icily spoke. "What last words do you have? Hurry up and say them, or you won't have the chance to do so later." Lu Tianzi's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. "The three of you can come together," said Fang Chen. "I alone am enough to deal with you," said Lu Tianzi. "You aren't my match. If the three of you come together, you might be able to live for a bit longer," said Fang Chen calmly. Below the sacred battle platform, Gu Yiming and Shi Ming were infuriated. "Brat, are you courting death? With the three of us, you'll die without a burial ground." "Arrogant, he's too arrogant." Gu Yiming and Shi Ming couldn't stand Fang Chen's arrogance and leaped onto the sacred battle platform. The three of them stared at Fang Chen. "Brat, you'll definitely die today," said Lu Tianzi. If the three of them joined forces, this brat would definitely die. On the plaza, cultivators were having a sword duel. All of a sudden, a voice rang out. "Someone's fighting on the sacred battle platform." This voice caused many warriors in the swordsmanship square to turn their heads and look at the source of the voice. With a single glance, the entire plaza was in an uproar. "It's Fang Chen. He's on the sacred battle platform. And it's 1 against 3. Let's go take a look." Instantly, all the cultivators in the plaza rushed to the sacred battle platform. In an instant, the plaza was empty. Seeing so many people rushing over, the smile on Lu Tianzi's face became even more radiant. "Brat, with so many people here to witness your death, you should be proud." Fang Chen lightly shook his head. Lu Tianzi still couldn't see through it. "Too stupid." "Stupid," Fang Chen said softly. Hearing this, Lu Tianzi and the other two were instantly enraged and attacked. The three of them cultivated the Azura sword skill, which focused on killing, sharp and overbearing. Furthermore, the three of them executed a joint attack sword formation the moment they came up, trapping Fang Chen. "Let's try the power of the golden light dragon slaying," Fang Chen muttered to himself. Rumble on the sacred battle platform, sword chi sword to the sky. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword, golden light surged around his body. In the next moment, the late-stage body refinement realm energy rushed into the hidden star sword. The hidden star sword slashed at Shi Ming. It seemed simple, but Shi Ming couldn't dodge it. Not good. When the sword light neared, Shi Ming felt something was wrong. He screamed and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Puchi, a sword slashed Shi Ming into two halves, killing him on the spot. Shi Ming, Lu Tianzi and Gu Yuming roared. At the same time, the two of them increased their attack power, crazily attacking Fang Chen. Below, in the crowd, the scholar looked at Fang Chen in shock, his eyes full of envy. Lifting light as heavy, this sword move has already reached the level of returning to the origin. Puchi, another golden light slashed down, splitting Gu Yuming's body in two. At this moment, Lu Tianzi realized something was wrong. Fang Chen was like a demon, approaching him. Your strength. Fang Chen's cultivation was only at LV5 true martial realm, but the strength he displayed was enough to scare Lu Tianzi, who was at LV8 true martial realm. Didn't you want to kill me? Fang Chen walked in front of Lu Tianzi and grinned. Azura sword skill. At this moment, Lu Tianzi ignited his soul and displayed the strongest Azura sword skill, wanting to injure Fang Chen. However, the only response he got was a golden sword light. Puchi, the golden light dragon slaying didn't have any fancy moves, it was just a simple slash, but Lu Tianzi, who was at LV8 true martial realm, couldn't dodge it. Lu Tianzi's body was instantly split in two. When Lu Tianzi died, he heard the mocking voices below the sacred battle stage. These three idiots, they actually dared to challenge Fang Chen. He regretted it, but there was nothing he could do. 3 slashes, 3 true martial realm experts were killed. At this moment, Fang Chen let everyone know that he didn't only have heaven-defying potential, he was also very strong. Fang Chen stood quietly on the sacred battle stage with the hidden star sword in his hand, his eyes looking around. Immediately, cheers came from below. With Fang Chen's current strength, he was comparable to Dugu Yun and the others. Everyone was looking forward to the battle a year later. The golden light dragon slaying, from the name, it could be seen that this move focused on strength. When cultivated to the peak, 1 slash would have the power to slay a dragon. 1 slash to slay a dragon, that kind of strength was extremely strong. Chapter 888. The 3 most outstanding geniuses of the Shura sword sect died tragically under Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Lu Tianzi and the rest would never have imagined that the person who killed them was the same Gu Jian who was almost severely injured by Lu Tianzi in the Golden Sword City's battle arena. However, none of this mattered anymore. With just 3 strikes, he killed 3 people consecutively. One of them was even Lu Tianzi, who was in the 8th level of the true martial realm. This feat caused Fang Chen's name to spread across the entire sacred battle arena. The scholar below the sacred battle platform laughed uproariously as his eyes were filled with shock. It seemed like the city lord of the 5 elements Sword City was indeed extraordinary. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Fang Chen kept his hidden star sword and prepared to walk down the sacred battle arena. However, at this moment, an angry roar resounded across the sky. Suddenly, a figure tore through the void and descended on the sacred battle arena. Abruptly, the entire sacred battle platform was filled with a tyrannical aura. Even Fang Chen, who had lifted his foot, was unable to advance any further. So strong. Fang Chen thought to himself as sword chi surged around his body. Die. As soon as the figure landed, he pointed his finger ferociously, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked and immediately used his true intent of the void. His body merged into the void, but he was shocked to find that the power of this finger was too strong. Just the power of the finger was enough to force him to reveal himself. Hua Fang Chen, who had just merged into the void, reappeared in a flash. His face was incomparably solemn. He didn't understand who this person was and why he wanted to kill him. However, he was already certain that this person was a profound King Realm expert. The aura and pressure around him was too strong. Old Li, stop. Just as the finger glow was about to touch Fang Chen's body, another shout suddenly rang out. Then, a stream of spirit chi instantly shot out, directly shattering the finger glow and resolving Fang Chen's crisis. Then, two figures appeared. The dignified flying celestial finger Li Ruoyu actually attacked a true martial realm martial artist. At the critical moment, two old men appeared and helped Fang Chen resist that terrifying attack. This sudden turn of events caused an uproar among the crowd below the sacred battle platform. When they saw who it was, their hearts were filled with shock. Flying celestial finger Li Ruoyu. Who would have thought that this expert would also appear? Flying celestial finger, why is Li Ruoyu here? Reportedly, that flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu came from the Azura Sword City. Furthermore, he has a complicated relationship with the Azura Sword sect. Could it be that the flying immortal fingers Li Ruoyu has come for Lu Tianzi and the others? This is going to be troublesome. Flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu is famous for being protective of his own people. Many martial artists were discussing among themselves. It was clear that flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu was quite famous in Burial Sword City. That's not necessarily the case. Even the elusive city lord has appeared. Even flying immortal Li Ruoyu would have to give him some face. When the crowd saw the two city lords appear, they were shocked. An ordinary battle on the sacred battle platform had actually drawn out three old monsters. Although the flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu wasn't as old as the two city lords, his strength was comparable to theirs. He could be considered a peak expert in the Burial Sword province. He killed my junior. How can I let him off? The flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu was blocked by the two city lords. He glared at them. Old Li, this is the sacred battle platform. Don't tell me you don't know the rules here, said the short city lord. Burial Sword City's rules were strict. Even profound kings couldn't casually break the rules. Stepping onto the sacred battle platform meant death. It's been a long time since my Azura Sword Sect's juniors have entered Burial Sword City. It wasn't easy for a few to come, but they were all killed by this brat, said the flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu. Clearly, he wasn't going to let this matter rest. Those who knew the flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu knew that he was infuriated. You can't touch him, said the tall city lord. His attitude was firm. What kind of joke was this? Fang Chen was someone the palace master had taken a liking to, and he was about to enter the God Burial Sword prison. How could something happen to him now? So you two old fellows are determined to stop me? The flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu's aura surged. The tall city lord nodded. Seeing this, the flying celestial pointed at Li Ruoyu. Her eyes flickered as she glared at Fang Chen and said, I will not let this matter rest. After saying that, he turned and left. He also knew that with the two city lords present, he couldn't do anything to Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen clenched his fists. He sighed inside. Everything depended on strength. The flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu was powerful. Even though he had broken the rules, the two city lords hadn't said anything. Furthermore, he had even put down his threats. If his strength reached a certain level, even if he slaughtered the entire Azura Sword sect, the flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu wouldn't dare to make a sound. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes blazed. He had already made up his mind to enter the legendary God Burial Sword prison. He had to find opportunities to raise his cultivation base. His potential was greater than anyone else's. It was just that he had cultivated for a shorter time. To be able to survive the 12th layer tribulation, what else couldn't he do? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the tall city lord turned to Fang Chen and said, The flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu is very protective of his people. You killed 3 of them this time, so he will definitely hold a grudge. Be careful. Thank you for your help, city lord. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked. This time, if it weren't for the city lord, he would have been seriously injured. He hadn't expected the flying immortal finger Li Ruoyu. All right, you can go back, said the short city lord. Fang Chen nodded his head and left the sacred battle platform. In the battle on the sacred battle platform, Fang Chun shone brightly. He killed 3 people with 3 swords. For a time, everyone thought that his strength was enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the younger generation in Sword Burial City. Of course, there were still some people who objected. Fang Chen didn't care about this. After the battle on the sacred battle platform, he also knew his true strength. He could easily kill a LV8 true martial realm martial artist, but he couldn't kill a LV9 true martial realm martial artist. I'm still not strong enough, Fang Chen said to himself. If the outside world knew what Fang Chen was thinking, they would definitely vomit blood. Being able to easily kill a LV8 true martial realm martial artist with a LV5 true martial realm cultivation base was something that even Lu Jingyun, the former #1 expert on the Sword Burial Sky Wall, couldn't do. Being able to easily kill an opponent who was 3 levels higher than him, such potential was too heaven-defying. Of course, this kind of thing was very normal for Fang Chen. He was the only martial artist who had passed the 12th tribulation in 10,000 years. Just this heaven-defying talent alone was enough for him to fight those who were above his level. In the garden of the Sword Burial Fairy Palace, Fang Chen's growth is still a bit slow, the Palace Lord muttered to himself as he drank tea. Palace Lord, Fang Chen has only been in the Sword Burial state for a year. It's already very good that he has grown to this level, the tall Sun City Lord said. Yes, killing a LV8 true martial realm martial artist with a LV5 true martial realm martial artist. If he can come out of the God Burial Sword prison alive, he might reach the mysterious King Realm, the short Sun City Lord said with a smile. Hearing this, the Palace Lord shook his head slightly. He raised his head and looked at the void with his pitch-black eyes, as if he could see through the entire Sword Burial state. He's a 12th tribulation martial artist. His future achievements won't be limited to the mysterious King Realm. In the eyes of ordinary people, Fang Chen's growth was simply heaven-defying. However, in the eyes of a 12th tribulation martial artist, Fang Chen's growth obviously couldn't meet the Palace Lord's requirements. After all, every 12th tribulation martial artist was a heaven-defying existence of an era. Fang Chen's potential hadn't been fully explored yet. Palace Lord, do you think Fang Chen can really get the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor? The tall Sun City Lord suddenly asked. The short Sun City Lord also looked at the Palace Lord, waiting for an answer. I don't know if he will succeed or not, but in the entire Sword Burial state, he's the most likely one to succeed, the Palace Lord of the Sword Burial Fairy Palace muttered to himself. Hearing this, the tall and short Sun City Lords fell into silence. Fang Chen's appearance had given them too much hope. Chapter 889. There was less than a month until the opening of the Buried God Sword prison. All the cultivators were preparing. Perhaps this was their only chance. As for Fang Chen, he had been cultivating in the City Lord's mansion. On the 3rd day after killing Lu Tianzi, Fang Chen suddenly woke up from his cultivation. What's wrong? The little mouse was anxiously standing in front of Fang Chen. It was surrounded by a purple halo. Boss, just now my bloodline was trembling. It was as if something was attracting me, the little mouse said anxiously. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. The little mouse's bloodline was an ancient bloodline. Something that could make it tremble was definitely not ordinary. Furthermore, Fang Chen had a faint feeling that the little mouse's origin might be related to the Buried God Sword prison. Where is the attraction? Asked Fang Chen. It's outside the city, said the little mouse. Fang Chen nodded and left the City Lord's mansion with the little mouse. Using the true meaning of void, it didn't take long for them to leave the Buried Sword City. Outside the Buried Sword City was a desolate plain. It's up ahead. Through its bloodline, the little mouse could sense where the thing that was attracting it was. Fang Chen continued forward with the little mouse. Before long, the two of them arrived in front of a mountain range. Boss, the attraction is getting stronger and stronger, said the little mouse. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he stared at the mountain range in front of him, thinking. Within the buried sword city, in a luxurious restaurant, there was a table near the window, and a cultivator was sitting next to it. He looked at Fang Chen's back, his eyes flickering with killing intent. He waved his hand and a cultivator hastily walked over. "Go back and report to Lord Li that the target has left," said the cultivator. Yes. Before long, the flying Immortal Li Ruoyu learned that Fang Chen had left. That kid left Burial Sword City? Flying Immortal pointed at Li Ruoyu and asked in confusion. Yes, not long ago, the subordinate said in a low voice. Flying Celestial Finger Li Ruoyu nodded and said, "All right, got it." After saying that, he waved his hand and said, "Let Blood Shadow kill him." Outside the Burial Sword City, in a mysterious mountain range. This mountain range was surrounded by a strong sword aura. It seemed to be very special. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen decided to enter the mountain range. With Little Mouse leading the way, Fang Chen quickly entered the mountain range. The mountain range was very wide, and there were countless towering trees inside. The ground was overgrown with weeds. "Can you feel it?" Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse nodded his head heavily. His body moved quickly, and Fang Chen followed closely behind. Not long after Fang Chen and the Little Mouse entered the mountain range, a blood-red figure quickly flew over. "Sky Burial Forest?" The blood-red figure sneered. "This is where you will be buried." After saying that, he rushed into Sky Burial Forest. Under Little Mouse's lead, Fang Chen rushed into the depths of Sky Burial Forest in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Little Mouse felt that the attraction was getting stronger and stronger. Its blood kept beating. "Boss, this way." Little Mouse looked around and found a huge canyon hidden in the mountain range. Its face was filled with joy. Soon after, it brought Fang Chen into the canyon. After entering the canyon, they found that it was like a battlefield. "What's going on?" Fang Chen looked at the dilapidated canyon and was a little surprised. The mountain range outside was lush and verdant, but this canyon was dilapidated as if it had experienced a war. While Fang Chen was surprised, Little Mouse came to a corner of the canyon and found a bone. When it saw the bone, the little rat's blood started to churn rapidly. A myriad of thoughts flashed through its mind. Why does it feel so familiar? Little Mouse picked up the bone and muttered to itself. It was a hand bone that was about to rot. It was obvious that it had gone through the baptism of time. "What did you find?" Fang Chen walked closer and asked. Little Mouse showed the hand bone to Fang Chen, but the latter didn't find anything. "What's so special about this hand bone?" Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse's eyes flickered and its little paws tightly held the hand bone. Suddenly, a purple light surged around its body. In the next moment, the hand bone fused with its little paws. "I've finally found you." At this moment, a sinister voice sounded. Suddenly, a blood-red figure appeared and stared at Fang Chen. When he looked at Little Mouse, his heart trembled. That is, although he didn't know what the hand bone in Little Mouse's paws was, his intuition told him that it was extraordinary. "Put down the hand bone." Blood Shadow roared and his aura surged as he punched out. Seeing this, Fang Chen used the Golden Light Dragon Slaying Sword. The golden sword light collided with the fist light. Crack! Shui Ying's fist radiance was too powerful. Just a light collision was enough to shatter Fang Chen's sword radiance. Not good. Seeing this, Fang Chen cursed inwardly. With a thought, he put Little Mouse into a special spatial ring. Then, his body flashed and the true meaning of the void appeared. Blood Shadow shattered the Golden Light Dragon Slaying Sword light with one punch. It was enough to show that his opponent was a LV9 genuine martial realm martial artist. Why would a LV9 genuine martial realm martial artist want to kill me? Fang Chen didn't understand. "You can't escape." Shuang sneered and continued to throw punches. The surrounding space became extremely chaotic. Crash! Fang Chen's figure appeared from the void and stared at Blood Shadow. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" asked Fang Chen coldly. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that someone wants your life, said Blood Shadow. Fang Chen's expression changed. Flying immortal finger, Li Ruoyu. You only know now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Blood Shadow didn't give Fang Chen a chance. He used his strongest attack and instantly enveloped Fang Chen. Fang Chen wanted to use the true meaning of the void, but the surrounding space was a bit chaotic. Blood Shadow didn't give him a chance. Bang! The golden light dragon slaying sword was once again shattered by Blood Shadow. At this time, Blood Shadow's sword was about to fall. No. Fang Chen let out a low roar. His soul ejected and he used the God Attraction art. Immediately, his soul spear shot towards Blood Shadow. Caught off guard, Blood Shadow was forced back by the God Attraction art. Fang Chen seized this opportunity to quickly escape the canyon. When he escaped the canyon, he didn't hesitate to use the true meaning of the void and leave this dangerous place. After Blood Shadow destroyed the soul spear, he came out of the canyon and found that Fang Chen had already disappeared. He took out a bug the size of a thumb from his bosom and let the bug smell the remnants of Fang Chen's scent in the air. He then said, "Track him down." After saying that, the little bug disappeared. Fang Chen's speed was very fast. However, he left behind some inconspicuous aura along the way. Blood Shadow's little bug had been following Fang Chen the entire time. In the process of escaping, Fang Chen panicked and didn't know where to go. About an hour later, Fang Chen's figure flashed. He stood on a tree and prepared to rest. The flying immortal finger actually sent someone to kill me, Fang Chen thought to himself. However, he had already used the true meaning of the void to escape for so long. There shouldn't be any problems. At this time, Fang Chen raised his head and looked around. Fang Chen was startled. This place seemed to be the belly of the mountain range. The air was very stifling. So stifling. What's here? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He had often heard of some of the secrets of the burial sword state. Roar. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the roar of a beast resounded through the sky. Then Fang Chen saw a demonic beast open its bloody mouth and charge at Fang Chen. Without hesitation, he used the golden light dragon slaying. Puchi the hidden star sword stabbed into the demonic beast's mouth. Blood immediately flowed out. Roar. The demonic beast was infuriated. It wanted to devour Fang Chen's body, but its mouth was heavily injured. Its body was constantly rolling. Fang Chen took advantage of this opportunity to stand on the demonic beast's head. He circulated his strength and sent the demonic beast flying. Bang! The demonic beast's huge body fell to the ground. The hidden star sword was finally pulled out of its mouth. It regained its freedom. Chapter 890. The little bug did not even have a chance to resist before it was devoured by the beast. At the same time, Xueying, who was following the little bug's trail, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's going on? Suddenly, Xueying sensed that his connection with the little bug had been severed. There was only one possibility in this situation, and that was that the little bug had died. Damn it! Thinking of this, Xueying was enraged and continued to move forward. Although the beast's attack was fierce, it was still killed by Fang Chen. It seems that this mountain range is more dangerous than I thought, Fang Chen muttered to himself. After killing the beast, Fang Chen continued to go deeper. Since he was already here, he might as well explore more carefully. In the special interspatial ring, Little Mouse finally finished devouring the hand bone after 2 hours. At this time, a purple light surged around its body, and its aura instantly soared. In the next moment, it appeared from the interspatial ring. It broke through. Fang Chen looked at Little Mouse with an excited smile. Roar. At this moment, Little Mouse let out a low roar and the purple light around its body instantly spread out and turned into a monstrous aura. Finally, a huge purple rat shadow condensed behind it. Roar. Seeing Little Mouse use its special ability, Fang Chen was also quite excited. After fusing with the mysterious hand bone, Little Mouse became even more powerful. Sensing the aura of its special ability, Fang Chen was a little surprised. At this time, in the mysterious sword burial Immortal Palace, the palace master suddenly stood up and looked into the distance with his pitch-black eyes. "Palace master, what happened?" the tall and short city lords hurriedly asked when they saw the situation. "This aura." The palace master only said a few words and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, the palace master appeared in the sky above the sky burial forest and immediately discovered Fang Chen and Little Mouse. This is, seeing the purple rat shadow behind Little Mouse, the palace master's old face was a little shocked. He saw that the purple shadow behind Little Mouse was constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and its body was still growing rapidly. Seeing the purple light on Little Mouse's body, the palace master's body trembled with excitement. Roar. After a roar, Little Mouse's power was instantly released. Then, the special ability was retracted and Little Mouse returned to its original appearance. Boss. Little Mouse's reward this time and was very excited. "Now that you're using your innate ability, even I wouldn't dare to fight you head-on." Fang Chen grinned. However, just as the Little Mouse was about to speak, a large hand suddenly reached out and instantly enveloped the human and mouse. When Fang Chen came to his senses, he realized that he was no longer in the mountain range. Instead, he was in a palace. "Where is this place?" Fang Chen was puzzled. Little Mouse stood on his shoulder and looked around. "Young friend, long time no see." At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. Immediately, Fang Chen saw the palace master of the Sword Burial Fairy Palace. Palace master. It was Fang Chen's first time seeing the palace master in person, and his face was full of surprise. After seeing the palace master, Fang Chen knew that the big hand was from the palace master. However, he did not know why the palace master had brought him here. "This is the Sword Burial Fairy Palace," the palace master said with a smile. "May I know why the palace master has brought me here?" Fang Chen asked directly. The palace master's gaze fell on Little Mouse. At this moment, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Palace master," Fang Chen softly reminded him. When the palace master heard Fang Chen's voice, he withdrew his gaze from Little Mouse and pointed at the stone stool next to him. "Sit." Fang Chen nodded and sat on the stone stool. After sitting down, the palace master immediately said, "Fang Chen, do you know the origin of Little Mouse on your shoulder?" Hearing this, Fang Chen was startled and looked at the palace master with a burning gaze. Could it be that the palace master knew the origin of Little Mouse? As expected, the palace master's next words set off a storm in Fang Chen's heart. "Not only do I know, but I'm also very familiar with it," said the palace master. "Please tell me, palace master," Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Fang Chen had always been suspicious of Little Mouse's origin. When the palace master brought him to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, Fang Chen was even more convinced that Little Mouse was related to the Sword Burial Prefecture. "You should know the origin of the Sword Burial Prefecture," said the palace master softly. "Back then, the Sword Burial Emperor had a spiritual pet." Then, the palace master sank into his memories. The Sword Burial Emperor was an almighty in the universe. His strength was so great that no one knew about it. Back then, the Sword Burial Emperor had a pet that looked exactly like Little Mouse. "Palace master, are you saying that Little Mouse is the Sword Burial Emperor's pet?" Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. The palace master shook his head slightly. "After the Sword Burial Emperor died, that pet also died. This Little Mouse should be the descendant of that pet." This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of the Little Mouse's origin. He was shocked. "Palace master, could you be mistaken?" asked Fang Chen. The palace master shook his head. "No, their race is unique. Do you know that in the endless universe there is a race that can be called a heaven-defying race?" Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. This was because he didn't know anything about the outer realms. The outer realms are vast. It's not something you or I can imagine. Even profound kings can only be considered the weakest cultivators in the outer realms. Those extremely powerful cultivators can destroy a continent or a star with a flip of their hand. Those experts are the true rulers of the endless universe. However, in the outer realms, other than the powerful humans, there are also some extremely powerful races of demonic beasts. One of them is the heaven-devouring divine rat race that shakes the entire universe. Heaven-devouring divine rat. Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly when he heard this. Shakes the firmament of the universe. In the vast universe, there were millions of demonic beast races. To be able to stand out among so many demonic beast races was enough to show how powerful they were. And this heaven-devouring divine rat race could actually shake the universe. Because in the entire universe, there is only one member of the heaven-devouring divine rat race that was born with the universe. When the palace master said this, he couldn't suppress the shock in his eyes. Only one? Could it be the little mouse? Fang Chen was astonished. The innate ability of the heaven-devouring divine rat clan is simply too heaven-defying. They can devour anything and any supreme treasure in the universe. The heaven-devouring divine rat that followed Emperor Zhongjian back then could even devour stars. Palace Master said. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Were the heaven-devouring divine rats so powerful? He turned his head to look at the little mouse on his shoulder. He couldn't help but think that the little mouse seemed to be able to devour anything. The heaven-devouring divine rat is a freak in the universe. The reason why Emperor Zhongjian was able to shake the universe was because of the heaven-devouring divine rat. The palace master continued, however, in the end, Emperor Zhongjian still died because he offended a powerful enemy. The palace master's words completely overturned the little mouse's position in Fang Chen's heart. The heaven-devouring divine rat race was actually so freakish that they could devour anything. Devouring a star, this kind of extravagance was too shocking. Perhaps even the Qinyun domain could be devoured by the heaven-devouring divine rat with just one mouth. And this little friend of yours is the descendant of the heaven-devouring divine rat that followed Emperor Zhongjian, said the palace master. Fang Chen opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He looked at the little mouse in shock. Such a petite rat was actually the heaven-devouring divine rat that made the entire universe tremble in fear. The heaven-devouring divine rat's innate ability was too heaven-defying. It was almost impossible for them to reproduce. However, the appearance of the little mouse made the palace master realize that the heaven-devouring divine rat that followed Emperor Zhongjian had a descendant. The heaven-devouring divine rat. Fang Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 891. The bloodline was very pure. In other words, the godly rat bloodline in Little Mouse's body was comparable to that of the one who had followed Emperor Zhongjian. Fang Chen was extremely shocked when he thought of this. The godly rat bloodline could devour everything. A godly rat bloodline that reached its peak was extremely terrifying. Fang Chen, perhaps this is the will of heaven. Back then, Emperor Zhongjian had the only godly rat bloodline in the universe. Now, after so many years, you also have the only godly rat bloodline in the universe. The palace master stared at Fang Chen and said word by word. When they discovered that Fang Chen had the godly rat bloodline, Fang Chen and the palace master were both shocked. That was a godly rat bloodline. When it reached its peak, it could even devour stars and everything. Even the top experts in the universe would not want to face such power head-on. Fang Chen tried hard to calm his excitement and stared at Little Mouse carefully. The latter blinked and seemed to be thinking about something. Even though Fang Chen had already guessed that the Little Mouse had an extraordinary background, he was still surprised. However, he was still shocked when he learned that Little Mouse was the only godly rat bloodline in the universe. Little Mouse had not grown up yet. Once it grew up, it would definitely be able to intimidate everyone. Fang Chen, your growth trajectory is very similar to that of Emperor Zhang Jian. This time, the God-bearing sword prison might be an opportunity for you, the palace master said in a deep voice. Fang Chen nodded heavily. You should go back first. Also, don't leak the news of the godly rat bloodline, the palace master reminded him. In fact, the palace master was a little worried. Even in the extraterritorial region, no one had seen the godly rat bloodline. Fang Chen left the sword-bearing Immortal Palace with shock in his heart. Everything that had happened today had made him feel extremely shocked. He was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had heard of something in the extraterritorial region. What realm had Emperor Zhang Jian reached? And that heaven-devouring divine rat, just how tyrannical was it? The palace master smiled faintly as he watched Fang Chen leave. Never would I have imagined that the heaven-devouring divine rat from back then would actually leave behind such a pure descendant, said the palace master. He had clearly seen the little mouse unleash its innate divine ability. Although it wasn't strong enough now, once it grew up, it would definitely be incomparably heaven-defying. I hope that you will be able to obtain the recognition of the buried sword emperor, said the palace master. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Fang Chen cultivated while searching for information about the heaven-devouring divine rat. However, what disappointed Fang Chen was that there was almost no news about the heaven-devouring divine rat in the outside world. Apart from the palace master, even the two city lords of Burial Sword City knew nothing about it. In this way, Fang Chen was relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about others being greedy for the little mouse. Today, the entire Burial Sword City was extremely lively. The reason for that was because the legendary god-bearing sword prison was about to open. Early in the morning, countless martial artists had gathered at the square in front of the city lord mansion. Seeing that Fang Chen had arrived, Duguyun and Situ Hong greeted Fang Chen. Fang Chen walked over to them. There are so many people. Fang Chen could feel that the martial artists in the square had very strong auras. Some of them had even reached the limit of the true martial realm. Of course there are many people when the god-bearing sword prison opens, said Situ Hong. Brother Fang, we of the younger generation are at a disadvantage after entering the god-bearing sword prison, said Duguyun. The fighting strength of the younger generation was definitely not as strong as those old monsters who had been living in seclusion. Some martial artists had been trapped in the true martial realm for a long time and had been studying. Although they had no hope of entering the mysterious king realm, their fighting strength had reached the quasi-king realm. Most of the martial artists who had entered the god-bearing sword prison were in the true martial realm. In other words, quasi-king experts were the strongest fighting strength. At a glance, there were about 100 people in the square. Most of these martial artists were in the LV9 true martial realm. Only a small number of martial artists had not reached the LV9 true martial realm. Fang Chen and the rest of the younger generation stood together. Compared to the other older generation monsters, their strength was on the weaker side. Just as Fang Chen was talking to Situ Hong and Duguyun, Lu Jingyun and the others arrived. Among the younger generation, only Lu Jingyun had the strength to contend with the older generation's monsters. After 15 minutes, all the martial artists had arrived. Those who were able to come to the square were all qualified to enter the god-bearing sword prison. When all the martial artists had arrived, a ripple appeared in the void and the palace master appeared. It's the palace master of the sword-bearing deity palace, someone exclaimed. The palace master of the sword-bearing deity palace was elusive. It was impossible to see him on a normal day. Unexpectedly, he appeared this time. It seemed that the palace master attached great importance to the opening of the god-bearing sword prison. In an instant, the noisy square fell silent. The palace master stood on the rostrum and looked around. He then said in a deep voice, Everyone, the God-bearing sword prison is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. If you want to leave now, it's not too late, the palace master said. Hearing the palace master's words, many martial artists shook their heads. What a joke! Not just anyone could enter the God-bearing sword prison. Among the crowd on the square, there were some martial artists who had reached the limit of the true martial realm. They knew that they had no hope of reaching the mysterious king realm, so they wanted to enter the God-bearing sword prison to fight. Even if they could not break through to the true martial realm, they could die without regret. Of course, there were also some martial artists who wanted to get lucky and obtain all kinds of opportunities. In short, there were all kinds of thoughts. There are a total of 200 people entering the God-bearing sword prison this time. They are all in the true martial realm of the sword-bearing prefecture. I hope that you will gain something in the God-bearing sword prison. After the palace master finished speaking, he led the crowd and left the sword-bearing city. Brother Dugu, do you know where the God-bearing sword prison is? On the way, Fang Chen asked in a low voice. The God-bearing sword prison is said to be in the extreme north of the sword-bearing prefecture. There is an endless ocean there, Dugu Yun said. That's right. That ocean is called the Land of Death. Any true martial realm cultivator that enters it will definitely die. Unless the God-bearing sword prison opens, we true martial realm cultivators will be able to enter it safely, Sidu Hong said. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He was slightly curious about the endless ocean. Of course, he was even more curious about the legendary God-bearing sword prison. The sword-bearing city was a little far from the endless ocean. As they advanced, they formed groups to prepare for the God-bearing sword prison. Brother Fang, you've only been in the sword-bearing city for a short time. I have some things to tell you so that you won't offend someone you shouldn't offend and lose your life, Sidu Hong suddenly said. Oh! Fang Chen looked at Sidu Hong in confusion. There are countless true martial realm cultivators in the sword-bearing prefecture, but there are 8 people that even mysterious kings don't want to offend, said Sidu Hong. That's right. Their cultivations have reached the limit of the true martial realm. They're even stronger than quasi-kings, said Duguyun in a low voice. 8 peak true martial realm cultivators? Fang Chen was shocked. They were even stronger than quasi-kings and could contend with mysterious kings. The 8 of them have been trapped in the true martial realm for several thousand years. Because they can't enter the mysterious king realm, they've been studying the true martial realm, which led to them reaching the limit of the true martial realm. Situ Hong continued, when you enter the God-bearing sword prison, you have to hide far away if you encounter them. Their lifespan is almost up, so they'll go crazy when they start killing. Fang Chen nodded. Cultivators that were about to reach the end of their lifespan would indeed go crazy when they encountered an opportunity. After all, they would die even if they reached the end of their lifespan. They might even be able to enter the mysterious king realm. However, Fang Chen also knew that it was basically impossible for them to enter the mysterious king realm after being trapped in the true martial realm for several thousand years, unless they obtained some heaven-defying treasures in the God-bearing sword prison. The 8 of them are. Dugu Yun told Fang Chen their names, telling him to be careful. Fang Chen secretly remembered the names of these 8 people. Peak true martial realm cultivators. They were the strongest people entering the God-bearing sword prison. Chapter 892. Reaching the limit of any cultivation realm was something that ordinary people could not do. Especially those in the true martial realm who could reach the limit and not advance any further. It was no wonder that they could challenge mystic kings. The 8 extreme martial artists had surpassed many quasi-kings. Among the 200 or so people present, there were many quasi-kings. However, they were all in awe of the 8 ultimate powerhouses at the forefront. Even a quasi-king expert would not be able to resist them. Moreover, they were martial artists who were nearing the end of their lifespans. Once they went crazy, even quasi-kings would not dare to fight them. Fang Chen glanced at them and looked away. Everyone remained silent for the rest of the journey. The closer they got to the endless ocean, the heavier the atmosphere became. The God-burying sword prison was the most mysterious prison in the entire burial sword state. Countless martial artists were both curious and fearful of it. When they were about to enter the God-burying sword prison, everyone had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Under the lead of the palace master of the sword-burying Immortal Palace, the mighty crowd walked for 6 hours before arriving at the endless ocean. Everyone stood at the edge of the ocean. Strong winds blew past, causing their robes to flutter. Looking at the vast ocean, Fang Chen sighed in his heart. Although he had not seen the forbidden area of the ocean outside the ancient sword continent, it was probably much weaker than the endless ocean. In the boundless ocean, waves were surging and waves were constantly rising from the ocean. The air above the endless ocean was filled with a powerful aura. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to withstand it. "Let's go." As soon as the palace master finished speaking, he raised his hand. Immediately, the water in the endless ocean spread in 2 directions, forming a path in the ocean. Everyone followed behind the palace master and entered the endless ocean. Immediately, everyone's faces turned pale. They felt an enormous pressure on their bodies. What a strong gravitational force! Fang Chen could not help but sigh in the crowd. There was a strong gravitational force in the endless ocean. This gravitational force was several times stronger than the outside world. If not for the palace master leading the way, even quasi-kings would not be able to move forward easily. Fang Chen raised his head and carefully observed the many martial artists. He realized that other than the 8 ultimate powerhouses who were walking at the front, the other martial artists looked a little embarrassed. A true martial realm martial artist would find it difficult to withstand such gravity, Situ Hong said in a deep voice. The endless ocean is known as a forbidden land for martial artists. It's not just for show, Duguyun said. The surrounding seawater surged with raging waves, but not a single drop of seawater spilled out from the path they were walking on. Everyone knew that this was the palace master's doing. Fang Chen looked at the palace master walking at the front, his heart trembling. Exactly what level did the palace master of the sword burial Immortal Palace reach? It was simply too terrifying. While the seawater continued to surge, everyone resisted the gravity and moved forward with great difficulty. From time to time, they would encounter some powerful sea demons. However, when these sea demons sensed the palace master's aura, they would all flee. Fang Chen could clearly sense that the strength of these sea demons was definitely comparable to a human mystic king realm expert. It's really dangerous in the endless ocean, Fang Chen thought to himself. After walking for about 15 minutes, the group arrived at the depths of the ocean. At this moment, the gravity increased again. Some of the weaker martial artists could no longer stand. This was because the palace master was resisting most of the gravity. If the palace master was not around, it was hard to imagine how strong the gravity would be. This is the entrance to the God Burial Sword Prison. The palace master suddenly stopped and looked ahead. At this moment, there was a huge whirlpool in front of everyone. Within this whirlpool, there was an awe-inspiring aura constantly emitting. The closer they were to the whirlpool, the stronger the gravity. And the legendary entrance to the God Burial Sword Prison was within this whirlpool. Why was the God Burial Sword Prison built here? Fang Chen was a little puzzled and immediately asked. The dark turmoil back then was too tragic. There were countless deaths and injuries. Those martial artists who died were powerful extraterritorial realm experts. Even if they died, their resentment would still remain. If not controlled, it would bring disaster to the sword burial state, Dugu Yun said. There are countless extraterritorial realm experts buried in the God Burial Sword Prison. It's too dangerous, so it could only be built in the deep sea. With the strong pressure and the means of the Sword Burial Fairy Palace, we can suppress it, Situ Hong said solemnly. The god burial sword prison was too dangerous. If they were not careful, the resentment inside would escape, and that would be troublesome. When they arrived in front of the whirlpool, even the 8 ultimate warriors' faces changed slightly. Palace Master, is this the entrance to the god burial sword prison? One of the 8 ultimate warriors asked. When everyone heard this, they looked at the Palace Master. The Palace Master nodded and said, "That's right. This whirlpool is the entrance." The Palace Master looked at the whirlpool and said, "I will open the whirlpool later and the god burial sword prison will appear automatically. Quickly enter it." When everyone heard this, they nodded. Then, the Palace Master shook his wrist, and a terrifying aura surged out from his body. Then, the Palace Master used a special method to stop the whirlpool from rotating. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed. The Palace Master's method was too domineering. He actually stopped the whirlpool from rotating. The gravity in the whirlpool was strong enough to crush a Boundary King expert to death. Rumble! After the whirlpool stopped, a deafening sound resounded through the entire endless ocean. In an instant, all the sea demons in the endless ocean prostrated themselves in the water, their hearts filled with fear. After so many years, the god burial sword prison appeared once again. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the whirlpool that had stopped rotating. In the whirlpool, a vast prison gradually appeared. When the sword prison appeared completely, it occupied the entire endless ocean. Looking at the majestic prison, Fang Chen's heart trembled. The aura that was emitted from the prison almost suffocated him. What a strong aura! A decaying aura was emitted from the prison, and everyone retreated. The Palace Master looked at the god burial sword prison and nodded slightly. Then, he shook his wrist and a bright light shot into the entrance of the god burial sword prison. Suddenly, the god burial sword prison stabilized in the endless ocean. Fang Chen raised his head and stared at the huge god burial sword prison with his dark eyes. He was extremely shocked. The entire god burial sword prison was so tall that he couldn't see the end of it. There were countless complicated patterns on the god burial sword prison. Those runes were extremely complicated, and they were emitting a frightening power. Everyone looked at the god burial sword prison from afar and was shocked. This is the legendary god burial sword prison. The prison where countless extraterritorial gods are buried. Too powerful. Just the aura that it emits is suffocating. This is even with the Palace Master present. Many martial artists were shocked. The 8 ultimate powerhouses at the forefront exchanged glances with one another, and a hint of madness appeared in their eyes. Dong! Under the control of the Palace Master, a staircase appeared in the god burial sword prison. The staircase extended from the entrance of the god burial sword prison to everyone's feet. Then, the door of the god burial sword prison opened. Instantly, countless crazy roars could be heard coming from the entrance, as a terrifying dark aura spread across the place. Seeing this, the Palace Master snorted and shook his wrist to form a complicated seal. Then, the entrance of the god burial sword prison calmed down. "All of you, enter quickly," the Palace Master said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate powerhouses led the crowd into the god-bearing sword prison like a swarm of bees. Fang Chen followed the crowd and entered. Dong! After everyone had entered, the door of the god burial sword prison closed and gradually disappeared into the whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, the whirlpool started to rotate again and the endless ocean returned to its original state. The Palace Master stood in front of the whirlpool quietly and was thinking about something. After a long while, the Palace Master sighed and said, "I hope you guys can give me a surprise." Chapter 893. The Palace Master stared at the whirlpool. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the whirlpool. The Palace Master's expression changed. "It's been so many years. Is he still alive?" After saying that, the Palace Master of the Immortal Palace did not stay any longer. With a flash, she left the endless ocean. As for Fang Chen and the rest, they entered the god-burying sword prison. They would only know if they experienced it themselves. More than 200 true martial realm experts entered the god-burying sword prison. The sword-burying prefecture became peaceful. Some of the weaker true martial realm experts also started to become active. Many true martial realm experts entered the god-burying sword prison but never returned. This was their chance to rise. The sword burial Immortal Palace stood quietly on top of a mountain peak, as if it had existed since ancient times. At a certain moment, a piece of news was quietly spread out, instantly reaching every city. In the sword arena of Golden Sword City, Elder Xian was in the middle of a discussion with the other mysterious kings. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he bade farewell to the other mysterious kings and directly walked into an underground palace. "Ancestor, why are you looking for me?" Elder Xian asked in a low voice as he knelt on the ground. Just now, the ancestor, who had been in seclusion, sent him a message, asking him to come quickly. After so many years, this was the first time the old ancestor had been so anxious. Something very important must have happened. "I'm going to the sword-burying Immortal Palace. From now on, you'll be in charge of the sword arena." The ancestor's hoarse voice entered Elder Xian's ears. "Ancestor, you..." Elder Xian was confused. The ancestor was only going to the sword-burying Immortal Palace. Why did it seem like he was saying goodbye? He was worried. "Take care of the sword arena." After saying that, the patriarch's figure disappeared. "Ancestor." Elder Xian wanted to ask more, but the ancestor was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the same thing was happening in the other cities. In the Azura Sword sect of Azura Sword City, which was adjacent to Golden Sword City, the sound of a bell rang through the sky. When the Azura Sword sect's martialists heard the sound of the bell, their expressions turned extremely grave. The sound of the bell was extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't ring easily. It would only ring when the Azura Sword sect was in danger. But this time, it was ringing incessantly. Something big must have happened. "What's going on?" the Azura Sword sect's disciples asked. At this moment, the sect leader of the Azura Sword sect arrived at the entrance of a cave in the forbidden area of the sect. "Ancestor, why did you summon me?" asked the Azura sect master urgently. From now on, the Azura Sword City, the Azura Sword sect's master. Patriarchs from countless cities in the Sword Burial Prefecture left for the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. On this day, the Sword Burial Prefecture was in an uproar. A dozen old Azura Immortal Palaces, Immortal Palace. These old men were like people who were about to die. Their skinny bodies looked like they would be blown away by the wind at any time. However, if the outside world knew the identities of these old men, they would definitely be shocked. Immortal, immortal, immortal dark was immortal, 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 immortal. The immortal, these profound kings, had led their subordinates to fend off the foreign invaders during the chaos that had plagued the sword burial state. Although he was lucky enough to not die in the end, he was left with a lingering illness that could not be cured. "Old he, you're here too. Haha, old 5, long time no see. You old bastard, you're not dead yet." The dozen or so old men gathered together once again. Everyone was very happy. These people were all brothers who had fought side by side. "It's a pity that old 6 is dead. Otherwise, us brothers would be able to reunite." Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. The atmosphere was incomparably heavy. The old 6 that everyone was talking about was the commander of the 5 Elements Sword City. He had fought alongside them and died in battle. "Yeah, what a pity for 6 brother," someone else said. "If Fang Chun were here, he would definitely be shocked." The 6th brother that everyone was talking about was the mighty figure in the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron that was found outside the 5 Elements Academy. Just as everyone was talking, the Palace Lord of the Immortal Palace suddenly appeared. "Everyone! Palace Lord!" The old men all cupped their hands and bowed. The Palace Lord was also an expert who had experienced the chaos of the darkness. They were incomparably respectful. "Palace Lord, why have you called us here?" asked the Patriarch of Golden Sword City's Sword Arena. "That's right, Palace Lord. Why are you in such a rush this time?" asked the Patriarch of the Azura Sword Sect. "Everyone, I'm sure you all know that the God-Burying Sword Prison has opened," said the Palace Lord slowly. Everyone nodded. The opening of the God-Burying Sword Prison would affect the entire Sword Burial Province. How could they not know? "That dark creature is getting more and more irritated," continued the Palace Lord. Hearing this, the dozen or so old men all fell into silence. After a long while, someone said, "Palace Lord, let us old men do something for the Sword Burial Province." "That's right. We're willing to go kill that dark creature." The strongest group of people in the Sword Burial Province had gathered in the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. They were discussing important matters. As for Fang Chun and the others who had entered the God-Burying Sword Prison, they had no idea. In a vast wasteland, everyone was standing quietly. The 8 ultimate martial artists were at the front, looking around. "Is this the God-Burying Sword Prison?" After a long while, someone finally asked. The answer was yes. They had already entered the God-Burying Sword Prison. However, Fang Chun felt that it was a bit strange. It was rumored that there were countless foreign gods buried in the God-Burying Sword Prison. But why was it that after entering the God-Burying Sword Prison, they didn't find anything? They couldn't even sense a trace of dark energy. "Why can't I sense any danger?" asked someone. "That's the most dangerous and terrifying part." Finally, one of the 8 ultimate martial artists, an old man holding a fan, spoke. Fang Chen looked over and recognized him at a glance. He was one of the 8 ultimate martial artists, the Sword Breaker. The reason he was called the Sword Breaker was because he liked to personally break his opponent's sword after defeating them. Over time, the title of the Sword Breaker appeared. There are a total of 18 levels in the God-Burying Sword Prison. Each level is more dangerous than the last. "This is only the first level," said another of the 8 ultimate martial artists. "There's no danger in the first level. Let's go." With that, the 8 ultimate martial artists moved together and disappeared instantly. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. In the eyes of the 8 ultimate martial artists, they were like ants. Even some of the quasi-kings were nothing in the eyes of the 8 ultimate martial artists. "Brother Fang, how about we move together?" Duguyun, who was beside Fang Chen, asked in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded his head in agreement. The God-Burying Sword Prison was full of mysteries. Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. As they spoke, more than 200 martial artists dispersed. For the 8 ultimate martial artists, the first level wasn't very attractive. However, for ordinary martial artists of the real martial arts realm, it was very attractive. Everyone spread out to look for opportunities. Of course, there were also some powerful martial artists who were looking for the entrance to the second level. Countless extraterritorial gods were buried in the 18 levels of hell, as well as powerful dark beasts. It was extremely dangerous. As Fang Chun and the others walked on the wasteland of the first level, a voice came from the depths of the God-Burying Sword Prison. "Humans have finally come in." This voice was filled with a sinister smile. "Children, treat them well." As this voice sounded, an extremely cold aura came from the depths of the God-Burying Sword Prison. Countless dark beasts hidden in the dark were ready to make a move. The resentment of some extraterritorial experts who had died also became active. At this time, the atmosphere outside the God-Burying Sword Prison was extremely tense. Within the Sword-Burying Immortal Palace, many dark and chaotic commanders dragged their dying bodies toward the endless ocean. They were lucky to have survived back then, but they were unable to recover from the illness. As time passed, their bodies became weaker and weaker. Moreover, their time was almost up. The only thing they could do for the sword-bearing state was to do their last bit. For the sword-bearing state. Chapter 894. God-Burying Sword Prison, First Level. When Fang Chun and the others were separated, they finally encountered something strange. Darkness covered the sky and the entire first level was filled with an extremely eerie aura. Swoosh! In a wasteland somewhere, Fang Chen, Duguyun and Sidu Hong were walking quickly. Suddenly, a black shadow swept out from the darkness. Dark demonic beast! Sidu Hong roared loudly. An extremely sharp sword chi burst out from his body in an instant. He then started to fight with the dark demonic beast. At this moment, Fang Chen finally saw the so-called dark demonic beast. "This is the dark demonic beast?" Fang Chen said. He took out the hidden star sword and executed the golden light dragon slaying sword, attacking the dark demonic beast. Fang Chen used the true meaning of void to launch sneak attacks on the dark demonic beast, while Sidu Hong and Duguyun faced it head-on. Soon, the dark demonic beast was killed by the three of them. Phew! Looking at the dark demonic beast's body falling, Sidu Hong revealed a smile on his face. "Brother Fang, you actually have the true meaning of space," Duguyun said with a smile. It seemed like he had made the right choice. Choosing a teammate like Fang Chen, who had the true meaning of space, would save him a lot of trouble in the future. "Is this dark demonic beast born from absorbing the dark demonic chi in the god-burying sword prison?" Fang Chen asked. Sidu Hong nodded and said, "The dark demonic beast has absorbed a large amount of dark demonic chi. Its body has a strong corrosive aura. Normally, it can fight against those of a higher cultivation level." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. They had just entered the first level of the god-burying sword prison, and they had already encountered the dark demonic beast. Moreover, Fang Chen sensed that the dark demonic beast's combat power seemed to be very strong. "This is only the first level. With our strength, we can pass through it easily," Duguyun said confidently. In the first level of the god-burying sword prison, experts of the real martial arts realm were buried. As for experts of the mysterious king realm, they were basically buried in other levels. As soon as Duguyun finished speaking, he walked in front of the dark beast's body. He reached out his hand and directly inserted it into the dark beast's body. He grabbed its heart of darkness and took it out. "This is the heart of darkness," Duguyun said in a low voice. Fang Chen saw that on Duguyun's palm, there was a heart that was emitting a dark light. It was very tempting. The heart of darkness contains a large amount of aura. "To us martial artists it is considered a great treasure," Sidu Hong explained. "This heart of darkness is mine. The rest will be yours," Duguyun said as he put away the heart of darkness. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. After all, this was only the first dark demonic beast. In the days to come, they would definitely encounter many more. After the three of them finished their discussion, they continued on their journey. Whoosh! Whoosh! The vast wasteland was filled with a dark aura. In the darkness there were countless dark demonic beasts. However, the dark demonic beasts on the first level were generally not strong. It was not a problem for them. After about a day, more than 200 martial artists had basically entered the second level. Fang Chen and the other two also arrived at the entrance of the second level. At the entrance there was a huge dark demonic beast's body. It looked like it had been killed by other martial artists. "With the 8 ultimate warriors in front of us, we basically don't have to worry about the guarding demonic beasts," Sidu Hong said with a grin. Duguyun and Fang Chen looked at each other, and then the three of them entered the second level. In a day's time on the first level, the three of them worked together to kill 30 dark demonic beasts. Each of them received 10 hearts of darkness. When they arrived at the second level, the dangerous aura was obviously much stronger than that of the first level. At this time, casualties began to appear among the 200-odd martial artists. Fang Chen and the other two encountered a dark demonic beast at LV8 True Martial Realm. The dark demonic beast's strength was comparable to a human martial artist at LV9 True Martial Realm. Roar! The dark demonic beast roared at Fang Chen and the other two. Then, a monstrous aura emerged from its body, and it instantly swept towards the three of them. The three of them had a tacit understanding. Sidu Hong and Dugu Yun worked together to fight it head-on, while Fang Chun continued to use the true meaning of the void to launch a sneak attack. Whoosh! Chapter 895. There were a total of 18 levels in the God-Burying Sword prison. This reminded Fang Chun of the many web novels he had read on Earth. There were stories about the 18 levels of hell. The more sinful a person was, the lower he would be when he died. It was the same for the 18 levels of the God-Burying Sword prison. The strength of the dark beasts would increase with each level. It was said that as long as one was strong enough, one would be able to pass through the first 3 levels. However, from the 4th level onwards, one not only had to be strong, but also had to be well-rounded. This was the 2nd level. It was only there to train the warriors. The real danger was not here. However, even so, there were still some warriors who died. After killing the mutated dark beast, Fang Chun and the others continued to move forward. At the same time, on the 2nd level of the wilderness, countless warriors were killing the dark beasts with all their might. As for the 8 ultimate powerhouses, they cut through all obstacles and quickly arrived at the entrance of the 3rd level. At the entrance of the 3rd level, there was a mutated dark beast. This mutated dark demonic beast possessed an extremely powerful aura. This dark beast has a middle-grade heart of darkness, one of them said. Let me do it. Another person took a step forward, took out a long sword, and gently swung it. Instantly, a crack appeared in the sky. Poof! The dark beast did not even have the chance to defend itself. It died instantly. After that, the 8 ultimate powerhouses entered the 3rd level one after another. As for the middle-grade heart of darkness, the 8 ultimate powerhouses did not even bother to take it out. The 8 ultimate powerhouses were too strong. Their strength surpassed all the Quasi-Kings. Not long after they entered the 3rd level, a large number of Quasi-Kings arrived. When they saw the middle-grade heart of darkness, they fought over it. In the end, a Quasi-King with a slightly stronger strength snatched the middle-grade heart of darkness and entered the 3rd level. After that, a large number of Quasi-Kings entered the 3rd level as well. Of course, in other areas of the 2nd level, there were also some warriors who encountered some major dangers. On the ground somewhere, a warrior was killing dark beasts with all his might. He was very unlucky to encounter 3 dark beasts at once. Moreover, their strength was extraordinary. Poof! A dark demonic beast instantly bit off one of his arms. The other dark demonic beast bit off one of his legs. I'm not convinced. The martialist roared unwillingly. He had thought that he would be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter after entering the God-Burying Sword prison and soar into the sky. He didn't expect that he would die here after just reaching the 2nd level. He hated the heavens for being unfair. Pucci under the siege of the 3 dark monstrous beasts, this martial artist instantly fell. If Fang Chun and the others were present, they would have discovered that this person was from the younger generation, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Sword Burial Celestial Wall. At the same time, similar situations occurred in other places on the 2nd level. If it was just a single dark demonic beast, the martial artists wouldn't be afraid at all. However, if they were to form a group, no matter how powerful they would not be able to withstand them. Fang Chen's group of 3 was quite lucky. After all, Fang Chen possessed the tyrannical true meaning of void. The 3 of them killed a large number of dark demonic beasts and arrived at the entrance to the 3rd floor. He took a look and saw that the darkness demonic beasts at the entrance of the 3rd floor had already been killed. Go in, Sidu Hong said. Then, the 3 of them entered the 3rd level. Arriving at the 3rd level, the 3 of them detected a trace of a strange aura. This 3rd level is not simple, Dugu Yun said. Fang Chen's group of 3 moved forward quickly. Not long after, they encountered the attack of a mysterious demonic beast. This demonic beast was not a dark demonic beast, but its strength was comparable to a dark demonic beast. Rumble! Most importantly, the attacks of the three of them were not worth mentioning at all to this demonic beast. What physical attack immunity? Fang Chen's group of three cried out involuntarily. This was the first time the three of them encountered such a mysterious demonic beast that was immune to physical attack. This meant that no matter how strong the three of them were, it was useless. They couldn't even break through the demonic beast's defense. Damn it! Since it was immune to physical attacks, then they could only use soul attack. Whoosh! Fang Chen took the lead to use the God Attraction technique, while Sidu Hong and Duguyun also used their soul attack. Because Fang Chen was a soul cultivator, his soul attacks were much stronger than Sidu Hong and Duguyun. Bang! Fang Chen's soul spear hit the demonic beast's body and finally had some effect. However, it also thoroughly angered the demonic beast. Roar! The demonic beast roared, and its big claws suddenly bombarded the soul attacks of the three of them, instantly shattering their attacks. Then, the demonic beast emitted a terrifying aura and suddenly rushed towards the three of them. We can't fight it head-on, Situ Hong roared. Immediately, the three of them looked at each other and instantly fled in different directions. The three of them could not fight against this demonic beast that was immune to physical attack. So, the best way was to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! The three of them fled in three different directions. Only in this way could they have a chance to survive. However, what made Fang Chen depressed was that the demonic beast was actually chasing after him. In the blink of an eye, Situ Hong and Duguyun disappeared. Behind Fang Chen, the demonic beast was still chasing after him. Damn it! Fang Chen could not help but curse. Just as the demonic beast was about to catch up, Fang Chen used the God Attraction technique again, causing the demonic beast to pause for a moment. His figure instantly disappeared. Suddenly, the little mouse said, "Boss, we've already gone far enough. There's no need to run anymore." Fang Chen was startled and a little puzzled. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder and slowly said, "Boss, those two fellows have already left. Let me deal with this ugly demonic beast." "Are you sure?" Fang Chen asked. The little mouse nodded. Fang Chen stopped and turned his head to look at the demonic beast that was chasing after them. The little mouse jumped to the ground with a whoosh. Then, a purple light appeared around its body and condensed into a huge purple mouse phantom behind it. Innate ability. Seeing the little mouse use its innate ability, Fang Chen grinned. Whoosh! The demonic beast that was in the middle of chasing suddenly felt a huge attractive force. Immediately, a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. Roar! The demonic beast roared, wanting to break free. However, the little mouse's innate ability was really too powerful. Crash! Under the little mouse's innate ability, the demonic beast was instantly sucked into the purple mouse phantom's bloody mouth. Crack! The demonic beast that was so powerful that even Fang Chen had to flee became the little mouse's meal. Then the little mouse put away its innate ability and spat out a heart. "Boss, this is for you." The little mouse handed the heart to Fang Chen. Fang Chen received the heart, his heart trembling. "Your innate ability is truly becoming more and more powerful," praised Fang Chen. "Of course." The little mouse smiled. The heaven-devouring divine rat was truly too powerful. The more he interacted with the little mouse, the more he could sense its tyrannical innate ability. Just what is this demonic beast? It's actually immune to physical attacks. Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. According to what I know, this demonic beast should belong to a special race in the Outerverse called the Golden Devil Race, said the little mouse. Golden Devil Race? Asked Fang Chen. The Golden Devil Race can be considered a large race in the Outerverse. This member of the Golden Devil Race is just a weak demonic beast, said the little mouse. Members of the Golden Devil Race are naturally immune to physical attacks. They can be considered a tyrant in the universe. All of this came from the little mouse's inherited memories. Boss, you can try and see if eating this Golden Devil Race member's heart will also make you immune to physical attacks, suddenly said the little mouse. Fang Chen was startled. Then his eyes widened and he directly swallowed the golden devil race member's heart. Suddenly, a powerful aura was emitted from his body. What power? Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, the power of the heart spread out. At this time, Fang Chen clearly felt his body change. "Try and attack me," said Fang Chen. When the little mouse heard this, it immediately waved its little claws and attacked Fang Chen. Slash. Its claws slashed across Fang Chen's body, but it didn't leave behind any injuries. Chapter 896. He really was immune to physical attacks. This was what Fang Chen was thinking. He was incomparably excited. If he really was immune to physical attacks, then he wouldn't have to fear quasi-kings. Combined with his true meaning of void, it was simply too heaven-defying. Let's try again. Fang Chen wanted to confirm whether this was an illusion or not. Seeing this, the little mouse once again waved its claw, and it immediately slashed across Fang Chen's body. A miserable shriek came from Fang Chen's mouth. After being struck by the little mouse's claw, several wounds had appeared on his body. More importantly, he had actually been sent flying by the little mouse. Damn, I wasn't immune to physical attacks? Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up. He couldn't help cursing. The little mouse spread its claws, expressing its helplessness. "Boss, what's going on?" Just now, he was immune to the first attack. Why wasn't he immune to the second one? What was going on? Fortunately, the little mouse's attack wasn't too heavy. It was only a few superficial wounds. Fang Chen circulated his spiritual qi, and his injuries quickly healed. At this time, Fang Chen began to ponder. Just what was going on? Why was he immune to physical attacks at the beginning, but not later on? Could it be that there's a time limit? Fang Chen's mind lit up. It was a pity that he didn't have any extra golden devil hearts. Otherwise, he could give it a try. Let's go. Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness as he brought the little mouse away. At this time, in an empty space on the third floor, Situ Hong and Duguyun, who had split up to escape, once again gathered together. Their faces were filled with regret. "I wonder if Fang Chen can dodge the demonic beast's attack," Situ Hong muttered to himself. "Brother Fang has a space-related true meaning. He should be able to escape," Duguyun said. At that time, the situation had been urgent, and the two of them had been unable to do anything. After thinking for a moment, Situ Hong and Duguyun left, preparing to enter the third floor. Inside the third level, there were even more martial artists who died or were injured. There were more than 200 martial artists, but more than 50 of them had died on this floor. Fang Chen brought the little mouse to search for the Golden Devil Clan's demonic beast. Unfortunately, the Golden Devil Clan's demonic beasts were too rare to be found. However, just as Fang Chen was about to enter the fourth floor, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly. Immediately after that, Fang Chen sensed a special aura. "There's movement." Fang Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. Darkness covered the land, and he couldn't see anything clearly. However, he could clearly sense that the source of the rapid beating of the golden heart came from the land shrouded in darkness. "Let's go and take a look." Fang Chen could be considered to be a daring expert. With the help of the little mouse's innate ability, as long as he didn't encounter an extremely powerful demon beast, he would be fine. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen arrived at the land shrouded in darkness. This was a small hill. The area around the small hill was completely shrouded in darkness. On the small hill there was a skeleton. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had seen a skeleton in the God-burying sword prison. This skeleton must be an expert who had died in the dark turmoil back then. This skeleton had been baptized by the passage of time and had become extremely rotten. However, Fang Chen could vaguely sense a terrifying aura from the skeleton. The skeleton was constantly emitting a dark aura. Fang Chen suddenly realized that the dark aura surrounding the small hill was actually emitted from the skeleton. As he approached the skeleton, the golden heart beat faster. What's inside the skeleton? Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. He came to the small hill and reached out to touch the skeleton. Crack! When Fang Chen's palm came into contact with the skeleton instantly shattered. An ancient voice came from within the skeleton. You're right. Scam. Fang Chen only heard those 2 words. However, he did not understand what the skeleton meant by those words. After the skeleton shattered, the dark aura instantly surged. In the next instant, the dark aura drilled into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt like he was about to suffocate. The dark aura was extremely domineering. Boss, the heart of darkness. However, at this moment, the little mouse shouted loudly. Immediately, Fang Chen swallowed all the heart of darkness he had obtained. The moment the heart of darkness entered his body, it instantly melted. A dense dark aura instantly spread out. This dark aura instantly absorbed the dark aura from before. Then, it was completely melted by Fang Chen's body. At this moment, some information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. True meaning of darkness. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He didn't expect this skeleton to actually possess the true meaning of darkness. And the information that appeared in Fang Chen's mind was an introduction to the true meaning of darkness. The true meaning of darkness was a high-level true meaning. If he could comprehend it, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket. How can I comprehend the true meaning of darkness? Fang Chen was puzzled. The purpose of entering the God-bearing sword prison was to raise one's cultivation. If he could comprehend the true meaning of darkness, his strength would definitely increase. Fang Chen had never come into contact with the true meaning of darkness, so he didn't know where to start. However, just as he was looking at this information, he suddenly thought of the heart of darkness. If I devour a large amount of the heart of darkness, will it help me comprehend the true meaning of darkness faster? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Your thoughts coincide with mine. No matter what, we should give it a try. Ancestor Bronze's voice sounded. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. There were indeed opportunities everywhere in the God-bearing sword prison. This was only the 3rd level, and he had encountered such a great opportunity. Fang Chen calmed himself down and left the small hill. He brought the little mouse and entered the 4th level. Because the 8 extreme powerhouses were extremely fast, they didn't have to worry about not being able to enter the next level. After entering the 4th level, Fang Chen immediately felt that the air was extremely oppressive. What a dense aura of darkness! Fang Chen said in a low voice. Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to explore the 4th level. Instead, he brought the little mouse to collect enough heart of darkness and, of course, the heart of the golden demon race. Time passed bit by bit. The 8 extreme powerhouses had already entered the 5th level. Most of the quasi-kings had also entered the 5th level. Only Fang Chen remained on the 4th level. The higher the level, the greater the opportunities, but also the greater the danger. However, everyone's thoughts were simple. That was to follow the 8 extreme powerhouses closely. If there was any danger, the 8 of them would deal with it. However, Fang Chen didn't have such thoughts at all. The little mouse's special ability allowed him to be fearless of the dark beasts on the 4th level. In a day, Fang Chen and the little mouse worked together to kill 10 dark beasts. These 10 dark beasts all had mid-grade heart of darkness, and their strength was comparable to a LV9 true martial realm martial artist. If Fang Chen were to act alone, it would be difficult for him to kill one of them. However, with the little mouse's special ability, it was a different story. As soon as they encountered a dark demonic beast, Fang Chen would execute his true intent of void to attract the dark demonic beast's attention before it could even attack. As for the little mouse, it would execute its innate ability. After continuously using its special ability for a day, the little mouse's body began to weaken. Boss, I can't use my special ability for the time being. Little Mouse said in a low voice. Rest well. Fang Chen nodded. The little mouse's special ability was too heaven-defying, so every time it was used, it would consume a large amount of energy. Being able to use it 10 times in a row was already the limit. The little mouse returned to the interspatial ring to rest, while Fang Chun took out 10 hearts of darkness and prepared to devour them. At this moment, in a dark corner, 2 men stared at the 10 hearts of darkness in Fang Chen's hand with greedy eyes. This kid actually has 10 heart of darkness. Moreover, they are all mid-grade heart of darkness, one of them said, licking his dry lips. Shall we attack? The other man asked. It's his bad luck to meet us, the ice and sky twin stars. The man from before laughed sinisterly. As they spoke, the 2 men walked out from the dark corner. Kid, hand over your hearts of darkness and we can spare your life. Chapter 897. The Ice-Sky Twin Stars were somewhat famous in the Sword Burial Prefecture. The older generation's true martial experts were lacking in talent, but they had cultivated to the 8th level of the true martial realm over the years. If the 2 of them worked together, they wouldn't be afraid of a 9th level true martial expert. Seeing this, Fang Chun put away the heart of darkness as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. You want my darkness heart? Asked Fang Chun. Brat, hand over the darkness heart obediently, or you'll definitely die. Don't think we're afraid of you just because you left 99 sword scars on the sword burial heavenly wall, said the other. Talent doesn't represent strength. The 2 of them recognized Fang Chun. After all, he was quite famous in the sword burial city. The Ice-Sky Twin Stars? Muttered Fang Chun. What if I don't hand it over? Sneered Fang Chun. You're asking for it. Are you courting death? Are you forcing us to attack? Once we attack, you'll definitely die. The Ice-Sky Twin Stars believed that Fang Chun had no other choice but to hand over the darkness heart. However, Fang Chun had chosen a different method, which was to fight. Whoosh! Fang Chun's figure disappeared as he executed the true intent of void. The Ice-Sky Twin Stars had long anticipated that Fang Chun would display spatial-type true intent. Wild sword chi emerged around the 2 people's bodies, forming the strongest defense. The void was torn apart, and the hidden star sword shot out. The golden light dragon slaying was immediately used. Bang! The star-hidden sword fiercely collided with the long swords of the twin stars of ice and sky. The powerful force directly pressed down. This brat is so strong, said the Ice-Sky Twin Stars. Bang! Bang! After forcing back Fang Chun, the Ice-Sky Twin Stars unleashed their strongest attacks. Fang Chun used the true intent of void to battle together with the Ice Heaven Twin Stars. Boss, hold on for a bit. The little mouse transmitted from within the spatial ring. He was currently devouring violet crystals to recover his strength. Once he recovered, he would be able to use his innate ability. A smile appeared on Fang Chun's face when he heard this. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a Tao-level formation was instantly set up. An array formation. Seeing this, the Ice and Sky Twin Stars sneered. The swords in their hands instantly merged into one. The appearance of this longsword caused the temperature within the array to drop rapidly. Ice Heaven Sword. The weapons that the Ice and Sky Twin Stars were proud of. The aptitude of the Ice and Sky Twin Stars was very poor. It was only through the accumulation of time that they were able to cultivate to the 8th level of the genuine martial realm. And ever since they had obtained the Ice Heaven Sword, they had become somewhat famous in the sword burial state. In its normal state, the Ice Heaven Sword could be split into 2 swords. When in danger, they would combine into one and transform into the Ice Heaven Sword. When the Ice Heaven Sword appeared, the surrounding space instantly dropped. Even the Tao level array was instantly frozen by the Ice Heaven Sword. Cold Chi. Seeing this, Fang Chun sneered. Then, he took out the Jade Moon Pearl. Suddenly, a vast aura shot out from the Jade Moon Pearl and filled the entire formation. The Jade Moon Pearl was actually absorbing the cold chi of the Ice Heaven Sword. In an instant, the 2 confronted each other. What's going on? Seeing this, the Ice and Sky twin stars cried out involuntarily. World of ice and snow! The Ice and Sky twin stars roared loudly and displayed the strongest state of the Ice Heaven Sword. Suddenly, ice appeared in the entire formation. Crack! The Ice Heaven Sword blasted away the attack of the Jade Moon Pearl with absolute strength. Then, it smashed the Tao level array with an unstoppable force. Fang Chen's figure instantly appeared in front of the Ice and Sky twin stars. Kid, it's time for you to die. The Ice and Sky twin stars said eerily. This Ice Heaven Sword is amazing. I want it, Fang Chen said softly, without any fear on his face. You're courting death. The Ice and Sky twin stars were furious. They immediately controlled the Ice Heaven Sword and launched a fierce and domineering attack. However, at this moment, the little mouse appeared behind Fang Chen. It instantly displayed its innate ability. An extremely tyrannical attractive force appeared in an instant. The Ice Heaven Sword trembled in the sky, as if it was resisting the vast attractive force. The bodies of the Ice and Sky twin stars couldn't help but move towards Fang Chen. What's going on? At this moment, the Ice and Sky twin stars finally sensed a trace of danger. Roar! The little mouse roared towards the sky in anger. Immediately, the terrifying devouring force increased in an instant. Hiss! The bodies of the Ice and Sky twin stars couldn't be controlled. No! The Ice and Sky twin stars passed through the place where Fang Chen was and were absorbed by the little mouse's innate ability. Crack! At the most critical moment, one of the Ice and Sky twin stars suddenly cut off one of his arms. In an instant, his figure flashed and directly grabbed the Ice Heaven Sword in the sky and slashed towards the little mouse. The other person was instantly swallowed by the little mouse. Whoosh! In an instant, the person with the severed arm held the Ice Heaven Sword and disappeared into the void. The little mouse withdrew its innate ability and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was some helplessness on its face. The taste of humans is very bad. But fortunately, the sky-devouring godly mouse had a powerful digestive ability. After swallowing, it would automatically digest it. It's all thanks to you this time. Fang Chen gently stroked the little mouse's head and said softly. At this moment, the little mouse's face was clearly a little pale after using its innate ability once. Its body was extremely weak. The 40,000 purple crystals in the interspatial ring had all been swallowed by the little mouse. Such a huge amount of energy was only enough to support it to use its innate ability once. It seemed that the little mouse wouldn't be able to use its innate ability for a very long time. Fang Chen looked at the void and nodded slightly. Although not both of the Ice and Sky twin stars were left behind, he had killed one of them. The other one was no longer a threat. On the third floor, in a dark corner, one of the Ice and Sky twin stars was extremely furious. Damn it, just what race is that little mouse? How can it use such a heaven-defying technique? Bingyu was extremely furious. This time, they had suffered a double loss. Not only did they not obtain Fang Chen's Heart of Darkness, but they had also lost one of the Ice and Sky twin stars. Fang Chen, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. After speaking, Bingyu disappeared into the darkness. On the fourth floor, the majority of the Quasi-Kings had found some opportunities. Of course, there were also some who had encountered danger. And on the fifth floor, the 8 peak powerhouses had also stopped advancing. Because they had encountered a powerful enemy. It's actually an Abyss Demon Hunter from outside the region. What do we do? Abyss Demon Hunters have extremely strong defenses. Their only weakness is their abdomen. The 8 of us will work together and attack their abdomen. The 8 peak powerhouses were currently discussing a countermeasure. This was because Abyss Demon Hunters were abnormally strong. If it was one-on-one, the 8 peak powerhouses would not dare to face the Abyss Demon Hunters head-on. Fortunately, the 8 of them worked together. This way, killing the Abyss Demon Hunters would be much easier. Alright, let's attack together. The 8 peak powerhouses attacked one after another. Their combat power was comparable to a mystic king. Rumble, earth-shattering sounds were constantly heard. The 8 ultimate powerhouses unleashed their most powerful techniques to attack the Abyss Demon Hunters. After a fierce battle, the Abyss Demon Hunter's abdomen was hit and its body was penetrated. In the end, it fell to the ground unwillingly. Crash! After the Abyss Demon Hunting Beast died, a luminous pearl-like pearl appeared on its forehead. Seeing this, the eyes of the 8 peak powerhouses lit up. It's actually a Demon Hunter pearl. There should be many Abyss Demon Hunters on the 5th floor. It shouldn't be a problem for each of us to have one. Someone suggested that this pearl should be given to one person first and the rest should be dealt with after killing the Abyss Demon Hunters. The 8 peak powerhouses were extremely strong, but they still needed to be careful on the 5th floor. At this moment, Fang Chen was still on the 3rd floor. Little Mouse went to recuperate, while Fang Chen sat cross-legged and started to devour the 10 middle-grade hearts of darkness. This middle-grade heart of darkness is obviously much stronger than the inferior and low-grade ones, Fang Chen muttered to himself. The middle-grade heart of darkness contained a very strong dark aura. Fang Chen devoured all 10 middle-grade hearts of darkness in one go. Suddenly, a strong dark aura spread out. In Fang Chen's mind, the dark attribute aura was constantly circulating. Chapter 898. 10 middle-grade darkness hearts contained an extremely dense darkness aura within them. When Fang Chen digested all 10 heart of darkness, a majestic dark aura instantly enveloped him. At this moment, the dark aura in Fang Chen's mind was constantly rolling. As time passed, Fang Chen's understanding of the concept of darkness became deeper and deeper. 2 hours later, the dark aura around Fang Chen's body had become slightly thinner. 6 hours later, the dark aura around him completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind buzzed, and the concept of darkness instantly filled the air. Fang Chen instantly opened his eyes. With a thought, a majestic dark aura emerged in his mind. The dark aura gathered together and formed the concept of darkness. Is this the concept of darkness? Fang Chen muttered to himself. For him now, the comprehension of the concept was not enough to surprise him. After all, at his level, the most important thing was the true intent. However, being able to comprehend the concept of darkness also meant that he was one step closer to the true intent of darkness. The concept of darkness was one of the more powerful concepts. It could instantly release the dark aura to envelop oneself and hide in the darkness. Moreover, the dark aura had a strong corrosive power. If he could comprehend the true intent of darkness, then Fang Chen's strength would increase a lot in this eerie and terrifying god-burying sword prison. Moreover, even if he encountered dark monsters, he could easily kill them. Fang Chen's potential was unquestionable. To comprehend the concept of darkness in 6 hours, although it was partly due to the heart of darkness, it was still a heaven-defying potential. In the following time, Fang Chen began to comprehend the true intent of darkness. The comprehension of the true intent itself was a relatively difficult thing. However, the god-burying sword prison was the best place to comprehend the true intent of darkness. There was an extreme dark aura here, and it also had a frightening feeling. Time passed bit by bit. After a week, Fang Chen's concept of darkness reached the peak of the first minor realm. After half a month, the concept of darkness reached the second minor realm. In just 1 month, he had cultivated the concept of darkness to the peak of the third minor boundary. This was Fang Chen's unparalleled potential. After his intent realm reached the peak of the third level, he tried to break through to the true meaning realm. Once he succeeded, Fang Chen's strength would greatly increase. Hiss, hiss, his thunder rumbled within Fang Chen's body. This was the vast amount of lightning that had remained in his body when he had gone through the 12th tribulation. At this moment, he was completely drawn out by Fang Chen. The concept of darkness completely enveloped Fang Chen's body. The entire area instantly became incomparably dark. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a dense aura of darkness. In a month, many things had happened in the God-bearing sword prison. Back then, more than 200 martial artists had entered the God-bearing sword prison, and countless of them had died. By now, there were only a little over 100 people left. Moreover, most of them were trapped in the 4th level and were unable to enter the 5th level. As for the 8 ultimate contenders, they remained at the forefront. In the 3rd level, there was only Fang Chen alone. He was comprehending the true meaning of darkness. If he succeeded, his strength would reach an unprecedented height. The potential of a 12th tribulation martial artist was unparalleled in the God-bearing sword prison. Because of this, it was extremely difficult for Fang Chen to improve his cultivation. However, even if his cultivation was at the peak of LV5 true martial realm, he could still kill a martial artist at LV8 true martial realm. This was the strength of a 12th tribulation martial artist. The palace master of the sword-bearing Immortal Palace had long predicted that Fang Chen's future achievements would not be inferior to his. He was even the most promising martial artist to be recognized by the sword-bearing emperor. As for Fang Chen, he was also working hard in this direction. After 3 months in the God-bearing sword prison, Fang Chen finally comprehended the true meaning of darkness. At this moment, Fang Chen was shrouded by the aura of darkness. His bottleneck seemed to have loosened a lot. Is this the true meaning of darkness? Fang Chen muttered to himself. It took him a total of 3 months to comprehend the true meaning of darkness. Of course, these 3 months were worth it. The true meaning of darkness was very powerful. Crash! Fang Chen moved his mind and a ball of black aura suddenly appeared on his palm. It then condensed into a fist radiance and instantly shot out into the distance. Dong! The black fist radiance heavily bombarded the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. At this moment, a dark demonic beast suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately used the true meaning of void and directly appeared in front of the dark demonic beast. Without saying a word, he activated the true meaning of darkness and punched out. Bang! The dark demonic beast's body was instantly blasted apart by Fang Chen's fist. A heart of darkness was suspended in the air and was kept by Fang Chen. I killed a dark demonic beast with a low-grade heart of darkness with 1 punch. Fang Chen grinned. After comprehending the true meaning of darkness, his strength had increased a lot. Subsequently, Fang Chen looked around and smiled. It's time to enter the 4th level. In a short while, Fang Chen found the entrance to the 4th level and entered it. The atmosphere on the 4th level was much more oppressive than the 3rd level, causing Fang Chen to frown a little. Bang! Just as he entered, a dark demonic beast sneakily attacked him. However, it was killed by Fang Chen with 1 punch. While Fang Chen was thinking, a figure appeared from afar. When he saw Fang Chen, he instantly walked over. Fang Chen. This figure called out Fang Chen's name. Fang Chen looked over and discovered this person. This person was an expert in the top 10 of the Sword Burial Sky Wall list. He had met Fang Chen once before. In the blink of an eye, this person arrived in front of Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to open his mouth to ask, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from this person. In an instant, he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a little surprised. Why did this person attack him? However, he didn't have time to think about it. He had to solve this problem first. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen used the true meaning of void while using the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. The Golden Light Dragon Slaying was a sword move of pure strength. Even a LV8 genuine martial realm martial artist couldn't compare with it. Bang! This person was hit by the Golden Light Dragon Slaying and his body was instantly split in half. Just as this person fell, a wisp of aura emerged from his mind. Such a perfect body, ha ha. This wisp of aura emitted a sinister laugh. Fang Chen was startled and immediately understood that this was the resentment of those experts who had fallen. The resentment turned into a stream of light and shot towards Fang Chen. Bang, however, just as the resentment was about to touch Fang Chen, it was suddenly blocked by the true meaning of darkness on Fang Chen. Damn it, you actually have the true meaning of darkness! The resentful spirit roared furiously. When they had fallen here, their resentment was extremely strong. As long as a human martial artist came in, they would let their resentment take over the human martial artist's body. However, Fang Chen had the true meaning of darkness, and they couldn't get close to him. True meaning of darkness. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He instantly understood that this resentment should be afraid of the true meaning of darkness. Swish! Fang Chen clenched his fist, and the true meaning of darkness revolved around him as he punched at the resentment. Bang! The resentment was hit, and it was in a mess. At the same time, it was shouting loudly, "Kid, let me go, and I can teach you an absolute art." This resentment roared loudly. Bang! Fang Chen ignored the resentment's words and punched again. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The true meaning of darkness had a strong corrosive power. The resentment's aura was being corroded, and it let out a miserable cry. "No, I can teach you an absolute art that will allow your strength to improve by leaps and bounds." The resentment shouted loudly, hoping that Fang Chen would let it go. However, Fang Chen ignored it. "I can tell you a secret about the God-burying sword prison." Seeing that Fang Chen was indifferent, the resentment roared again. "What's the secret?" At this moment, Fang Chen finally stopped his attack and asked. A powerful existence had fallen in the 5th level. As long as you can get the inheritance of this existence, there will be no danger in the first 10 levels of the God-burying sword prison. The resentment said. "How do you know?" Fang Chen asked. Chapter 899. "Tell me the details," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. "Do you know about the Abyss Demon Hunting Beast clan?" Fang Chen nodded. This clan was considered an overlord clan in the extraterritorial realm. They were very powerful. The powerful existence that died on the 5th floor was a king of the Abyss Demon Hunting Beast clan. He was called the Black Crack King. He was very powerful, the Black Crack King said. "We followed His Excellency the Black Crack King to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Who would have thought that we would die here?" Black Crack King. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Fang Chen wanted to know more about the Black Crack King, but the Black Crack King didn't. Finally, Fang Chen came in front of the Black Crack King and raised his fist. Darkness intent spread out. "You promised not to kill me," the Black Crack King roared. Fang Chen sneered and killed him with a punch. The 4th floor was extremely dangerous. Many almighties had died here. Some almighties had extremely strong resentment. If they weren't careful, their souls would be invaded. The warrior just now had his soul invaded. Whoosh! At this moment, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder with a whoosh. Seeing the little mouse, Fang Chen smiled. It seemed that the little mouse had recuperated. This way, the speed of exploring the God Burial Sword prison would be faster. "Let's go to the 5th floor," Fang Chen said. While Fang Chen and the little mouse were searching for the entrance to the 5th floor, they encountered countless dark beasts. However, with the darkness intent, it was much easier to kill the dark beasts. The little mouse didn't make a move from beginning to end. According to Fang Chen, the little mouse's innate ability could only be used on the 5th floor. This was a trump card that needed to be used at the last moment. Along the way, Fang Chen killed more than 20 dark demonic beasts. Some of the dark demonic beasts even possessed mid-grade Heart of Darkness. Along the way, Fang Chen also encountered some human warriors who were killing each other. However, Fang Chen couldn't care less. Among these martial artists, there were even some quasi-king level experts. The reason why their souls were corroded by resentment was because they were greedy and their minds were not firm enough. However, after Fang Chen walked for about an hour on the 4th floor, he suddenly stopped. This was because he saw two familiar faces. Dugu Yun and Situ Hong. Dugu Yun, Situ Hong. Fang Chen waved at the two of them and shouted loudly. However, Situ Hong and Duguyun's actions were rather strange and attracted Fang Chen's attention. At this moment, Duguyun and Situ Hong were standing on a small hill with their backs facing Fang Chen. Fang Chen quickly arrived in front of the small hill and called out again. However, Duguyun and Situ Hong still didn't move. Soon after, Fang Chen turned around to look. He instantly discovered that Duguyun and Situ Hong's faces were filled with fear. He followed their gazes and saw that there was a skeleton behind the small hill. On the skeleton, there was a pair of eyes that were staring at Duguyun and Situ Hong. Fang Chen's arrival interrupted the gaze of the eyes. The eyes on the skeleton swayed a little. Duguyun and Situ Hong instantly woke up. When they saw Fang Chen, they were shocked. "Brother Fang, why are you here?" Situ Hong asked hurriedly. "Brother Fang." When they parted that day, Fang Chen was being chased by the Golden Demon clan. They didn't expect to meet here 3 months later. "What happened to the two of you?" asked Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, the owner of this skeleton was an expert in illusions when he was alive. This pair of eyes is his resentment. The two of us couldn't enter this place and fell into the illusion created by this pair of eyes," said Situ Hong. "Kiki, another human cultivator. The pair of eyes constantly flickered and emitted traces of illusions." A hoarse voice rang out. In an instant, the pair of eyes emitted a strange light that enveloped Fang Chen's group. What a powerful illusion! Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The illusion art was much stronger than his illusory sword Dao. Furthermore, this was an illusion created by the resentment of an expert after his death. If this expert was alive, just how strong would this illusion be? "What do we do?" asked Duguyun hurriedly. They weren't experts in illusions. Once they were targeted by this pair of eyes, there was no way they could escape. "Let me." Fang Chen used his illusory sword path. A dense illusory aura instantly spread out, wanting to resist the illusion of the eyes. Bang bang bang, there were countless clashing sounds in the air. This was the result of the two illusions fighting. Crack! Finally, after a series of clashes, a cracking sound rang out. Fang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. His face revealed a trace of bitterness. Even his illusory sword path couldn't resist the illusion of this pair of eyes. "Is there no other way?" Situ Hong said disappointedly. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered. At this moment, the little mouse strolled in the void. It wasn't affected by the illusion released by this pair of eyes and arrived in front of it. When Situ Hong and Duguyun saw this, they were completely stunned. This little mouse wasn't afraid of illusions. However, what the little mouse did next shocked the two of them. Crash! The little mouse's little claws grabbed the pair of eyes and put it into its mouth. Crack! In front of the three people's dumbfounded gazes, it bit by bit crushed the pair of eyes and swallowed them into its stomach. In an instant, the illusion was removed. Situ Hong and Duguyun returned to normal. The two of them were shocked. As for Fang Chen, he was a little surprised. The little mouse wasn't afraid of illusions. It directly swallowed the pair of eyes. The little mouse spread its hands and, with a whoosh, jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. "Brother Fang, is this your spirit pet?" Situ Hong asked with a smile. "This spirit pet is too domineering. It's not afraid of illusions," said Duguyun. Fang Chen didn't answer the two of them. If this was considered domineering, then what was the little mouse's innate ability? After rescuing Duguyun and Situ Hong, Fang Chen bid farewell to the two of them. "I'm going to explore the 5th floor. What about you guys?" asked Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, the 5th floor is extremely dangerous. The 8 peak powerhouses should be there. You have to be careful," warned Situ Hong. "It's said that the 5th floor has abyss demonic beasts. It's incomparably dangerous," said Duguyun. Fang Chen nodded. He had learned of the abyss demonic beasts' existence from the vengeful spirits he had killed. Right now, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he didn't explore, he wouldn't be able to break through. "We're going to look for opportunities on the 4th floor," Once we're strong enough, we'll enter the 5th floor, said Duguyun. Situ Hong also nodded heavily. All right. I hope we can meet again. After saying that, Fong Chen turned and left. Looking at Fong Chen's departing figure, Situ Hong and Duguyun's eyes shone. In the past 3 months, countless martial artists had died in the God-bearing sword prison. Of course, there were also many martial artists who obtained great opportunities and made breakthroughs in their cultivation. Among them were Lu Jingyun and the rest of the younger generation. Lu Jingyun had obtained the inheritance of an almighty in the 4th floor of the God-bearing sword prison. His cultivation had made a breakthrough and his swordsmanship was unparalleled. His strength was comparable to the older generation of true martial realm experts. As for Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao, they had also obtained some inheritances. Although they weren't swordsmanship inheritances, they were still very precious to the two of them. In the past few months, Lu Jingyun, Tuoba Yulong, Lu Wudao, Situ Hong, and Duguyun had become famous among the younger generation. The rest had disappeared without a trace. As for the older generation of true martial realm experts, their strength had increased very slowly due to their talent. There weren't any outstanding martial artists. As for the 8 peak powerhouses, other than the 8 of them, no one knew where they were. Ever since they had entered the God-bearing sword prison, no one had seen them. The 8 of them formed a group and their goal was to go deeper into the God-bearing sword prison. As time passed, the dangers in the God-bearing sword prison were gradually exposed. Even the 8 peak powerhouses were trapped in the 5th floor. The 5th floor was a checkpoint. Overall, the first 4 floors weren't dangerous. However, the 5th floor was abnormally dangerous. The entire 5th floor was filled with abyss demon hunting beasts. Chapter 900. God-bearing sword prison, 5th level. The spacious wasteland had the same style as the first 4 levels. However, the atmosphere here was extremely oppressive. Fong Chen had just entered the 5th level when he was discovered by the Abyss Demon Hunters. Roar! As one of the Abyss Demon Hunters roared, the other Abyss Demon Hunters instantly discovered Fong Chen and attacked Fong Chen. Not good. Fong Chen knew how powerful the Abyss Demon Hunters were. He leaped and hid in the void. Whoosh! The golden light dragon slaying sword was executed. The hidden star sword carried a majestic black flame and appeared in the void, stabbing the Abyss Demon Hunter that attacked first. Bang! Such a powerful sword was actually unable to injure the Abyss Demon Hunter, which shocked Yi Shiwen. The strength of this Abyss Demon Hunter is at least LV9 of the true martial realm, Fong Chen said in his heart. His face was filled with a solemn expression. Currently, he could still fight against a LV9 true martial realm martial artist, but he could not fight against a LV9 true martial realm Abyss Demon Hunter. Escape. That was the only thought in Fong Chen's mind. The true meaning of darkness enveloped him, and the true meaning of void was activated to the extreme. Ripples appeared in the sky one after another. Fong Chen's figure disappeared in an instant. On the desolate plain, countless abyss demon hunting beasts continuously roared as they chased after Fong Chen. Although the abyss demon hunters were powerful, their speed was their weakness. They could not resist Fong Chen's true meaning of void. After fleeing for a long time, Fong Chen's figure appeared in the void. He was panting. His body could not take it after continuously using the true meaning of void at such a high intensity. Fortunately, the Abyss Demon Hunters did not chase after him. In the 5th level, the Abyss Demon Hunters are too powerful and their numbers are huge. I have to be careful, Fong Chen said to himself. Originally, the little mouse wanted to use its innate ability to deal with the Abyss Demon Hunters. However, it was stopped by Fong Chen. After using the little mouse's innate ability a few times in a row, its energy would be depleted. Thus, he couldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. Boss, what do we do now? The little mouse's eyes flickered as it asked. Find the Black Crack King, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. He was confident that he could use the true meaning of void and true meaning of darkness to find the Black Crack King's remains. Once he could obtain the Black Crack King's inheritance, the abyss demon hunting beasts on the 5th floor would no longer be a threat. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flickered continuously as he rushed towards the front of the 5th floor. During this time, Fang Chen encountered some demonic beasts from the Golden Demon clan and killed them in passing. After obtaining the hearts of the Golden Demon clan's demonic beasts, he kept them in his spatial ring. While Fang Chen was searching for the place where the Black Crack King had fallen, in a certain empty space on the 5th floor, the 8 ultimate contenders stood side by side. Their faces were filled with solemnity. There was a grave in front of them. The surroundings of the grave were extremely dilapidated. There were countless human skeletons. With one look, it was obvious that they belonged to the fallen human geniuses who had entered the God-burying sword prison. What do we do? The one who spoke was the old man holding a folding fan. He was called the Folding Sword Hand. The Black Crack King, the leader of the Abyss Demon Hunting Beasts. He was extremely powerful. It was said that he had already touched the threshold of the peak of the Mystic King realm, another white-robed old man said solemnly. This old man was also one of the 8 ultimate contenders. His nickname was Dark Sword. He was also the only true martial realm expert who possessed the true meaning of darkness among the 8 ultimate contenders. On the outside, the 8 ultimate contenders were basically equal in strength. However, within the God-burying sword prison, there was a terrifying aura of darkness everywhere. Therefore, Dark Sword's strength had also become stronger. Most importantly, he could ignore the aura of darkness. Dark Sword had put in a lot of effort to be able to reach this place so easily. Dark Sword, do you have any ideas? Taoist Tianhong's eyes flickered as he asked. They weren't afraid of ordinary abyss demon hunting beasts. However, the 8 of them were trapped here. In front of them was the tomb of the Black Crack King. There was definitely an important inheritance inside. However, above the tomb of the Black Crack King was a resentment that hadn't dissipated since ancient times. This resentment was extremely heavy. Furthermore, after so many years, this resentment had mutated and gained a trace of intelligence. Afterwards, countless human cultivators had died here. The mutated resentment had possessed the body of a dead human cultivator to protect this place. Above the tattered tomb, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. The mutated resentment was inside this skeleton. The 8 of them had already fought together. This mutated resentment contained boundless energy. As long as they approached it, their spiritual qi would be devoured. Hearing Taoist Tianhong's question, Dark Sword sank into thought. After a long while, Dark Sword said, "The mutated resentment contains an unimaginable amount of darkness energy. Its corrosive power is something that even mystic kings wouldn't dare face. Even if the 8 of us worked together, we still wouldn't be able to destroy it." Hearing Dark Sword's words, the others frowned slightly. This was only the 5th floor, but they had already encountered such a problem. "Is there no other way?" asked the Folding Sword Hand. "There is one way, but unfortunately," said Dark Sword. "What way?" Taoist Tianhong hastily asked. If there was a martial artist with the true meaning of space, they might be able to use their true meaning of space to enter the tomb without alerting this skeleton, Dark Sword said. "Unfortunately, the 8 of us don't have the true meaning of space." Hearing this, the others fell silent. Spatial true meanings were difficult to comprehend. Although the 8 of them had reached the limit of the true martial realm, their combat power was comparable to an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm. However, none of them had spatial true meanings. "Can a shadow true meaning work?" asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. Dark Sword shook his head. "Then we can't be trapped here. How about we just directly enter the 6th floor?" said Taoist Tianhong. The others looked at each other. However, just as the few of them were discussing, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared. Instantly, the eyes of the 8 ultimate contenders lit up. On the way, Fang Chen had been using the true meaning of darkness and the true meaning of void to pass through the blockade of countless abyss magical beasts. Finally, they found the Black Crack King's tomb. Before he could even get close to the area, he discovered the 8 ultimate powerhouses. The 8 of them are also here. Fang Chen's heart sank. With the 8 peak experts here, he had no hope of obtaining the Black Crack King's inheritance. Crash! The spatial ripple appeared and Fang Chen's figure was revealed. The 8 peak experts immediately opened their eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen with burning gazes. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw the strange expressions on their faces. "Young friend." Dark Sword stared at Fang Chen and called out. The others were also surprised. They hadn't expected someone to be able to come here alone. "Young friend, you're alone?" asked Taoist Tianhong. Fang Chen nodded and cupped his hands. Junior Fang Chen greets the 8 seniors. After hearing the name Fang Chen, Swordsman Folding and the others burst out laughing. Although they were usually in seclusion, they had still heard of Fang Chen's name. "You're Fang Chen, the monstrous genius who left behind 99 sword scars in the sword burial heavenly wall. Not only that, I heard that he even merged with the 5-element bell and became the city lord of the 5-element sword city. So young, but his talent is heaven-defying." The 8 peak experts had never praised other martial artists, but now they weren't stingy with their praise for Fang Chen. Fang Chen laughed mischievously. There was a slight change in the way the 8 ultimate contenders looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's cultivation base wasn't high, but to be able to reach the 5th level was enough to show that his strength wasn't bad. Of course, there was one more important point. That was, the 8 ultimate contenders had discovered that Fang Chen possessed a space-type true meaning. "Young friend, did you just use a space-type true meaning?" asked Dark Sword urgently. Fang Chen nodded. There was no need to hide anything in front of the 8 of them. "Ha ha ha, it really is a space-type true meaning." Hearing this, the 8 ultimate contenders burst into laughter. Chapter 901. "Young friend Fang, you've come at the right time," Swordbreaker said with a smile. Fang Chen was a little surprised. "Young friend Fang, can you do us a favor?" Enlightened Master Tianhong asked. "I'm afraid I can't do something that can stump the 8 of you," Fang Chen said with a smile. What a joke. If the 8 ultimate powerhouses couldn't do it, wouldn't it be suicide to ask him to do it? Although he didn't dare to offend the 8 ultimate powerhouses, he wasn't willing to die for no reason. "Young friend, you've misunderstood." The ox-nosed old Taoist straightened his sleeves and said with a smile, "Let me explain it to you in detail." Then, the ox-nosed old Taoist began to explain the tomb of the Black Crack King to Fang Chen. It took the ox-nosed old Taoist a full 15 minutes to explain the tomb of the Black Crack King clearly. After Fang Chen heard this, he finally understood. "Seniors, you want me to use my true intent and enter the tomb?" Fang Chen asked. The 8 ultimate powerhouses nodded with smiles on their faces. "But even if I go in, what can I do? I can't bring out the inheritance of the Black Crack King," Fang Chen asked doubtfully. "Young friend Fang, you don't have to worry about this. There's a heart in the tomb of the Black Crack King. As long as you can bring it out in one piece, you'll be doing us a great favor," Enlightened Master Tianhong said. "I'm willing to try, but I can't guarantee success." After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen agreed to the 8's request. Hearing this, the 8 of them were full of smiles. "Young friend Fang, as long as you can help, you can follow us for the rest of our adventure," Swordbreaker said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. The 8 ultimate powerhouses were the strongest 8 people to enter the God-burying sword prison. They would only be in danger if they encountered a Mystic King realm monster. Otherwise, it was very safe. If he could follow the 8 of them, it would solve a lot of problems for Fang Chen. "Okay, I'll try." Fang Chen nodded and then used the true intent of the void to tear open the void and disappear. What a powerful true intent of the void. "Even I can't feel any trace of it," Space King said slowly. With such a powerful true intent of the void, it will definitely succeed, Sword Breaker said. The 8 ultimate contenders stared intently at the skeleton in the air above the dark cracked king's tomb for any movement. However, after a long time, there was no movement from the true intent. At this time, the 8 ultimate powerhouses finally laughed. Ha ha ha, Fong Chen went in. Sword Breaker laughed. Daoist Tianhong shook his head slightly and said, "Before coming here, Palace Master even specially instructed the 8 of us to do our best to take care of Fong Chen. I didn't expect that Fong Chen would be the one to help us." Fong Chen used the true intent of the void to enter the tomb. The ceiling of the tomb was in tatters. The interior of the tomb was very neat and tidy, but there was something strange about it. "Is this the tomb of the Black Crack King?" Fong Chen said to himself as he looked around carefully. This was an underground cave. There were many passages in the cave. Which one is it? Fong Chen was puzzled, not knowing which one to choose. At this time, Little Mouse appeared. "Boss, choose the one on the left." "You can feel it?" Fong Chen asked in surprise. "After entering the tomb of the Black Crack King, my bloodline is unusually active. It seems that there is something related to me here," Little Mouse said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded. Then, he listened to the Little Mouse and entered the leftmost tunnel. As expected, Little Mouse's choice was correct. There was no danger along the way. They arrived at the end of the passage without any obstacles. There was a huge skeleton here. It was obvious that it was the corpse of the Black Crack King. Roar! Just as Fong Chen arrived, a furious voice suddenly reverberated throughout the entire underground cavern. Then, countless resentment floated out of the Black Crack King's body and bombarded Fong Chen. "Not good!" Fong Chen shouted in his heart. His true intent of the void surged and his body instantly disappeared. Countless resentments seemed to have existed since ancient times. A gloomy aura spread throughout the cave. "What's going on?" Fong Chen was hidden in the void, but these resentment were able to discover him. Crash! Fong Chen's figure was forced to reveal himself. Then, a gloomy voice entered Fong Chen's ears. "Damned human!" Hearing this voice, Fong Chen's heart trembled. This is the voice of the Black Crack King. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. He kept retreating. Another voice came from the Black Crack King's body. "Submit to this king." This was the resentment of the Black Crack King. Unexpectedly, it had not completely dissipated. Fong Chen's heart was filled with fear. He kept retreating. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. Escape from this place. Go! Fong Chen shouted and his body quickly disappeared into the void. However, at this moment, a trembling sound was heard. The underground cave was instantly sealed. Fong Chen's true intent of the void had lost its effect. Rumble! One after another, abyss demon hunters appeared from the Black Crack King's body and chased after Fong Chen, using the body as a furnace to nurture the descendants. Seeing this, Fong Chen cried out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of abyss demon hunters appeared and chased after Fong Chen. The underground cave was not big. Hundreds of abyss demon hunters instantly covered the entire underground cave and blocked Fong Chen's path. Golden Light Dragon Slaying. Fong Chen roared and used the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. In an instant, the abyss demon hunters that were close to him were sent flying. However, there was an endless stream of abyss demon hunters that rushed out. I can't go on like this. Fong Chen thought anxiously. I must destroy the Black Crack King's resentment. Otherwise, I will definitely die. Boss, let me try. Little Mouse roared and floated in the underground cave. Fong Chen held the hidden star sword and used all his strength to block the abyss demon hunters that were close to him. Buzz! Purple light surged around Little Mouse's body. In the next moment, it used its gifted ability. Roar! With a loud roar, the huge purple mouse shadow opened its bloody mouth. A vast suction force slowly came. Whoosh! The abyss demon hunters that were closer to Little Mouse were instantly sucked into its bloody mouth. The Black Crack King's body in the distance shook slightly. Roar! Seeing this, Little Mouse increased the power of its gifted ability. The suction force instantly enveloped the Black Crack King. This aura is the sky-devouring godly rat. The Black Crack King's resentment cried out. Didn't the sky-devouring godly rat die with Emperor Zhongjian? Why would it appear here? At this moment, the Black Crack King's resentment also had a trace of fear. Buzz. The gifted ability was activated to the extreme. Within the Black Crack King's body, a ball of resentment struggled and struggled to leave the Black Crack King's body. It's not Emperor Zhongjian's sky-devouring godly rat. Sensing this suction force, the Black Crack King's resentment said eerily. Then, he laughed wildly. This suction force was not enough to devour it. Little Mouse saw this and shouted crazily. At this moment, the blood in its body kept flowing. The sky-devouring godly rat's bloodline power was instantly activated. Little Mouse's eyes were scarlet. Its body was filled with power. The wave-like purple light instantly poured into the purple mouse shadow. Immediately, the suction force soared. The Black Crack King's body trembled more and more violently. Bang! Just as Little Mouse was desperately activating its bloodline power, Fang Chen was injured by an abyss demon hunter. Then, countless abyss demon hunters rushed over, wanting to kill Fang Chen. No! Little Mouse saw this and shouted crazily. As Little Mouse fell into madness, the power of its gifted ability skyrocketed. The Black Crack King's resentment was originally sneering, but now it was filled with fear. Rip. Chapter 902. Roar. An angry roar came from the Black Crack King's resentment. The deafening roar resounded through the sky. However, when Little Mouse activated its bloodline power, its innate super ability reached its strongest state. The powerful suction force instantly sucked the Black Crack King's resentment into the purple mouse's shadow. Crack! The Black Crack King's resentment dissipated. Dong! The entire underground cave trembled. Countless abyssal demon hunting beasts that were charging towards Fang Chen were instantly routed within the underground cavern. Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. Then, he saw Little Mouse's body on the verge of collapse as its innate super ability dissipated in the air. Fang Chen suddenly stood up and supported Little Mouse's body. "How are you?" Fang Chen asked. "Boss, I'm fine. This Black Crack King's resentment is a little difficult to deal with. I activated my bloodline power, but my body is a little weak." Little Mouse grinned. Fang Chen was relieved when he heard this. Little Mouse's body was fine, but activating its bloodline power had consumed too much energy. Fang Chen sent Little Mouse back into the interspatial ring and looked into the depths of the underground cave. At this moment, the underground cave was empty. There was nothing but the Black Crack King's body lying there quietly. Hiss! Just as Fang Chen was observing, a black heart suddenly floated out from the Black Crack King's body. Fang Chen's eyes were burning. He shook his wrist and put away the black heart. At this moment, some information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. The Black Crack King's inheritance. Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. However, after careful observation, he realized that the inheritance he had received was only a small part of the Black Crack King's inheritance. This small part only introduced the true intent of darkness in detail. "Hurry up and digest it." Fang Chen struck while the iron was hot and prepared to digest the inheritance in the underground cave. At this moment, on the wasteland of the tomb, the faces of the 8 ultimate powerhouses were extremely solemn. They had also seen the commotion just now. A series of deafening noises could be heard coming from the tomb as a magnificent aura burst out from it. The 8 of them were a little worried about Fang Chen. With the appearance of such a powerful aura, Fang Chen was most likely doomed. "What should we do?" Swordsman Folding asked. "Let's wait a little longer. Fang Chen has a space-type true intent," Taoist Tian Hong said. The others also nodded in agreement. There was no other way out of this. Just like that, the 8 of them waited for a full 6 hours. Crash! A series of ripples appeared in the void. Seeing this, the 8 of them revealed a surprised smile on their faces. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared. At this moment, Fang Chen's entire body was emitting a dense aura of darkness. After receiving the Black Crack King's inheritance, his darkness true intent had improved quite a bit. Fang Chen's strength had also increased a little. How was it? Did you succeed? The moment Fang Chen appeared, the 8 of them looked nervously at Fang Chen. Dark Sword directly asked. Fang Chen looked at the 8 of them and then opened his palm. A black heart instantly appeared. Seeing this black heart, the 8 of them revealed brilliant smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha, we really succeeded. Great! If not for little friend Fang, who knows how much more trouble we would have to go through. The 8 ultimate powerhouses were very happy. This black heart was very important to them. Fang Chen handed the black heart to Dark Sword. Little friend Fang, thank you for your help this time. You can follow us for the rest of the time, Dark Sword said. The other powerhouses all nodded. Clearly, their impression of Fang Chen had improved greatly. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. If he could follow the 8 powerhouses, at least he wouldn't be in any danger. Moreover, the 8 powerhouses didn't care for some of the inheritance treasures and would definitely give them to Fang Chen. In this way, Fang Chen wouldn't be at a loss this time. Just like that, the 8 ultimate powerhouses led Fang Chen out of the 5th level and into the 6th level. Not long after the group left, Lu Jingyun and the others entered the 5th level. They looked a little haggard. Clearly, they had encountered some danger on the 4th level. Lu Jingyun was still a maverick, exploring the God-burying sword prison alone. Tuoba Yulong had chosen to join forces with Lu Wudao. Sidu Hong had also chosen to join forces with Duguyun. As for the other LV9 true martial realm martial artists, they had already joined forces. Only in this way would their chances of survival be higher. Fang Chen and the others walked quickly on the 6th level. What exactly is the danger on the 6th level? Sword Breaker looked around and asked in a low voice. I'm not sure, Dark Sword said in a low voice. As he followed the 8 ultimate powerhouses, Fang Chen gradually learned some secrets about the God-burying sword prison. It turned out that the goal of the 8 ultimate powerhouses was the 10th level of the God-burying sword prison. It was said that there was a demon-like Almighty who had fallen on the 10th level. If one could obtain his inheritance, they would definitely be able to enter the Mystic King realm. Moreover, according to the 8 ultimate powerhouses, Fang Chen knew that the 10th level was the 10th level. The 10th level seemed to be a hurdle. There was even the legendary heart of Xiantian in the outside world. What was the heart of Xiantian? After every Mystic King realm Almighty died, there would be something similar to a heart in their body. This was the heart of Xiantian. This was the condensation of the Mystic King realm Almighty's life energy. As long as one could obtain the heart of Xiantian, there was hope for them to enter the Mystic King realm. The legendary heart of Xiantian was in the 10th level. The 8 ultimate powerhouses had lived for thousands of years and were nearing the end of their lives. This time, they entered the God-burying sword prison to fight. Their goal was the heart of Xiantian. The reason why they asked Fang Chen to help them obtain the heart of Black Crack King was because they would need it in the next few levels of the sword prison. The heart of Xiantian? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Just as the 8 ultimate powerhouses were conversing with each other, Fang Chen suddenly felt the earth tremble slightly. The earth is trembling. Dark Sword's expression changed drastically as he said in a low voice. Buzz. The earth trembled again in front of everyone's eyes. Following this, strange rays of light were emitted from the ground. Oh no! It's the earth demon. Suddenly, Daoist Tian Hong let out a loud roar. Immediately, his figure rose into the air. The others also floated in the air. Fang Chen was the last one to float in the air. When he steadied himself, he suddenly realized something. The earth within a radius of 100 meters was floating. After the earth floated to a certain extent, it started to change. Under everyone's gaze, it condensed into a yellow human figure. What is this? Fang Chen was puzzled and asked directly. This is the Earth Demon, the ox-nosed old Taoist explained. Earth Demon. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of such a creature and was very surprised. The great Earth Demons are creatures from the outer realm. Their defense is extremely strong. Every great Earth Demon, after reaching adulthood, will automatically possess the true meaning of the earth. Their bodies can transform into the earth and silently kill their enemies. The broken swordsman continued and explained. Hearing this, Fang Chen took a deep breath. He didn't expect the Earth Demon to be so strong. The extraterrestrial universe is full of strange things. This Earth Demon is just a creature in the vast universe, Tianhong's spiritual master said when he saw Fang Chen's surprise. The Earth Demon originally possessed the intent of the earth. Once it reached adulthood, it would automatically transform into the true intent of the earth. The true intent of the earth was a defensive true intent. After the Earth Demon transformed into the earth, its defense was invincible. Even a mystic king expert would find it difficult to kill an Earth Demon. However, because the Earth Demon's defense was very strong, its attack power was insufficient. Therefore, after the 8 ultimate powerhouses discovered the Earth Demon, they were only slightly surprised for a moment before regaining their senses. "Let me deal with this big guy," Swordsman Folding said. Then, he threw the folding fan in his hand into the air. In the next moment, he appeared beside the Earth Demon and stabbed the long sword in his hand into the Earth Demon's body. Bang bang bang. No matter how Swordsman Folding stabbed the Earth Demon, the latter's body was not injured at all. Chapter 903. The Earth Demon ignored Swordsman Folding's attack. Instead, he gathered the power of the earth and punched Swordsman Folding. Bang! Swordsman Folding sensed the Earth Demon's power and jumped back into the sky. Damn this Earth Demon! His defense is invincible and he's so strong, Swordsman Folding said angrily. Swordsman Folding was helpless against the Earth Demon. Fortunately, the Earth Demon was slow. Otherwise, he would be a nightmare for many human warriors. Let me do it. Suddenly, a tall and sturdy old man stepped forward. This person was the only one among the 8 extreme powerhouses who cultivated his physical body. His physical body had long surpassed the level of a 9-star Great Path physique and reached the legendary sacred level. Taoist vigor was so strong that he could kill an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm with one punch. No one in the burial sword state could compete with him in physical strength. The others nodded in agreement when Taoist vigor stepped forward. Earth Demon, let me deal with you. Taoist vigor flashed and appeared in front of the Earth Demon. Before the Earth Demon could attack, he activated his physical strength and punched. Fang Chen saw that Taoist vigor was surrounded by bright starlight when he activated his physical strength. It was as if his entire body was like the stars in the sky. An extremely sharp aura was instantly emitted. Is this the saint-level physical body? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He was shocked. Although he could fight against a LV9 true martial realm martial artist if he used all his strength, he couldn't fight back against the 8 extreme warriors. This time, he was shocked to see 2 extreme warriors attack in succession. Swordsman Folding's attack was extremely tricky and strange. Taoist Vigor's attack was very simple. It was a head-on clash. Roar! Taoist Vigor roared. The power of his saint-level physical body exploded and gathered on his fist. Dolly Taoist threw out a simple punch. Dong! Taoist Vigor's fist directly hit the Earth Demon's body. The power was so strong that the Earth Demon's body collapsed instantly. It turned into 100 meters of yellow soil and merged with the earth. Taoist Vigor's strength is really strong, Swordsman Folding and the others praised. The Earth Demon, who was blasted into the earth, began to counterattack. Dong! The earth rose and fell, trembling continuously. Standing on the ground, Taoist Vigor grinned. Compete with me in strength. I don't believe that I can't smash you to death. Dolly Taoist, who was very confident in his own strength, declared loudly. Human earthy yellow aura instantly spread out from the ground. The Earth Fiend displayed the true intent of the Earth. A thick aura of the Earth instantly enveloped Taoist Vigor. Courting death. Taoist Vigor's body was enveloped by the true intent of the Earth. His fists were constantly bombarding the true intent of the Earth. Not long after, the attacks scattered the true intent of the Earth. At the same time, the Earth Devil condensed into human form once more, and then it suddenly blasted out a punch. This punch was also very simple, but it was much more powerful than the previous punch. Fang Chen, who was watching the battle, suddenly felt an explosion in his mind. Then, he entered a state of epiphany. Power, unparalleled power, simple and violent. Wasn't this the ultimate meaning of his golden light dragon slaying technique? Although Fang Chen had already mastered the golden light dragon slaying technique, he was still stuck at the stage of lifting a light weight. But now, as he watched Taoist Vigor's battle, he suddenly realized something. Around Fang Chen, traces of aura spread out. The few extreme powerhouses beside him did not notice at all. Their gazes were all focused on Taoist Vigor. This Earth Fiend isn't strong. He shouldn't be a match for Taoist Vigor. Dark Sword laughed. Yeah. Luckily, it's a weak Earth Fiend. If he had met a perverted Earth Fiend, he would have been in trouble. Tianhong Sage said. The others nodded in agreement. Bang! The Earth Fiend and Taoist Vigor's fists continuously clashed. As they clashed, cracks continuously appeared on the Earth Fiend's body. His invincible defense was completely useless against Taoist Vigor. Boom! Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Taoist Vigor found an opportunity and punched out. The power of this punch was comparable to an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm. When the punch landed on the Earth Fiend's body, it instantly shattered the Earth Fiend's body. The dense true intent of the Earth dissipated instantly. The Earth Fiend did not even have the chance to transform into the Earth before he was killed by Taoist Vigor. Phew! Seeing the Earth Fiend die, Taoist Vigor let out a sigh of relief. His forehead was covered in sweat. I'm so tired. Taoist Vigor raised his head to look at everyone. His battle with the Earth Fiend had almost been a brilliant experience. Fortunately, the Earth Fiend's speed was very slow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill it. Taoist Vigor, you really are the bane of the Earth Fiends. Everyone laughed. Just at this moment, Taoist Vigor noticed that Fang Chen was in a state of enlightenment. This little fellow is in a state of enlightenment. Taoist Vigor stared at Fang Chen. Only then did the others react. Turning their heads, they saw that Fang Chen was surrounded by golden light. He was in a state of enlightenment. As expected of the Sword Burial Prefecture's #1 genius. Even watching Taoist Vigor's battle with the Earth Fiend caused him to enter a state of enlightenment, said everyone. However, just as the few of them were discussing, the golden light on Fang Chen's body suddenly retracted. Fang Chen awoke from his state of enlightenment. What a wonderful feeling, Fang Chen muttered to himself with joy on his face. Little friend Fang, did you break through? Asked Swordbreaker. Fang Chen nodded slightly. I gained something. Just now, Fang Chen had comprehended the golden light dragon-slaying sword to the point of lifting something heavy as if it were light. Lifting something light as if it were heavy, lifting something heavy as if it were light. Although the difference didn't seem great, it was actually worlds apart. If lifting something light as if it were heavy was a child, then lifting something heavy as if it were light was an adult. Now that the golden light dragon-slaying sword had reached the level of lifting something heavy as if it were light, Fang Chen's strength had once more increased. Unfortunately, his cultivation base still hadn't broken through. The golden light dragon-slaying sword really is profound. Fang Chen thought to himself. Just who was the master of this golden sword? How could a self-created sword move in the condensing reality realm possess such tyrannical power? Fang Chen sensed that this sword move could last until he broke through to the profound king realm. This was the gap between them. That person had created a sword move in the condensing reality realm, while he himself had been in the true martial realm. After cultivating it, he had been shocked. However, Fang Chen didn't say this out loud. "Little friend Fang, your potential is truly enviable," said the ox-nosed old Taoist. The others also looked at Fang Chen enviously. In the eyes of the world, the 8 of them were incomparably high. But who could do it? They had been trapped at the limit of the true martial realm for nearly 1,000 years. If it weren't for their determination, they would have already collapsed. The most urgent thing for them was to obtain the profound heaven heart and step into the profound king realm. Otherwise, when the time came, they would turn into dust. As for Fang Chen, his talent was heaven-defying. He had created 99 sword scars on the sword burial heavenly wall. He was one of the most monstrous geniuses in the history of the sword burial prefecture. Of course, if they knew that Fang Chen had passed the 12th-stage tribulation, they would have removed the word "one of." Such a genius would step into the profound king realm sooner or later. There was no need to worry. And Fang Chen wasn't even 30 years old yet. With such talent, he could be considered a monstrous genius even in the universe with thousands of races. And this was under the condition that they didn't know that Fang Chen had a transcendent grade true intent. After a round of praise, they continued forward. On the 6th floor, they could encounter earth demons at any time. So, they chose to fly and avoid touching the ground as much as possible. Earth demons could merge with the earth and launch sneak attacks. After flying for a while, they encountered another earth demon. In such a situation, they naturally let Taoist vigor take action. As expected, Taoist vigor used his tyrannical physical strength to kill the earth demon. But because of this, Taoist vigor had consumed too much energy and his body was very weak. We need to find the entrance to the 7th floor as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we encounter a powerful earth demon, we will definitely be trapped here. Taoist Tianhong said in a low voice. Chapter 904. There were many earth demons on the 6th floor. These earth demons were comparable in strength to the ones they had encountered before. In the beginning, Taoist vigor was able to kill them by himself. But later on, he had used up too much of his strength. So, when they encountered earth demons, the others were responsible for restraining them while Taoist vigor went all out to kill them. Only Taoist vigor's saint-level physical strength was able to break through the earth demon's defenses. The group continued to walk. But at a certain moment, suddenly the earth began to shake rapidly. Immediately after, everyone saw a towering mountain peak appear in front of them. This mountain peak was surrounded by an earthy yellow aura, which directly blocked everyone's path forward. "Not good, it's an earth demon," Dark Sword cried out. The others also stopped in their tracks. "Foolish humans." A mocking voice sounded from the mountain peak that reached the clouds. Everyone was greatly alarmed as they stared at the mountain peak. Under everyone's gazes, the mountain peak that reached the clouds instantly transformed into countless traces of Earth's true intent, which then condensed into a human figure. The appearance of this human-shaped Earth demon caused the faces of the 8 ultimate powerhouses to change greatly. "Earth Demon King." Taoist Heavenspan cried out involuntarily. "Why would an Earth Demon King appear?" Sword Breaker asked in confusion. Ox-nosed old Taoist muttered, "It seems that this Earth Demon King should be the strongest creature on the 6th floor." Earth Demon King, as its name implied, was the leader of the Earth Demons. Moreover, it was also a mystic king Earth Demon. "All of you must die," the Earth Demon King said sinisterly. Controlling its humanoid body, it slowly walked towards the group of people. At the same time, it clenched its fists and punched out. Rumble, a deafening sound directly tore through the void, causing the group to land on the ground. At this moment, Taoist vigor had more or less recovered his strength. He glanced at the others and said, "Help me restrain it." Hearing this, the others nodded heavily. A blood-red longsword appeared in Taoist Heavenspan's hand. He then used his ultimate skill, Heavenspan's sword technique. Suddenly, countless terrifying sword lights appeared in the sky. The sword lights contained vast sword true intent. Heavenspan's sword technique was able to shoot out countless terrifying sword lights in an extremely short period of time. Its advantage was that it was extremely fast. As for Taoist Heavenspan, he had long cultivated the Heavenspan sword art to the limit. With a flick of his wrist, thousands of sword lights shot out from the blood-red longsword. The power contained in each of these sword lights could easily kill a martial artist who had just entered LV9 of the true martial realm. If tens of thousands of sword lights were to converge and attack a single person, even an expert who had just entered the profound king realm would not be able to withstand it head-on. This was how formidable Taoist Heavenspan was. Taoist Grand Heavens controlled countless sword lights and directly bombarded the Earth Fiend King. Rumble at this moment, the Earth Fiend King's body was enveloped by the true meaning of Earth. Thousands upon thousands of sword lights pierced the Earth Demon's body with majestic power. However, what was shocking was that these sword lights actually didn't break through the Earth Fiend's defenses. "Isn't this defense a little too strong?" Fang Chen, who was standing in the distance, was quite shocked. The might of the great heavenly sword art was so powerful, but it was actually unable to break through the defense of the Earth Fiend King. Just how strong was the defense of this Earth Fiend King? Seeing this, Taoist Vigor tightly creased his brows. Shortly after, he roared, "Attack together!" All of a sudden, the other experts also made their move. Taoist Heavenspan's face was gloomy as he once again used the great heavenly sword art. On the other side, Dark Sword's body was also filled with dense dark energy. His aura was raised to the peak. As for the ox-nosed old Taoist and Handbreaker, they also used their full strength. Just as Fang Chen was astonished, he suddenly encountered a gorgeous radiance that rapidly shot out from the body of a certain expert. This brilliant ray of light contained a vast aura. Perilous waves rose in Fang Chen's heart. This was the first time he had seen 8 extreme experts attack at the same time. It was enough to see how strong this Earth Fiend King was. The expert that emitted the gorgeous radiance was the most low-key among the 8 extreme experts. He was also the one with the highest profile. He was low-key because he was clearly very strong, but he rarely interacted with others. He was high-profile because of his name. The Burial Sword Province was formed from the body of the Burial Sword Emperor after his death, and this expert that emitted the gorgeous radiance was called Zhang Jian. After reaching the limit of the true martial realm, he called himself the Burial Sword King. According to Handbreaker and the others, this person's ambition was very big. His life's goal was to become an expert like the Burial Sword Emperor. At that time, his title would also be Burial Sword Emperor. Of course, everyone knew that this was simply impossible. Because, if one wanted to become an expert like the Burial Sword Emperor, one could not just rely on hard work. This was the first time Zhang Jian attacked, and his strength was too tyrannical. The gorgeous radiance emitted from his body instantly hit the Earth Fiend King. Bang! The other experts' attacks were simply unable to break the Earth Fiend King's defense. But Zhang Jian's attack actually made the Earth Fiend King retreat a few steps. Seizing this opportunity, Taoist Vigor's fist suddenly smashed towards the Earth Fiend King. Bang! Bang! The Earth Fiend King did not expect that these ant-like humans would actually be able to force him to retreat. Damned humans! The Earth Fiend King stabilized his body. Earth intent revolved around his body as he furiously roared. At this moment, the 8 peak experts were standing side by side. Taoist Vigor smiled as he glanced at Zhang Jian. "Zhang Jian, how many more times can you use that attack of yours?" asked Taoist Vigor. Zhang Jian muttered to himself for a moment, then said, 3 times. Zhang Jian's attack was too powerful. Thus, it consumed a lot of energy. So, he could only use it 3 more times. After that, he would not be able to support such a powerful attack. We can give it a try. Taoist Vigor looked at the others, then said, whether or not we can kill the Earth Fiend King will depend on everyone. Just as Taoist Vigor was speaking, the Earth Fiend King suddenly roared furiously and punched out. At the same time, Handbreaker took the initiative to attack. Handbreaker was most proficient in breaking swords. He approached the Earth Fiend King and grabbed its arm with both hands. A tyrannical power instantly erupted, wanting to break the Earth Fiend King's arm. Seeing Handbreaker take action, Dark Sword also took action. Enveloped by darkness intent, he used his strongest attack, Darkness Invasion. Rumble, a dense darkness aura surged out of Dark Sword's body and enveloped the Earth Fiend King. Taoist Heavenspan used the Heavenspan sword art. Tens of thousands of sword lights stabbed toward the Earth Fiend King. The ox-nosed old Taoist used his talisman sword. This was the technique that had made him famous, the culmination of his life's work. A short sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly activated it. Talismans were both talismans and sword art. When the two were combined, their attack power was outstanding. Blizzard Descent. Among the 8 ultimate contenders, the only female contender, Wind Chant, displayed the Blizzard Sword technique. Suddenly, the temperature of the world sharply dropped. Snowflakes filled the sky. Then those snowflakes wrapped around the Earth Fiend King, turning it into ice, temporarily freezing it. The Icefire King used the Icefire sword art. This sword art was formed from the true meanings of ice and fire. With the assistance of the Blizzard sword art, its power greatly increased. Finally, Zhang Jian took action. Fang Chen didn't see him take action. Instead, he saw a gorgeous radiance shoot out from his body. Taoist Vigor had been waiting for a long time. Once Zhang Jian took action, he would take action. The dazzling light caused everyone to be shocked. Its appearance directly converged with the attacks of the other people. Boom! The gorgeous radiance heavily bombarded the Earth Fiend King's body. In an instant, cracks appeared on the Earth Fiend King's body. Die!